is a presentation of the iRacing Esports Network.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, all race fans around the world. It is the legendary Neo Endurance Series live from Interlagos, and it's already halfway in this 2018-2019 season. Hello, everybody. I'm Cameron Walsh with David Haynes and Nolan Rempel, and of course, the ever-steady cameras of Hugo Louis. We are going to be presenting the next 6 hours, and of course, the qualifying session that has been quite the interesting thing this year. A great addition as we are at the Autodromo Jose Carlos Pace, otherwise known as Interlagos. It's going to be an extraordinarily challenging circuit. 2.6 miles is all we've got, and let me tell you, it is going to be a bit of a traffic jam. We've got the LMP1 prototypes. We've got, of course, the GTE machines, which are out getting ready to do qualifying right now. And David, well, LMP1 machines and GTE machines have a bit of a history of finding each other at Interlagos, especially the very huge incident with Mr. Weber. But it's one of those tracks where, for whatever reason, it always does seem to put on a good show.
Yeah, I hope I'm coming through to you well here, Cam, but it is a fantastic racing circuit, lots of history, and boy, is it hot out there right now.
Yeah, it is. We're already seeing some of the times rolling in, and Nolan, the temperature on the track is certainly going to have something to really affect a lot of these GTE machines, as we're seeing both of the GTE machines, I think, on screen. They wanted to, before they both wanted to separate themselves, and they slowed each other down. But we should be getting the qualifying times in pretty soon here, Nolan.
Yeah, qualifying times already started to roll in. We can see, of course, the Red Face Racing team up front there with that 128.977 from the top of the GTE field so far. It is an extremely hot track, 122 degrees Fahrenheit. So, of course, that will play in heavily into the way that we'll be seeing the racing and, of course, qualifying playing out here today.
Yeah, and that's it's the sun bearing down on it, and obviously as these cars work their way down up and down the track, that's going to warm the track up too. So, going to be a bit greasy out there as far as the tires go. But you know what? We're on board right now with the Euphoria DriveX Racing of Selva Talons, and right now we're heading into, I believe this is what, corner number 4, and then you work your way. This is a left-hander. You go downhill. Now, this is going to be the exciting thing, David. When you get into the LMP1 machines, there is a surprising amount of elevation changes in the inner cloister of the track, as I've always called it. You have this really uphill right-hander, right on the brakes, and then you jam into the right. You try not to clip the grass if you can avoid it. And then you've got this the little bowl, and then you shoot out to the second bowl. Then you got a massive downhill, and this inner cloister is going to be a lot of issues once we get to that LMP1 pack, passing the GTE pack, as we're already seeing. Selva wasn't happy with that. He's going to have to reset the car. It's one of those things where, I mean, we're going to be looking at almost instantaneous lap traffic for these LMP1 cars.
Yep, it's a pretty quick lap for the LMP1s, and it's very difficult for traffic to get past without being rude or brave between Desida del Lago at turn 4 and Zhongshao, which is effectively the final corner, all the way through the middle of that lap. The traffic is very difficult for the faster class cars. They have to either wait, force a way through, or hope that the traffic is kind enough to let them through. And as you say, with a short lap like this, it'll happen very quickly in the race and all throughout the race.
Yeah, and let's take a look right here at some of the as we're looking at the different cars. Of course, we've got the Porsches, and we've got the Ferraris, and we've got the lone Ford out there. some of the standings as far as the GTE machines go. We've got Triton, which is currently leading in the points with 32 points. You've got Core, and then you've got that Thrustmaster Movano GTE machines. And Thrustmaster Movano, they're already putting a decent stamp on it, as they're currently leading this current qualifying session, but there's a lot to go. Logitech G Altus Esports, Nolan, well, you haven't been around, obviously, for the first couple of seasons, but, or the couple of rounds, but Logitech G Altus, they've been very quick, but at Sebring, almost instantaneously, they got dumped, and they had to really fight their way through after an incident very early on, which happens at Sebring. And you have to worry, I guess, for some of these teams. Could that happen here at Interlagos?
Absolutely it can. It's a very long race. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw maybe a couple tensions running high. You might see a couple drivers spinning each other out, especially at the faster portions of the track when the lap traffic with the LMP1s and LMP2s start to come in with this class, because they can really just breeze by these cars. So I feel that it's definitely not out of the question, and it's going to be something that we're going to have to really look out for as the race goes on.
Yeah, most certainly. And as the qualifying times continue to roll on in, right now it's simrc.de.
Yep, so Chris Kosh behind the wheel for that simrc.de car, and a great sort of revival for them here, leading this practice session for this qualifying session. Whatever setup they've got for that Porsche, it's working here in these very, very hot conditions, and they they are displaced from the lead there by MSI Esports, Mark Perez. So rather close, as more times continue to come in, and Logitech G Altus Esports have found something in their Porsche as well. So the dynamic weather conditions that we have here, a little bit of cloud might have come out because the lap times are tumbling because the track temperatures have dropped from their peak of nearly 50 degrees Celsius. They're down now to a much more manageable, but still very, very hot 42 degrees Celsius. And that's something we are going to see through this race that's coming up, the 6-hour race, is the dynamic weather. It's a partly cloudy day, so there'll be some points where it sun's out, some parts where we'll have a little bit of cloud cover, and the track temperature can swing at very large amounts, like we are seeing right now, and the lap times are tumbling for the GT field.
Yeah, I mean, it's already dropped down to 107 degrees. I mean, it's a pretty...
Right, unfortunately for Cam, there's some problems with his microphone, so we'll go to you, Nolan. So we're seeing these times absolutely coming down, and it's so close up the top as Thrustmaster Movano Racing go 2/10 clear of third. These times are tumbling down now, Nolan.
They certainly are. These teams are beginning to pick up the pace now that the track is, of course, as you said, cooling off. One thing that we also need to mention, though, is the dynamic time of day. That's going to be changing. The sun is going to be moving across the sky throughout the course of the next 6 hours. So, of course, we're going to have to also keep an eye on that, because that is also going to have a massive effect on the racing that we'll be able to see here today. How do you think that even just the time of day will be able to play into the race here?
Certainly remains to be seen a little bit, but it's currently just past midday in the server, and we'll see the time progressing at real time. So it will get rather dark towards the end of the race, and I imagine that will definitely see the track cool off as well. So whatever setup these guys and these teams have been working on, it'll have to be malleable, it'll have to be adjustable, because the race could start in blisteringly hot conditions and cool off to much quicker lap times later on. And there's only so much you can adjust with your setup once you're in the race. So there's things that they can do with the tire pressures at pit stops. You've got brake bias, ABS and traction control in some of these classes of cars like the GTs that we're watching now. but other than that, there's not a whole lot they can change in the setup. So something that's quick in the hot conditions might not adapt as well as another team to the cool conditions.
Fingers crossed. So you wiggle the cords and kick the computer and pet the dog, and that's how you fix microphones. It's currently right now with the temperature going all over the place because it's already back up to 111. I feel for a lot of these teams, it's been a situation where, yeah, the temperature might change, maybe 4 degrees during a race, and that was considered to be pretty cool. Now we've already seen it go up and down by 10 degrees in the last 5-10 minutes as Core Sim Racing GTE takes the time in that Ford GTE. They'll pull off there and get themselves reset. It looks to me, if you're keeping a really close eye on this, I mean, it's a 128.3, 128.4, 128.4, so it's super fast lap times. Everyone in the top 16, Nolan, has broken that 1 minute and 28-second lap, and I have a feeling it's really just as Kimmo Soimonen is going back out on the track in that Ford, it's really one of those things where you just have to keep punching out laps to see if you can get one that's really good.
Of course, you always need to do that, and I do feel that Core Sim Racing, that Ford GTE, I do feel like they can still get a faster lap, and their fastest lap in practice was a 127.991, which is a good 4/10ths faster. So I do feel they have the extra pace. I think they're going to pull it out of their pocket closer to the end of the session. We do have about 6 minutes left now in the GT qualifying. And of course, that will have to play in heavily again. The temperatures are beginning to rise, though, just a little bit. As we mentioned, like the swing for the track temperatures is quite severe, and with the sun slowly making its way across the sky, we'll have to definitely keep an eye on that. But the times, I feel that they could drop off, but they could keep coming down.
Yeah, it's almost fun to watch the stupid temperature gauge. I know for some of those at home might not be knowing, the iRacing service has been updated as of last week, and so the temperatures fluctuating so wildly is a bit new to us, and it's really going to be new to these drivers, both in the GTE and LMP2, and of course LMP1, and we're obviously going to have a pretty big discussion about the LMP1s going forward, simply because a little bit of a balance of performance stuff going on in LMP1, but right now we've got to focus on this GTE battle. We're having a fantastic battle right now as the Thrustmaster Movano race. They are really trying to get their lap times sorted out. They're one of the other Fords, as the SimRC.de Crimson, and then you've got Euphorix, and then you've got that Core Sim Racing GTE still up front, as we're currently riding along with Yannick Lapchin. David, it's one of those things where I think we have more than one Ford now, which I guess is good to see, but that Porsche, I would just like to say probably that Porsche, the rear engine machine, probably one of the best machines you could pick as far as GTE goes for Interlagos.
Yeah, well, certainly the Porsches were looking rather dominant in class until Core Sim Racing GTE and their Ford picked a very good lap time together when the temperatures dropped in the middle of this session. They've now spiked up again, and we don't see people improving. It's kind of like in some other series, you have a wet qualifying session and the track improves. You'll be on pole position if you are in the right spot at the right time to set a lap time in the best conditions. So right now we've got more teams still continuing to circulate out there, but we're not seeing a lot of change on the board. It was that time just in the middle of this session where a bit of cloud came across, the temperatures dropped, the times tumbled, and now people are no longer improving.
Yeah, I mean, so it's one of those situations we saw at Circuit of America. People would put out lap times, and then they'd be happy, and then they'd have to go back out and challenge. Whereas this, you really have to continue to be out there and push, which means a lot of times you have to maybe throw more fuel in the car, which is interesting. As we saw MSI Esports, they were about to put in a lap time. They decided to abort that, as the LMP2 machines are starting to roll their way out to the staging area in pit lane, which will tell you how long we got. We only got, what, 2 minutes and 30 seconds at least, because we go to the top of the 10. So it is still Core Sim Racing by 1/10 over Euphoria DriveX Racing Porsche. And that Euphoria DriveX Racing Porsche of Selvin Talons, he's going to be getting ready to go, Nolan, and I have a feeling this is going to be his banker lap. This is going to be it. He's going to have to really push that machine if he wants to try to challenge. The track has gotten up to 120 degrees Fahrenheit. We saw the top qualifying lap come in when it was 107, so we'll have to see here what Salva is able to do.
Coming across the start-finish line, can he get the jump on that Ford GTE? The answer is nope, not quite. And the gap still remains less than a tenth. They still got some time, though. I think they got time for one more lap here. Oh, never mind. They're going to throw in the towel for the session.
Yeah, and he should be able to get at least back out onto the track. They will let you finish that lap. So we'll have to see here as Torrent Motorsports is coming out of the pits. We'll have to see if they can improve. Team 84, who's well down in 19th, not even on the scoring screen, is going to try to get themselves up following their Team 85 teammates. And it's one of those things, David, where you got to try to find your pace. Got to try to see if you can't improve your lap times. As Tim Claessens goes right on by, it's one of those weird situations where it's not just trying to find raw pace. It's trying to find the grip and the temperature, and that's something new we're all going to have to continually say.
Yeah, I think all of the teams in the GT leaving the pit lane now, I don't think they can improve on their lap time on the board unless the temperatures drop, but they've got to be out there in case the conditions do improve and everyone around them improves. So we see people going slowly, getting ready to get the power down out of Yung Shao, but no improvements on the board still. They're just out there circulating in case the temperature drops again. They can't afford to not be ready to go on a lap if the conditions change.
Yeah, I'm looking at the number 85 machine of Lucas Yestak. He's just going to pass the start-finish line and was not even able to put in a lap there, so he's out of that one. Checkered flag for the GT session. That means that it is going to be on the wheelbase of Kevin Siggy to call out the GTE machines for qualifying, as the rest of the cars are going to be looking in to put in their lap times. LMP2 cars starting to creep on out 3 abreast in pit lane, which is an interesting way to get into a single file line. Of course, Fraser Williamson, as we're looking at the Red Face Racing, Laurent Maiskowitz in the Ferrari, as we're going to see where the last couple of times come on in here. Ferrari has perpetually not necessarily been the fastest, not necessarily been the slowest, but the new BOP, perhaps you'll never know what could happen as Lawrence gets on the throttle. We'll see where that Red Face Racing machine is going to get. He almost clipped that inside wall, as then you almost clip the Armco barrier. You'll try to hit pit lane, and you get that inside line, and there's just nothing in it, a 129 flat. Which is still 4/10 off, and I believe we just have to wait on Kevin Siggy, and we will be able to, no, there's Team 84 who's driving into pit lane, and yeah, so I think that is going to be it, David, for the GTE machines. Well, we've got LMP2, which going to be interesting simply due to the fact these LMP2 machines, a lot of drivers have a lot of experience, but in a more static temperatures.
Yep, so our qualifying results for GTE up on screen there. So Core Sim Racing in the Ford do manage to grab it, putting in a great lap at exactly the right time for the conditions. Second is Euphoria DriveX Racing. Third is Sim.de. Fourth, Thrustmaster Movano Racing in another Ford. Fifth goes to Team 85. Sixth is Logitech G Altus Esports. 7, Army Racing Team. Eighth place is Red Face Racing. Ninth is Simitok Esports. And last spot in the top 10 there is MSI Esports. And you field of 21. Rest of your qualifying order for the GT class on screen there, as very shortly we will be ready for those Prototype 2 category cars to come out on track. And just a quick refresh on how the qualifying system works here in the Neo Endurance Series. We've got one big qualifying session of 1 hour and 10 minutes, but race control send them out class by class, starting with the GTs, which we just had, and a little break. Then our Prototype 2s, our HPD ARX Open Cockpit P2 machines will go out for their qualifying session. And a little break, then the fastest of our race cars, the Prototype 1s, go out. So here is your championship standings in P2 class right now, Cam.
Yeah, and it's been a bit of the stories of ups and downs. We haven't really had somebody being super dominant outside of the Ava Vervancek machine. They're doing a bit of what Movano machine's been doing in LMP1. They took the victory, and Sebring took the victory at Coda, but for the rest of the field, it is a smorgasbord of points totals going all the way around, including currently they're tied for second and they're tied for third, the positions between Torque Freak Racing and Apex Racing UK, and they're tied in third with TNT Racing and IRDK Endurance, and it really just goes all around from there. So any moment, the LMP2 machines are going to be getting sent out, and then we'll have to see if how these pilots are able to do in their open cockpit in the warm air. It's only 77 degrees in the air, which hasn't changed since we started this, which is a bit interesting to see, as they should be ready to get out any minute now. But Nolan, it's been a decent season in the LMP2s. You got a lot of names that you don't normally see in endurance racing, especially that Apex Racing UK machine. But LMP2 always puts on a good show.
Well, in all the racing that I've seen that have had LMP2s in them, absolutely. The racing I've seen is always fantastic. In series like the iRacing Le Mans series, for instance, there's always a lot of action going on in the LMP2s in that series. And just the sheer speed of these cars in comparison to the GT class, it's astonishing how much difference there can be sometimes. That we're looking at, I believe, it could be 5 to 6 seconds faster than the GT class. So we're going to be seeing times that are going to be set in the 123s, the 122s, maybe the occasional 124. That's the sort of thing that we can expect from the Prototype 2 class. And I'd have to ask you, Cam, what do you think, how do you think that this will play in to the race once these cars start to get to the GTs? Because certainly, like, this is like our midfield pack, in a sense. Like, you know, they have to be lapped by the Prototype 1s, but they're lapping GTs at the same time. That can make things a bit chaotic sometimes.
Well, it made it very chaotic at Circuit of the Americas, especially that, and then obviously that crazy first hour at Sebring, as the LMP2 machines are being led by the extraordinarily muted colors of the Positive Sim Racing Glen Key machine, and then followed by the Schubert Motorsport, and then Team Heisenfeld, and then Torque Freak Racing, so keep our eyes on these guys. But it's one of those things where these drivers, being an LMP2 driver, I mean, up until a couple of builds ago, they were the fastest endurance racing machine on the iRacing service. Now, obviously, the LMP1 machines are lapping around here in 1 minute and 14, 1 minute and 16s. So, I mean, that is lightning fast. Whereas these guys are running, you know, 123s, 122s, just as you were saying, Nolan, as Glen Key is going to be getting on the throttle, and he'll be taking the green flag for this, David. LMP2 machines, a bit of a throwback. No ABS, no traction control, nothing fancy. Basically, an open wheel.
They have traction control.
Oh, they do have traction control. Okay.
You're correct. Yeah. No ABS.
Yeah, I said it was right on one of them. But basically a bit of an open wheel machine with some fenders slapped on it, lots of downforce, and it's one of those situations where trying to squeeze your way past these GTE machines, the lap times in practice were only about 4 seconds apart. It's not like the LMP1 machines are going to be able to blow by. Once they get into traffic, things can certainly get hectic.
Yeah, indeed. So Glen Key's going to be the first time on the board if he successfully completes this lap, and we saw everyone queuing to get out on track, because if the shade doesn't come out in the next 15 minutes or so of this qualifying session, then the early lap times of the session will be the quickest, because the track's doesn't cool off with 20 cars out there lapping it. So if we could see the same in this session, where the shade comes out, the lap times tumble, and you need to be in the right place at the right time in the quickest conditions of the session. But if that doesn't happen, then right now is when the quickest laps will be.
Yeah, and so here comes Glenn Key. He's on the throttle, 155, 160 miles an hour, 164 miles an hour. A 123.7 is going to start us off here, and lap times are going to be coming in lightning quick as Glenn Key's going to pull off. He's going to get reset there. So Schubert Motorsport is still putting in a good lap with a 123.9. Race Clutch coming in. They'll get a 123.5. Apex Racing UK with Alex Simpson. They've done always extraordinarily good qualifying here in Nolan, and it's one of those things where the qualifying lap, I would have to say, is very important here at Interlagos. Yeah, it's a 6-hour race, but you get stuck in traffic in LMP2 when you know you're faster, and then you get stuck in the GTE traffic, and then you've got LMP1 traffic trying to get by. I would say you really want to try to get your qualifying time as high up the ranks as possible, just to avoid having traffic issues.
Now, two people that seem to have that mentality is Race Clutch, the Race Clutch team, and the Apex Racing UK team. Look at that. 1,000th of a second separating the two teams right now. That means that's a 123.568 and then a 123.569. So of course, Apex Racing UK definitely going to be hunting down that extra 10th or so to beat Race Clutch to pole position for the LMP2 field. And exactly like you were saying, but you know, when you have the traffic that you have to work with in your own class, that's one thing. Then you get put up in another class, that's another, I guess another series you can look at, for example, that is in Campbell GT series. This is just one of those types of series where that can play in heavily, especially since a good majority of the race after the first hour or so is going to be working your way through lap traffic, especially for the LMP2s and the LMP1s. So, and then you got to remember as well that the GTEs, they're going to be racing each other for position sometimes, so that can also throw wrenches into the works for drivers that are in these faster classes. So that's going to be one of the other factors that we're going to have to look out for in the later stages of the race.
Yeah, most certainly. Looking right now at Alex Simpson from the Apex Racing UK machine. With this being open cockpit, David, they really could just literally throw a wrench out. We can't, but I mean, you know, hey, I have to make that jump anyways. But as far as the qualifying goes, it seems that we're going to have a big old shootout between the Apex Racing UK machine and that Race Clutch machine. We also have to talk, the track temperature's gotten up to 124 degrees Fahrenheit. Super hot. Compared to what the GTE cars were going, and in this hot track temperature, it's that Race Clutch machine of Aurelien Telmon, and then you've got Alex Simpson at Apex Racing UK. I mean, that's probably why they've moved the qualifying session to be joined with the race session like this, just to give not only a great competition, as Alex Simpson had to dive around the TNT racing machine, but it can also put on a fantastic show in its own right, David.
Yeah, exactly. It's in sort of static conditions or cooling conditions, it's always exciting to watch the lap times tumble. We'll see what Alex Simpson can put together on this, be his second flying lap. Any improvement would get him pole position, so I'm sure that's what he's aiming for. And you have to wonder how much time was left on the table of that first lap, because if there's just a little bit left and this is an improvement, could grab pole position. Race Clutch, I think, have gone and done another lap as well, not managed to improve, so we'll wait eagerly for this one. And he's just missed out on improving, needed half a tenth to be able to grab pole position. So Race Clutch here now riding on board with, starting their flying lap for Aurelien Telmon. Second flying lap, this one to cement pole position in the Prototype 2 class.
Yeah, and who knows who could get hot, as it were, in this qualifying session. The Luxem 24 MOATF podcast machine being out there right now still has the only car that hasn't put in a lap time They're looking to crowd. No, they're coming back into pit lane. Not happy with the machine, I think. As we're looking to see if we can get some cloud cover, it looks like we might get it. The shootout is going to kick into high gear, and Nolan, it's great that we have this good shootout, but we also have to talk about the top 8 are all in that 1 minute and 23 second bracket. And it's just going to be one of those situations where everyone is right on close together, even though we have this fantastic battle going on for qualifying in P1.
Yeah, you got like the top 8 that are within just about 4/10 of each other. We do need to discuss the cloud cover though, because the track temperatures have dropped almost 10 degrees Fahrenheit, and Race Clutch has actually improved on their lead now. They're half a tenth up now on Apex Racing UK, so they've really got their work cut out for them. Alex Simpson in that Apex Racing UK HPD. He's just coming out of the final corner now, down onto the run, down to the front straightaway. Will he be able to get a better lap this time?
And so for Race Clutch, a 123.509. Apex Racing UK, he comes on by. His lap does not go through, which is so easy to do. And Ava Vervantic coming out of nowhere, they've got a 123.459. So that was Sven Newman. That right there, I think, is the lap temperature. We've got some cloud cover. Laps are going to open up. Now Aurelian Talmon really has to push it. Alex Simpson really has to push it. And David, it's been already a fantastic qualifying session, but we're almost just about halfway through it.
Unfortunately, due to issues on my end, I missed part of that, Cam. Can you tell me again?
It was very intelligent statements, correctly pronounced, because that's just how I do things. No, I was just saying we're almost halfway through this qualifying session, and for Aurelian Talmon and for Alex Simpson, they're really not getting the opportunity to kind of sit on a lap time with these changing temperatures. They really have to go out and surge. Here comes a lap time from Aurelian Talmon. Nope, he didn't get it. He had an off track.
Yeah. Now we watch Alex Simpson coming up the hill, the longest straight on the circuit. From Zhongshao down the bottom of the hill, they race up. A couple of little left-handers flat out in every car, and he comes across the line.
There you go.
He will grab pole position, will Alex Simpson. Conditions right now looking very, very favourable.
Down to 113. Alex has got to be happy with that. A 123.267 IRDK Endurance also putting in a fantastic lap. And IRDK Endurance, they're currently tied for 3rd in the point standings. So Marcelo Miao wants to get or Mao, excuse me, not Miao, that's the noise a cat makes. Obviously, they're going to want to try to see if they can break their position. They want to see if they can get ahead of TNT Racing. We are halfway. After this race, we will be halfway through the 2018-2019 season, which is really surprising, I guess. That snuck up on all of us. But as the lap times still continue to go through, I will say for Aurelian Talmon, I guess I'm surprised. Nolan, he has not been able to put in a lap time. He is coming to go past the start-finish line right now. We'll see if he puts in a lap. There he goes, and that's that. 123.055. So that is 2/10 faster than the Apex Racing UK machine. Alex Simpson is going to have to challenge on back, but it's great to see these other names popping up and really challenging the Race Clutch and Apex qualifying.
It certainly is, and it does provide us for some good racing, of course, once the race starts. I do wonder if Alex Simpson can pull an extra couple tenths out of his pocket and fight back, because like we were talking about, the track is significantly colder thanks to the clouds that rolled in for a couple brief moments. Like, it's dropped a good 10 degrees since the start of the LMP2's qualifying session. So I wonder if they can manage to get up there and grab pole position back from Race Clutch, though I'm not sure if he can, because they've only got 3 minutes left to do it. So I guess the real question is, does he have the pace?
Well, not only the pace, but can you put together a lap where you do not get an off track and you do not slide? Aurelian Talmon was working through as we're watching. The Alex Simpson machine, he will pull right on through. not going to get a lap in, as it is just so easy to get a 1X. It's so easy as we're riding on board over the right shoulder of Mr. Simpson. It is a very easy track, David, to kind of wander just a little bit further than you'd like to, especially on some of these slower corners, and it's easy to slide that car out and catch that green tarmac on that corner there, and it's just one of those things where you have to really, I think you can't leave anything on the table now, especially because you've already got a fantastic qualifying lap if you're in the shoes of Alex Simpson.
Yeah, exactly. I think the place around the circuit here where it's easiest to get an off-track and ruin a qualifying lap, the outside of Turn 4, Decido del Lago, the track drops away a little bit. It just invites your car to understeer, invites you to get on the throttle a little too early and push out wide. Now, Alex Simpson didn't fall prey to that, but look at the oversteer as he comes down the hill there. You can tell that the track's heating up a little bit. Might be able to, might not be able to improve on this lap. He'll get a tiny bit of a toe off the car ahead. That'll help him minusculely. Increasing track temperatures won't come towards the line. It won't come soon enough, and he will not be able to improve. So Race Clutch still lead, and Alex Simpson not able to improve on that second place, but crucially, no one behind him yet able to improve either, though Marcelo Mayo for IRDK Endurance might really hope to. We're in third place by the tiniest of gaps.
An intense qualifying session here in the Neo Endurance Series. Alex will pull on off. He'll see get more fuel in that machine. We're watching the IRDK machine. They have moved up into the third position. Marcelo Mao has as the out lap right now for Marcelo. So we'll see what we can find here as he's going to get ready to get on the hot lap. He'll get on the throttle. He'll start going underway. As right now, it's going to be a fantastic qualifying section here in the Neo Endurance Series. The new build, new challenges, new dramas, and no one. Well, our current championship leaders, Ava Vervantic, they're currently sitting right back in the fifth position. Just thinking off the top of my head, they're normally start in the third or fourth position. Because the one lap pace from Race Clutch and Apex Racing has just been so fast, but Ava's been able to pull off the victories fairly easily, handedly in race pace. The qualifying laps are still coming in. The qualifying session should be wrapping up momentarily in LMP2, but as far as our championship leader, that number 39 Ava Vervantic, starting in fifth might not be where you want to be here at Interlagos.
I feel like that could be a little bit debatable. He might have his car set up for the race, and maybe they never managed to get a qualifying setup running. And I know this is something that I tend to do in races that are a bit longer than usual. I like to set a car up so it's good over the long-term pace, because you have your drivers and they'll set up a car so it's really great in a short-run pace for about 3 or 4 laps, and that might be what we've been seeing. Sven Newman trying to get a little bit of a tow here from the cars going out on their out lap. That's a bit of a unique strategy that might just help him put together a couple extra tenths, but he might have his car set up more for the long run, and maybe he's trying to conserve that so he can pounce when the tires start dropping off or when the pit stops start rolling in.
Yeah, and it has been that race pace that has won Ava Vervantic the last 2 rounds. We had the 6 hours of Sebring, the 6 hours of Circuit of America, and I believe it was Ava Vervantic Vervatic. There's no N. This is breaking news to me. The extraordinarily bright yellow machine has now dipped off onto that very bright turquoise tarmac. So Sven not happy with that, as I'm starting to see some of these LMP1 cars pulling out onto pit lane. Let's see if we can't find Apex Racing UK. There's Alex Simpson. He's really hustling right now. He's coming into the last true corner, and then you've got that kink, which is considered a corner. He kicks out. That is about 85-mile-an-hour corner. So Alex gets this machine back up to 160 as he actually passes early in Talmon on the way to the start-finish line. And David, will he improve? believe it is going to be a 123.3, and that just tells you how hard these guys are pushing. That would have been good before. Well, he's got to find another 2/10.
Yeah, it was by standalone standards a good lap time, but just not enough to improve. And he was going to need to find even more than that, needed to find 0.2 of a second to improve his position. I think Race Clutch might have just won the weather lottery as it was, because there was once again just a very short window of time. The clouds come out for just 3 minutes, the track temps dropped, and that's something that we see happen in NASCAR around some of their oval circuits, where a little bit of cloud cover really improves the lap time. We don't normally see road races but watching for cloud cover to go out and set a lap time, but something about here in the Brazilian sun, it's very, very powerful, and that track is getting hot.
Brazilian sun more powerful than U.S. sun. News at 11. Hugo, give us some of that sun. No, really, it's like 30 degrees here. It's freezing. It's one of those odd situations where we don't have the tools, perhaps, to predict when that cloud cover might be coming or when that weather might be coming. And it's been good to see. I know in IMSA, that certainly does happen, where they really try to predict when there's going to be the fast laps. As Hugo says, it's 104 degrees Fahrenheit in the production booth. That's not. You get a fan. Less cats. That's how you reduce the heat in the production room. You remove the cats. I have a space heater on, meanwhile, as we're waiting for somebody to be on their attack lap. I believe IRDK Endurance was on their attack lap, so perhaps they could get a faster lap time. They're already back in the pit lane, so never mind. But for Alex Simpson, he's going to be cruising right on in now. I believe he is on an attack lap, but we're going to watch Sven Newman here. He wants to get a faster lap, Nolan, and as you were alluding to, probably running a bit more conservative of a setup that is designed for the race pace, but still Sven wants to be a little bit forward of the field. And we did see in LMP1's at Circuit of the America an issue, quote unquote. I believe it was actually with the one of those LMP1 machines where they went into the corner, they went too hot, and they actually flipped one of the Movano machines, crashing into that turn 1 at Circuit of the America. That certainly could happen here in LMP2, and I think that might be in the minds of Ava Verbantek as he powers into pit lane.
Yeah, unfortunately not going to finish off his lap, and I feel like when it comes to a qualifying session like this, where anything can happen with the cloud cover and such, I'd say even if you don't think you can get that extra couple tenths, go out there anyway and put in the laps, because you never know what might happen. And I feel like that was just one of those cases where Race Clutch, it's like you said, he won the weather lottery, got out right when he needed to, and put that time up on the board to put him a good 2/10 up from Apex Racing UK and IRDK Endurance. Very tight qualifying though, especially for second place. I believe we could be able to see a good fight for second here after the first couple laps.
And for Neil Andrews and that Luxon 24 MOATF podcast machine, David, not a good day at all. A 134.4, that was the best that they could put in. And I don't think it's because that's how fast the car is going. I just think that's the only way they could get a clean lap. And that can certainly happen. We talk, of course, we're covering these qualifying sessions. It might seem like it's going on for a while, but going into pits, getting the fuel, getting the out lap, getting the lap, and then coming back in and resetting it does take time. And so for those guys, it just looked like it really cut them out. Anyways, the results for the qualifying results are on your screen. It is going to be that Race Clutch LMP2 machine taking it. 2/10 behind Apex Racing UK, IRDK Endurance, Schubert Motorsport, Ava Verbantek, they're going to be starting 5th. That is going to put them outside. That's a pretty safe place to be going into corner number 1 for the first lap. Torque Freak Racing will be starting in the 6th position in qualifying. After qualifying, the UI1 Positive Sim Racing Orange will fall behind a World of Sim Racing team. TNC Racing is actually starting a bit further back than I was expecting them to. The Inertia Sim Racing Corsac machine, Team Heisenfeld, starting pretty far in the back in 11th. And then you got the Racing Center Vibe Sports machine, Team Mad, the Road Bastards, SRN, and the iRacing Today Motorsports. So it's one of those situations where I think we've had a fantastic qualifying session so far, David. Now we have to crack our knuckles, and we have to keep our eyes out on pit lane right now. We've got LMP1 machines. Looking at the championship standings, Thrustmaster Murvano has won both of the last 2 rounds. It is going to be absolutely manic when these machines get out here. I mean, LMP1 machines on an extraordinarily tight racetrack. I mean, these guys are almost running 1-minute laps around this race circuit. It is going to be wild in the race, and this is going to be probably the only time that these drivers are going to have really an open track all day, David.
Yep, you'd have to say it'll be 3 or 4 laps in the race only before the LMP1 cars start catching the rear of the GTE field. And these LMP1 cars, you just can't understate how quick they can be in a good set of hands. The second fastest race cars on the iRacing service after the F1 cars, and that's because they've got plenty of downforce, they've got a powerful turbocharged motor, then they've also got the electric deployment systems, all up a total of nearly 1,000 horsepower, 4-wheel drive. All of that goodness can put very, very quick laps together, and you see how keen some of these teams are to get out when the green flag waves for their session in 1 minute's time, just because they don't know what the weather will do. They can't afford to not be out on circuit if the conditions do swing in the favor of some quick lap times.
Yeah, and I'm sure as time goes on, there'll be better and better tools in the boxes. We're getting some lovely pictures of these machines. That's the GT Omega F4H machine right there, the number 17. And we're panning to the right and looking at the number 13 machine. That's the MSI Esports. As these guys are going to be getting ready to storm the track very, very quickly. And it's going to be, I'm sure tools in the box will be made for monitoring track temperature a little bit better, and perhaps, who knows what could be on the horizon. For me, what I want to see is just these guys know that they have to go on max attack. It's currently 125, so it's starting hot. The session's starting hot. But, David, what can happen is I'm starting to see, there you go, P1 qualifying session is green. They all storm out. And it is going to be Marcus Hamilton in that Thrustmaster Murvano machine. He wants to set a fast lap. It's going to be a situation, David, where you are going to have to be on max attack because you really don't know when you're going to get that cloud cover. You don't know when you're going to get that break. So for all of these guys, this is going to be, for a lot of these guys, probably the only clear time they're going to have. This is going to be max attack, and I don't know, I'm very much looking forward to it.
Yep, so that's the number 3 car that's first out on track, doing the outlap now, and there might be a balancing act to do on these outlaps because they want to be the first car to the finish line. They want that clear track, but if they go too hard on the outlap, they could prematurely overheat those tyres and be at a real disadvantage. What we've seen through these qualifying sessions is that if the cloud comes out right at the end of your outlap, that's optimal for the fastest lap. So they've just got to be out there trying to set a fastest lap and do what the weather will let them. So get a look, there's maybe 20-25% cloud in the sky. It's mostly direct sunlight, and then every now and again get a nice cloud to give us some cover. As that Thrustmaster Murvano Racing is now race clutch, and all of them stream past into the first corner complex. Center S's 1, 2, then number 3 is Curva de Sol, and then they come down to Decida Interlagos.
Yeah, on board right now with that Thrustmaster Movano as he's throwing it through the corners right now. Already in that inner cloister, there's a significant uphill which can really catch you out. Lap traffic, they're going to be, maybe trying a GTE car, maybe trying to sneak a nose to the inside of the competition. Then you've got this. Everyone runs this exact same line, no matter what car you're in. You're going to have to see that these LMP1 cars are going to have to get creative. They're going to have to perhaps dive to the right. They're going to have to perhaps dive to the left, dive to the inside. You've got the little informatic there on the right side of your screen, though it's in the wrong metrics, however, whatever KN/H means, some heathen number. But either way, still lightning quick here. I mean, already doing about 140, 150, 160, just like that, almost 200, as that's where the magical 300 kph goes. And then this is going to be one of the first lap times kicking in, and it is a 116.7, so already faster than practice. And we'll get a couple of more lap times in, a 117 flat for race clutch LMP1, and as the rest of the times come in, Nolan, everybody is running a Porsche minus the number 12 machine of Michael Storm in Virtual Motorsport, and it's going to be good, and David perhaps will be able to talk more about the balance of performance changes, but Nolan, for right now, I mean, there has been changes, so can we perhaps see the Virtual Motorsport machine of number 12, that Audi, perhaps pick up a little bit of speed?
Well, I'm not sure right now. I think for me, it's a bit too early to say. He is currently second to last in the LMP1, which I have found to be a little bit surprising. But, it's still very early in this qualifying session. Anything can happen. I'm pretty sure he is probably hoping that Bob Ross will paint him a couple more of those happy clouds right over the sun. That would be very optimal for him right about now. And who knows, that might just happen. And if it does, that would definitely be optimal for his race, for his qualifying times.
Yeah, and I got like one of these situations, and David, you're probably, and I'm just going out on a limb here, probably a bit more acquainted with how the changes went between these two. But from what I've basically learned, it's more of reeling the Porsche in to match with a hybrid of the Audi, not a nerf. It's not, a nerf or anything like that. I think they just kind of made it so the hybrid system deploys. It just deploys a bit more on par with how the Audi is going. As lap times continue to roll on in, unsurprisingly, still Marcus Hamilton hasn't improved. The temperature has gotten up, David, but it'll be interesting to see. I'm kind of wish that maybe a couple of other cars would pick the Audi, but of course, I think people are comfortable with the Porsches. Race clutch still trying to get on Thrustmaster Movano, David, but I mean, it has been something iRacing has been trying to work on as far as the balance goes.
Yeah, what was the issue that was making the Porsche considerably faster in race trim was that it was harvesting more electricity than the Audi would. And while they could both deploy pretty similarly, the Porsches in a race trim lap after lap would just have a little bit more hybrid power. So they've tried to reel that back in, make them a little bit more equal, but all of these teams sort of registered when the Porsche was considered a little bit more favourable. They've done a little bit more setup work with it. It's what they're comfortable with. We ride on board with Joshua Chin, Team Chimera, in the number 24 car. Currently 11th place. SimRC.de improved to second place, so someone's finding some pace out there. I'm not seeing huge change to the weather conditions, to the track temperature, but clearly plenty of pace for the number 7 car, as Odox Motorsports now find an improvement as well. So something's happening out there. Nothing is safe or locked in right now. And Team Chimera managed to move up to 8th place as well. So some changes happening out on track there now.
Yeah, and it's great to see. SimRC.de Emerald of Michael Mittner. He's gotten up there in the 116 bracket, and we've seen Nolan in GTE, everyone was running 128s. In LMP2, everyone was running 123s. In LMP1, well, it's been hot this whole session for how these guys are going out. where there's only 2 cars in the 116 bracket. And I wonder at this point, are you considering, instead of waiting for that lottery, as it were, of cloud cover, perhaps making tire pressure changes? Perhaps changing something else to account for that slightly warmer temperature? I mean, we're talking about such minuscule differences, but you talk about the power of the sun, which, as it turns out, is a fairly important thing, on hot asphalt. So it's one of those things where it is very important. Do you start considering changing the car halfway through this qualifying session just to maybe take advantage of that?
I think it's a bit of a gamble. I can't exactly speak for myself because I don't often find myself in these types of scenarios. But I feel like if you feel like you can get that extra time you need, absolutely go for it. And who knows, if the tire pressure changes do help and that the track eventually lowers in temperature, which I'm thinking is kind of unlikely to happen because it's only heated up since the start of the LMP1's qualifying session, I feel like, maybe we could see some people possibly breaking the 115 bracket. I'm not too optimistic that that's going to happen, but I feel like we could at least get a bunch more drivers into the 116s.
Yeah, and it is just if that cloud cover breaks, and it seems like it's stubborn. Like, I'm almost excited. It's bated breath, really. As we've got another 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. Is SimRC.de Emerald. That's who we're watching. As it's Michael Mittner. He's on the attack. 175 miles an hour, 77. As he comes across the line, that is going to be good enough for a 116.8, which does drop his lap times down. However, Thrustmaster Movano, David, is just, they're still going quick, they're still going fast, though Marcus Hamilton hasn't put a lap time in since the very first lap.
Yeah, so now it's sorry, I might be looking at the other team. Yeah, so there's 2 Thrustmaster Movanos. I was accidentally looking at the one that Gabor Mex is driving in 4th place. But eyes on Belas Remeniek for race clutch, hoping to improve from 3rd place. Going to come up the hill, head towards that timing line. And this one's not going to be on pace this lap. Maybe just a lap to charge up the batteries, have full power in those battery packs to attack on this lap.
And of course, they could always work on getting the fan vote in the YouTube chat. You post something in the YouTube chat for your team and support, and then nothing happens, and then I laugh at you. This isn't like other quote-unquote series. So it's challenging because you want to say, okay, go out and max attack on this setup. We know it's super quick. And then the temperature is just so hot. We also have to remember the humidity is insane. I mean, it's 54% humidity. I mean, any more and we would start getting fog. Maybe Hugo could perhaps help us understanding what it means to be out in 54-degree humidity, or 54% humidity. It's boggy. Where you have to start wondering, you gotta deal with the track that you're given. And for these cars that are out there, I mean, really, nobody's been able to improve outside of, well, Marcus Hamilton has put in a lap time, so he's gone a little bit faster at 116.5. You almost have to wonder, as we are going to be closing out this LMP1 qualifying session fairly shortly, you have to wonder, David, do you maybe start looking at it and going, well, if this is going to be the track we get, maybe we have to make some race setup changes?
Yeah, so you get a couple of things that change with how you have to drive the car, how you have to set up the car when it's a hot circuit. So number one, of course, is you've just got less grip to work with, but it can also change the balance of the car. So typically, in conditions like these, with cars like these, a hotter track would make the car more oversteery. So you might need to tune in something to adjust for that. But then, if the conditions get colder, if we get a significant amount of cloud cover, or just if the sun sets, which we'll be heading towards at the end of this 6-hour race, then if you've changed your setup to suit the hot conditions, you have a car that's understeering, that's pushing, that doesn't want to turn, that doesn't want to work with you later in the race. So that's the real compromise. I guess the things they can do with that in the LMP1 cars is a lot more with, I think, adjustable front differentials and deployment modes, and then just good old adjusting the tire pressures front to back. As see Mike Nürnberg there for Inhales Deeply, Porsche Basel Basel Rennsports Esports go off the track there, ruin that lap. I think that was just hitting too much of the inside curb at that effective final corner, and then it just plain understeered off into the grass. That ruins your lap, and you'll have to try again. To watch VRT iRacing and Jason De Vries.
The extraordinarily purple machine of Jason De Vries, currently mid-pack in LMP1, and it is just so... there's just so much to put into these machines. It's only gotten hotter out on the track, by the way. 127 now on the track in Fahrenheit. Jason De Vries gets past it, and he does not improve his lap time. And I'm just looking out now and out about here. We'll see whom we can find. There's that race clutch machine eyeing again as Belzas Remniak. Looking fairly strong in this qualifying session, starting provisionally in third. The last car, the first car, I guess I should say, to be in the 17 bracket. And Nolan, it's a situation where there's a lot of smart people, and I don't say that sarcastically. They're very smart people to get behind the understanding of these cars. I mean, half of the words that David said I didn't understand. It had nothing to do with his Australian accent, which is beautiful. It had more to do with the fact he was using intelligent words like front drivetrain differentials. As we're seeing that race clutch machine sliding all over the place, he was not happy.
Look at that oversteer.
Yeah,
turned it in, the back didn't want to go, turned it in again, couple of counter steers. That was down the hill there. I'm sorry to jump in because I just saw it and it was so... 3 stabs at trying to get the rear of the car to play ball on that downhill fast left-hander, and just wasn't happening for race clutch.
No, getting in a fist fight with an LMP1 car is not going to work. It's interesting, and Nolan, it's been an interesting qualifying session. Just seeing these people deal with it all, it's been exciting.
And it certainly has, and of course you saw, like, that's one of the cases that happens, you know, when the track's super hot, tires are a bit hot, that's what happens. Again, the track is only heated up. We're up to 127 degrees Fahrenheit, the hottest it has been throughout the entirety of qualifying so far, and unfortunately had to happen with the fastest cars on the grid. Now, one of the other things that we still have to keep in mind, though, is that it might not always be cloud cover that will allow these guys to pull pace out later on in the race. We have to keep that time factor in mind. It's going to be close to 7 o'clock in the evening, in game, of course, by the time this race is coming to a close. And by then, we might have headlights flashing on and off all over the track. So it's one of those things where we could see even just the time of day playing a factor into the pace of cars. Like a car that's really good, like clearly Thrustmaster Movano Racing has been all through qualifying to put out another quarter of a second. They might not be so good in the later stages of the race when the track's going to be much colder.
Yeah, and who knows what the large dynamic goes. Talk about, you know, whether the sun is coming out or not. Thanks, Zoe. Racebutt Dog saying hello. As the air temperature can change. It's been a static 77 degrees so far, but you know, as the hours tick on by, it certainly can change. The winds will change. The humidity will change. As the times are continuing to stream on in, nobody really seems to be improving right now or really changing up positions. That's why we haven't really been talking about the cars on track outside of just how much they're dealing with their machines right now. We're on board, which I can only imagine. I mean, obviously it's easier unless you're Hugo, where it's 100 and something degrees in the booth. It would be very difficult for these drivers. They would definitely have invested in that cool vest thingy that I hear so much about, but inside that closed cockpit, it's going to be one of those situations where the times will change, obviously. The air temperature has just increased, as we were talking about, it to 78. And I mean, as far as light goes, it should be light all day for the 6 hours, because I think, well, with it being Brazilian summer, Hugo, what time does it get night there in Brazil? I do wonder, and I have no idea how close. Hugo, around 6? Okay. How close are you to Interlagos? I know Brazil is a suspiciously large country. You are 500 kilometers away from Interlagos.
350 miles if you need that unit, Cam.
Yeah, thank you. It's so basically in his backyard. Not at any far the distance between the two. So I don't know if that means it's going to get dark or not. But I mean, hey, the sun might be winking. How about that? We'll find out. How about this?
Definitely, I think we'll see the track temperature drop as we see another LMP1 with a whole load of oversteer. It's number 4, so Gabor Mex is the Thrustmaster Movano Racing. As someone improves there, so F4H Motorsports grabbed 10th place. Track temperature staying about the same, but they might have just found some adjustments or some tyre pressures or something that suit these conditions. They've managed to get closer to their optimal. As Wyvern Racing also improve as well. Maybe there's something out there in the dying moments of this session, but I guess the big question is who could possibly unseat Thrustmaster Movano Racing number 3 and Marcus Hamilton, two-time race winner, currently sitting on pole for the 3rd race. What can anyone else out there do to challenge them for an overall victory here in Neo Endurance Series Season 5?
Do what happened at Circuit of the Americas and crash into the back of them, flipping wildly into the air, crashing into the arm car barrier on the other side. At least that's what happened to the other Thrustmaster Movano machine, the number 4, which is now piloted by Ashley Owen, which is interesting that they decided to change pilots. Normally for qualifying, you'd keep your one pilot in, but okay, they want to give Ashley a shot, and he'll be out there and get his times in. So, you do have to be a bit concerned. Everyone's super laser focused on putting in the fastest lap times that they possibly could, Mr. Nolan Rempel. Turn 1 at Interlagos is known for not necessarily being the cleanest of entries. Could we perhaps see something where we have an incident going into Turn 1 at the Senna S?
I would be surprised if we didn't see an incident going into the Senna, as to say the least, Cam. I am thinking we might actually see a division in the LMP1 field. We might actually see 2 fields break up over time, because as you can see by the times on the left side of your screen, you got the top 6 are separated by just about 7/10, and then 7th and below, 9/10 to a second back. So we might see a separation, maybe 2 different LMP1 fields, if you kind of hear what I'm saying, if you kind of can feel what I'm saying. And that's one of the things that could be even more interesting. I wonder what your thoughts would be on seeing something like that happen in this race.
I have no thoughts. I am a robot. Well, at Circuit of the Americas and at Sebring, we kind of had a breakaway pack. That was the Thrustmaster Movano, that was Race Clutch, etc., etc. As the checkered flag is going to be coming out on this session, I will say, last second changes, SimRC.de Emerald has passed the Race Clutch machine. And here comes the Race Clutch. They want to put in their last lap. They want to try and get that second position back. You want to have that outside line going into corner number 1. That's the safest place to be, at least in my opinion. And it's one of those things where you want to be in that front pack, but you don't want to be in those issues. You do not want to get too far back. So Mr. Remnick is going to be coming across the line, streaming across in his all-red Porsche as he gives it a wiggle, and that is not going to do it. So SimRC.de Emerald in the dying minutes of this qualifying session has taken away the second position, David.
Yeah, that's a great result, and the conditions were challenging all session long for the LMP1s. They didn't get that reprieve, that cloud cover, as VRT iRacing managed to grab just a little something, get themselves 9th position, I think at the expense of UI1 Positive Sim Racing. As we watch Ashley Owen there in the second Thrustmaster Movano Racing prototype, and they don't manage to improve. So it was a really, really tough session for these LMP1 cars, and very shortly we will get the the final results of qualifying, but, you know, they were all out there circulating, and not many of them managed to improve from early in the session.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, we saw in both the GTE and the LMP2s where the cloud cover, it gave us excitement. Just the lap times just went back and forth, the constant tug of war, and then LMP1s just kind of fell flat on their face. It was the same static temperature, which I guess in some ways is a bit more what we're used to. As let's go over the starting grid as it sits as we get ready to go into our race. So it is going to be Thrustmaster Movado Racing NES number 3 is going to be starting us, taking us into the light here at Interlagos. SimRC.de in the last couple of laps, they took that position away from Race Clutch. They will start in second. Race Clutch starts in the third position. Thrustmaster Movado's 4 car will be starting in fourth. The Porsche Basel by Sorg Rensport Esports Machine will be starting in fifth. Wyvern Racing in sixth. MSI Esports in seventh. Ava Vervatic in the 8th position. VRTE Racing in 9th. The UI1 Positive Sim Racing Green Machine, the number 27, will be starting in 10th. Then you've got Odox Motorsport Samsung's LMP1 effort. They're going to be in 11th. F4H Motorsport Team Chimera, not a good qualifying for Joshua Chin. We'll see what he's going to be able to do in the race. Simitak Esports Ombre will be starting 14th. Torrent Motorsports in 15th. And then you end at one at Positive Sim Racing Black and Virtual Motorsport are Audi to round out the field. So, as we get ready to go, we've got the LMP2 machines. It's Race Clutch LMP2, Apex Racing UK, IRDK Endurance, Schubert Motorsport Ava Vervantic are race winners from the past 2 rounds in LMP2, starting in the 5th position in LMP2. Torque Freak Racing, UI Positive Sim Racing Orange, World of Sim Racing Team, TNT Racing, Inertia is going to be starting well in the back. They're going to have to work their way up to the front today. Team Heisenfeld, Racing Center, Vibe Sports, Team Mad Road, Bastards, SRN Motorsports, and then the iRacing Today machine. And you've got GTE machines. As we're quickly running through, we start our quote-unquote pace lap on the back half of the race. It's the Core Sim Racing GTE Ford. It's Euphora DriveX Racing Porsche. And you've got the SimRC.de Crimson Porsche. The Thrustmaster Movado number 69 Ferrari. And you've got a pair of Porsches in Team 85 and Logitech G Altus Esports. Keep your eye out on that number 83 Logitech GE Altus Esports car. They're going to be very quick. Army Racing Team, Red Face Racing, and the list goes on and on. Torque Freak, Triton, Williams, Jim, Zenith, Torrent, Team Bushfink, Porsche Basel, Williams, Jim, Team 84, SRN Motorsports Orange, and then the Odox Motorsport Machine. We are getting ready to go green. We're behind the pace car. We're ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Interlagos. We had enough track at Circuit of the Americas, one of the longest circuits these guys are going to be going to all year. These LMP1 machines are ready to go. Their legs ready to stretch as we are getting ready to rock and roll as each of the three fields have split as tradition here in the Neo Endurance Series. It's going to be up to Marcus Hamilton to take us to the green. Once the pace car pulls off, Michael Mittner's going to have to pull it on back. And then it is up to the individual leaders of the field to take the green. It is not just a straight green for all cars. Marcus Hamilton is going to be the one taking us to it. Now here we go. 6 hours of endurance racing, 6 hours here on the iRacing Esports Network, and it is on RaceSpot TV. Hello everybody, let's get ready for the 6 hours of Interlagos as Marcus Hamilton hits the green flag and rocking and rolling as he held the field as much as he could. That means we're going to have a smorgasbord. Cars going into corner number 1. Here comes Thrustmaster Movado on the inside line of SimRC.de. Nothing in it. They're going to pack themselves down. And David, you've got the LMP2 start.
Yep, so our pole sitter in LMP2 was Race Clutch. They get away with a very good jump. Apex Racing UK follow them through. They go too wide with IRDK Endurance and Ava Vervatic behind. But that's clean through turn number 1. A little bit of a tap from Ava Vervatic on IRDK Endurance through turn number 2, but they keep going. No, go now to the GTE start.
and Nolan's there with a GTE start. They a little bit of a jump, but most of the part, oh, Nolan, it looks like it's clean.
Now, so far, we saw Lord Vincevec with Red Face Racing just about get a brush with Yannick Lapchin coming out of Curva du Sol. They're still just about rubbing each other, going all the way down this long straightaway down to turn number 4. We had a little bit of 3-wide action just before turn 1. They got themselves sorted out, luckily, before they entered turn number 1, and of course, the very famous S-curves.
Yeah, and Yannick is actually looking to fight back on that Ferrari of Laurent Maiskowitz in that Red Face Racing machine. They're still too wide here as all the cars streaming past here as they enter the intercloister for the first time today. A little bit of brake smoke from the Army Racing team, but for the most part, it has been a clean start, and we are very happy for it. One lap down, at least a couple more to go. It's actually one car is off. The Zenith Esport machine is off, and did they do that on their own? No, they had help. The Torque Freak Racing machine going into the intercloister for that first time, that inner loop there, they pushed Ricardo Rico to that inside line, and thankfully it didn't pile the cars up, but David, for the Zenith Esport, not what you wanted to have, especially when you were starting almost half mid-pack. Now you're at the very back.
Yeah, it's pushed them to the back of the field, but luckily all around that car's looking pretty clean. So they'll stay in it, they'll stay on the lead lap in class, but they will be right at the back, battling further up. They go to the inside of turn number 1, but then in the P2 class here, jump around a little bit. Simitok Esports behind Triton Racing in the middle of the GT pack. Core Sim Racing pulling away just a little bit, and then there's sort of a gap between the first half and the second half of the GT field. They come through turn 5 now through turn 5 up the hill to what's a very difficult run over the top of the hill, and Red Face Racing want that spot back from Logitech G Altus Esports, and Yannick Lapchin goes plenty over the curb, a little bit deep, but the Porsche will hold off the Ferrari for now.
Battle in LMP1 for position number 12. It is the UI1 Positive Sim Racing Black Machine, Ava Verbanek, as well as Team Chimera. Chimera streaming on in here, followed by Michael Storm. Michael Storm, I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it. He's storming. He goes to the inside of Ava Verbanek, but he's not going to be there as the Audi trying to get position through. We're going on board with the Audi for the first time today here in the iRacing Esports Network, as he's locked in now behind the Ava Verbanek machine of Michael Schwanzel. He started in 8th. He's already dropped down to 12th position, so Ava getting gulped up here, and it's so easy, Nolan, to get out of position and then swallowed up by these cars. This track is so one line, as it were. Most of the LMP1 field is kind of split themselves apart, but it just looks to me like we've got this good battle here between the Audi and the Porsche, and obviously Joshua Chin having passed and the UI1 Positive Sim Racing car having passed, but this really kind of is a one-line track. If you start fighting, the people in front of you are going to basically wave goodbye.
Absolutely, that's what's going to happen here. As we actually see Yannick Ongina for UI1 Positive Sim Racing Green having to go on the defensive into the center S-curve from the Audi. Actually, sorry, no, that's my mistake. He was overtaking Michael Storm with Virtual Motorsport down into the center S-curves, and that was a beautiful overtake. I've just looked back at it now. Done right down in the braking zone for turn number 1 down into turn 4. Now he's searching to go for that Ava Verbatech driver in the number 23 machine directly ahead of him.
Yeah, and in the lead fight for LMP2, it's Race Clutch. He just, Johan Harth just did a 4-wheel slide into the center S's. That allowed Alex Simpson to close on in here, and he might have a challenge going into corner 4. He goes to the outside line. It is extraordinarily impossible to pass packing the outside line unless you go way off track. But here Alex comes. He's coming onto the inside line, which becomes the outside line here as they're going up the hill, and Alex is probing and attacking, and that's allowing Leonard Frike in the Schubert Motorsport and Glenn Key in that Positive Sim Racing Orange LMP2 to close on in, David, as Alex is on max attack. He thinks he's faster. Pretty sure he knows he's faster than Johan Harth, and he wants to get by as soon as possible.
Yep, Johan Haaf behind the wheel of that race clutch LMP2 car. He's not the driver who qualified that car, so maybe he's not as acclimatized to the conditions as his teammate Aurelien Telmon might have been. Alex Simpson was the qualifier for Apex Racing UK's HPD, so he knows how tricky it is with these very, very hot track temps out there, and he's making Johan Haaf sweat. But that battle for third place is oh so close as Schubert Motorsports trying to hold off UI1 Positive Sim Racing and get a great onboard shot as they close up a little bit in the draft. You'd have to be closer to be brave under brakes into turn 1 because you need lots of overlap to make it work, because the left-hand corner leads into a right-hand corner, leads into a left-hand corner. You've really got to get the overlap. And Johan Haaf again under lots of pressure from Alex Simpson, so there's plenty happening, especially right at the pointy end of the LMP2 field.
Yeah, I mean, I was just watching Alex Simpson. He's sliding around, and also we have to point out LMP1 machines have caught GTEs. This is something that you always want to see. Marcus Hamilton has cleared about 7 LMP1 cars over his competition. He dives to the inside of the machine of Euphoria DriveX Racing. He's almost cleared the GTE field, and Michael Mittner is absolutely stuck right behind these GTE cars through the Senna S, as there is just so much action going on in this racetrack right now, and there's no problem with that. As Mittner dives to the inside of Thrustmaster Movano, the Ford, and now they go on the inside of the Euphorix, and this GTE field and this LMP1 field battle for third position. The Porsche Basel by Sword Rennsport, and LMP1 has gone by Gabor Max and Thrustmaster Movano, and Nolan, I believe he was using some of the lap traffic as a pit, and he's got that position, and I think he's going to be able to keep that one because there is a ton of traffic in this inner cloister here at Interlagos.
Yeah, and it was a bit close there. They went 3 wide a couple times with the GTE field, especially on the exit of turn 4. So they had a couple of close calls there, but now we're actually seeing Mike Nuremberg being stuck now in that Porsche Basel by Zorg Rennsport Esports, being stuck behind the GTEs now. But now it is, of course, Gabor Max turn, driving for Thrustmaster Movano Racing. He's stuck now, so one of the key things that we could see these guys doing is getting right behind these GTE cars and trying to get as much of a draft as you can in the short time you're going to be behind them before just slingshotting around them. You know, get the extra few kilometers worth of speed.
Yeah, and let's see if we can go on board with Michael Storm again in that Virtual Motorsport number 12 machine, because he is stuck in traffic. He's got the UI1 Positive Sim Racing green car behind him. He has got Team Chimera in front of him. That was one of the cars. Ava Vervanik has gone, they have overshot going into the corner. That has lost them positions to both of those cars, and also getting a little bit more, as you can see these GTE cars, they approach so quickly, and you have to remember GTE cars, they are the fastest tin top cars as far as what you would consider, as Michael has to go around the MSI Esports car that defeats his charge on the Team Chimera machine. These GTE cars, lightning quick, as Team Chimera almost takes a bite out of Positive Sim Racing Black. That just goes to show you, David, how fast these LMP1 machines are. Look at the issues that they're already dealing with traffic, and how opportunistic these drivers already are, trying to use them as picks.
Yeah, exactly. I've heard that traffic in Brazil can be pretty hectic. Thankfully, no real carjackings happening here, as Michael Storm will go to the inside. Now he's going to pass Red Face Racing through Zhongshao. So certainly, whether you go to the left-hand side of the traffic, whether you go to the right-hand side of the traffic, how nice they want to be to you has a huge effect on your lap times right now. The Team Chimera maybe going to lose 2 spots right now. They're under pressure from one of the Positive Sim Racing cars into turn 1. Team Chimera go to the inside, and big late lunge dive. Both of those words came together on the SimRC DE Porsche GTE car, and they get through relatively easily there.
And that was a fantastic decision from Joshua Chin. If only he decided to go faster in qualifying. But as he dove to the inside, he had to get on the brakes there. So it is one of those situations where you have to be decisive, Nolan, as we've got another great 3-car scrap for 6th position in LMP1. It's Syandra, Richard Arnoud, and then David Perez. And we have to remember that race clutch machine, they qualified 3rd, but of course that was with Balzios Remniak, as it is currently now Richard Arnaud in that machine. It is, you have to be so decisive. You have to be so quick to make that decision when you're in these LMP1 cars, and you never know when that could work out into causing an incident. You have to play nice with the GTEs. You're trying to juggle so many balls, as it were, in the air with these LMP1 machines of that confident decision making, which I think goes to show you just how strong this Neo Endurance field really is.
Absolutely, and Syandra getting a big jump on these guys. He is pulling away like a steam train. We do have one car, an LMP1, that just came out of the pits, so I wonder what he was in the pits for. It's definitely way too soon for a driver change just yet. I wonder
the
maybe
Ava Vavatic 23, Michael Schwanzel, who's had one pit stop, is now the end of the field there, Nolan.
There you go. Yeah, a 56.6 pit stop time. That's the amount of time he spent down on the pit lane, of course. So that might hurt his strategy a little bit more, and that might hurt his chances of getting a good finish later on in this race, Cam.
Most certainly, it is just, it offsets you so badly, as he's even come out just way in the back. So not quite sure what the decision was. I almost wonder here, are they coming down pit lane again, or is that just me?
No, they are. I'm seeing that on my timing screen as well. So serious problems of some kind for the number 23 Ava Vavatic LMP1. That's potentially a hardware problem of some kind, because if it was an issue with their car, an issue with their tires, one trip would hopefully fix it.
The driver of Michael Schwanzel is hopping out of the machine. I wonder who's there to get into it, as it is just Michael Schwanzel. I wonder, he's having issues. You always want to have your teammate there to hot swap for these exact issues. So, issues for the Ava Vavatic number 23 LMP1 machine. We're going to keep our eyes out on the field now, however, as I have to squint my eyes and see where the LMP1 to LMP2 distance is, as we're looking right now in the battle for position number 2. It is Alex Simpson who's chasing down Johan Harth, who's our current race leader in LMP2. This battle is still high raging hot, and your LMP1 leader is about halfway through. He's just getting past IRDK Endurance, who is currently in the 7th position. And well, David, as you were talking about earlier, it is just it's difficult to get on by these machines when in the best of days. Mix that with Interlagos, I have a feeling Marcus Hamilton, he can't be too hesitant, but you have to play nice with the field you've been given, as it were.
Yeah, so Alex Simpson has a really tough job right now. Johan Harth was struggling a little bit on those tyres, so Alex Simpson was trying to find a way past, but look at Glenn Key in 3rd place, right on board with him. No gap. He's as close as he possibly can get without risking punting. And he goes big dive late to the inside. Does he make that work? Maybe just. That was ambitious, but very bold from Glenn Key. I'm glad we were on board for that. Now maybe he will try and hunt down Johan Harth for the lead. That was a fantastic bit of driving that absolutely caught Alex Simpson off guard.
Yeah, and you did not see because we were looking forward, but Alex Simpson was on that rear quarter panel that entire time through that last section as he ended up yielding. And here comes a 3 wide with the lead, 4 wide with the GTE at the last moment going into the Son of S's. And poor Julian Grunastel, that Team 84 machine. What more do you want him to do? He had to drive off the racetrack. It was Marcus Hamilton inside Alex Simpson, then it was Glenn Key, and then poor old Julian Grunastel. And Nolan, I mean, if you're a GTE car, you almost have to worry if you've got a target on your back, if these guys are going to be that aggressive going into the most notorious of turns here at Interlagos.
Well, absolutely, and that you can definitely tell he was a bit surprised by that. He actually, as you said, like they did make a little bit of contact on the driver's left side of that Porsche GTE, And it's one of those cases where, you have two cars that are in position. It's actually kind of like exactly what I said in qualifying. You got these guys that are fighting for position, trying to get lap, trying to lap. It was pretty much the exact scenario that I kind of put forward in qualifying, and that's not the first time we're going to see that in this race. No doubt, that's going to be the first of probably many times we're going to be seeing that over the course of this race. We got a fight up front, just a little ways up front, with two of the other Porsche GTEs with LMP2s trying to get around.
Yeah, it's gotten funner. Look at going down the front stretch here. Look at Michael Mittner and Johan Hart going into corner number 1. They are sliding everywhere as we have got LMP1s lapping LMP2s. LMP2s are lapping GTEs. And ladies and gentlemen, it's Interlagos now. Mike Nuremberg has gotten by them all as he is currently sitting there in that third position. He started fifth. He's on the attack as Johan Hart is trying desperately to hold on to his lead as Alex Simpson is just being so aggressive, David, through the traffic. He has not really left Johan's side. Then you've got Glenn Key and Leonard Fricke, and Glenn Key has lost that position to Alex Simpson through that whole exchange of GTE machines, and Alex really wants to take advantage of that. But now the entire can of worms is completely open as somebody's gotten turned around. It's Wyvern Racing. He's gotten cleaned up by the Race Clutch LMP1 machine. He pulls out onto the racing track, and Richard Arnaud will end up getting slid way out to the outside. And then he gets turned around again by Lewis Cliffhammer of the Racing Center Vibe Sports as, Cy Andra getting pushed to that side, and that started a chain of events that ended up with Richard Arnaud getting spun around, and he has to actually do some reversing. So Race Clutch LMP1, they were in 6th. They've now dropped everything. David.
Yeah, that just shows how difficult this traffic is. Again, they go 3 wide. It's really, really tough for any of these drivers to carve out and stake some space for themselves. So we just saw that Syandra has just tried to maybe cut across to the inside, and it's maybe himself a little bit on a GTE car, or maybe they missed their braking marker. So lots and lots going on, and Syandra's got that Wyvern Racing car going again. But Race Clutch were also involved in that and lost themselves a lot of time. The Race Clutch LMP1 car, I should say.
Big battle between World of Sim Racing Team number 51 machine and the Inertia Sim Racing. Korzak diving onto the inside. There's a Porsche there of Zenith Esport, and he gets the position going into corner number 4. Osayan Puhaka gets it over Iker Estefania as they work their way up the hill as Ocean. He was not happy with his qualifying. He wanted to actually come on in and chat with us. I said maybe a little bit after the race is developed, and well, I don't think that's going to happen now. As it turns out, he's driving in the track, so when he gets out of the car, I'm sure he'll be in here to give us his insights as only Ocean is able to do. And yeah, I mean, great positioning from a lot of these guys. It seems that people are being Nolan, I guess the word would be mostly patient. As there's also a battle between Michael Storm and Carlos Villagias with the Odax number 14, and Nolan, I'm just waiting, I guess, for there being a very big issue, as Syandra of that Wyvern Racing machine has been black flagged for a 15-second stop and hold for causing a collisions lap 0 in the start-finish line.
I would argue on that stop no penalty, because he kind of got punched from behind by the GTE. I can kind of see where they're coming from, but I feel like a stop and go might be a little harsh. That is, of course, just my own personal opinion, though. We do have a lot of fights going on over the field, particularly trying to get around lap cars, and you said that they're mostly patient. I'd put mostly, again, in quotation marks for the most part. At least we haven't had a whole bunch of collisions, as you might see in some other series. It is exciting, though, to watch, as it's just complete chaos down there right now. I can't tell who's where.
I mean, you could have a million cameras out there, and each one would have action on it, as Ocean Puhaka is still on the attack at the exact same time that Michael Storm is on the attack over Odax. I know we keep coming to these guys, but they're the ones that are trying to make the passes as Inertia gets by TNT Racing, and Odax is able to defend over the Audi of Virtual Motorsports. So Michael Storm, he's he's on the tear here as he goes around the Team Bushfink Racing pink machine, and they're on the LMP1 of IRDK, and in the distance you can see the UI1 Positive Sim Racing green machine looking on as they've got more GTE traffic to go, as a great last-second pass going into corner 1 by Yannick Ogiena over the IRDK LMP2 lap traffic. But it's one of those things is these drivers are taking such different lines to get around the traffic, David. One car goes to the outside, one car goes to the inside. If you're a GTE car, I almost wonder just what do you do as a GTE car when you see this coming in your rearview mirror or back monitor camera, I guess what they're really these days.
Yeah, either panic or don't, preferably don't, but certainly some of the GTEs will take a line decisively before the corner and sort of make the P1s and the P2s go that way around them, and some will just hold their line. And so it's a matter of preference there. Watch, she's going to go around the outside the P2. That's some bold driving, but not quite going to be enough because the Audi will sneak to the inside, go to the inside of Triton Racing's GTE, put one lap car between them as Odox Motorsports lose out a little bit, and Michael Storm is a winner.
What a pick from that. My goodness, he saw that coming. He stuck the nose to the inside, used the Porsche GTE as a pick, and now the traffic comes back in favor of Carlos as he had to stop. Michael did for the face racing Ferrari. You have to remember this is the 6th position car in GTE, and now you've got an LP2 car. There's an issue. Hey, for Van Rantic, they get turned around. We've got a massive pile up coming out of this. And the S's. Lucas Yestak has an LMP1 car up his nose, and he looks almost like they're going to get put around. Gentlemen, get on the damn brakes. My goodness me, they are continuing to have a collision here. Joshua Chin not happy with that one. These cars are still going through. They're still causing a collision. People are still
track is entirely blocked there.
My goodness me, you'd think somebody would understand and at least get on the radio or something and say, gentlemen, there's a collision. Hold up. They're eagerly wagging the flags, I'm sure. It's somebody, like, you've got your co-pilots, you've got your engineers. Somebody has to look up the track and point out, David, that the track is blocked. That is a miserable break, I have to say, in what was fantastic action.
Yeah, we definitely saw 10, maybe going on 15 cars tangled up in that, and they're strewn all the way across the track. It's starting to clear itself now, but soon we'll see who were the casualties in that one. That was, with how frantic the traffic was, really, we were waiting for the big one, and we kind of got it. So
how about Hugo has
who's lost out in that?
For a car number for replay, all of them. How about Virtual Motorsport, that number 12 machine? Let's do what we do. We look at the replays here as the cars are going to be streaming into pit lane. So we're looking at Michael Storm here. This all starts going in through corner number 1, the Senna Essex. I almost say we want to get an aerial view for this, Hugo, as the Ava Vervanik machine was there. They went 3 wide. The GTE car does strip out, which is what's going to happen, and then they just started piling on from there. Now, as you can see, this is going to be a good camera angle. The cars just continue to arrive on scene, but the thing is, to me, the cars that were crashing, as you can see the Chimera machine getting punted into the air, these cars that were crashing didn't hold their brakes. They continue to move, and they just continue to make the incident worse. I see the Team Mad machine in there, and Nolan, not what you want to have happen.
Absolutely not. And yeah, I do fully understand that, you know, there needs to be somebody looking up the track. I hear you on that. At the same time, though, you'd think that the people arriving on the scene might have noticed that there was a track blockage ahead of them, and maybe these other drivers should have maybe tapped the brakes just a little bit. And I don't know if we have full course yellows in this series, but I'd say that would have been a perfectly reasonable area where you would have had a safety car come out.
And look at that replay. The track had almost cleared itself, and then in Virtual Motorsports, eager to get going again, they sort of flipped one of those GTE cars back on the track, and that's when they were 3 across, 4 across, watching on board there from Sorg Rennsport Esports GTE, and there was maybe 95% of a Porsche GTE's width through that, and they tried for it, and they still got a little bit of damage on that car, but some of the cars arriving on the scene slowed down plenty, and it was just nowhere possible to go. So back at live, which is in the battle for 3rd place.
There is going to be a number of Days of Thunder memes coming out of that one. I'm calling it now. I think this is kind of a two-pronged thing. The incident, as you were saying, it really did kind of clear its way up. Everyone went, oh, okay, so we're ready to go. And then the virtual motorsport and that Team 50, the Team 85 machine, they never really stopped crashing. They just were crashing slowly. Unfortunately, everyone looked at it and went, oh, the cars are straight. Fantastic. They didn't kind of realize that, you know, they weren't going to have a crash. They were going to continue to crash. And we did used to have a code 60 where everyone had to get on the pit limiter. I'm surprised that at the very least, nobody got on the radio, the all-driver radio, and just say track blocked, you know, going out of the corner number 2. I mean, I know that we're supposed to keep radio silent. Obviously, that's an important rule, but I think I might supersede that. But I don't know, if you're a racing steward, what do you do for that? I mean, not dangerous driving. How do you pin this of somebody not safely approaching an active crash, basically? David, I don't know what you want to look at it with, but I mean, it's going to be very difficult for this crew, and there is a full crew of stewards to try and sort through this mess.
Yeah, exactly. At some point, you got to say that there's just an appropriate amount of caution you've got to take, and there are a few drivers there that didn't. And, you know, in criminal proceedings, you can get jail time for negligence, and well, no one's going to get jail time from that incident. Certainly, some people might cop penalties for either causing that or just. I think there's a penalty for unacceptable risk, and that's definitely what a few drivers took.
I mean, unacceptable risk. I'll take that. Yeah, and we do have we don't have a list. Like a roll call as we're watching good battling now in GTE between IRC.de and Euphoric Drive Racing. If you're just tuning in, we had about how many cars are there? 55. We had about a 97 car accident on the exit of turn number 3. Looking through it, Road Bastards were involved. Team Chimera significantly involved. They were very unlucky. Ava Verbanek, by the way, has gotten back out the LMP1 machine. The LMP2 machine, our double race winner. We're watching the battle for P9, I believe, or something, and GTE. No, we're looking at battle P2 right now. As SimRC trying to move the inside of the, is trying to defend against the Euphoric Drive Racing. The Ava Verbanek's LMP2 machine is on pit road, being involved from this incident. They have won at Coda. They have won at Sebring. They're not going to be winning here today. They're already 4 laps down. SRN Motorsports, another car that looks like it's basically retired. Team Mad, also involved. Torrent Motorsports involved. Williams Gym Esports Yellow machine was also involved in this one. And, I mean, what else can you do? Porsche Basel was involved in this one. Team 84 was involved. I feel like basically nearly everyone has been, quote-unquote, involved. It's just a matter of how much damage they picked up. Virtual Motorsport did come on down pit road. Odax Motorsport had to come on down pit road. It is basically taking the fight as we'll watch the LMP2 battle as well. How about we switch on over to the LMP2 battle here between Lennart Flake and the 33 machine and the UI1 Positive Sim Racing Orange machine. It is one of those situations where you take the grid, okay, all right, you make somebody very angry, okay, and then you flip the table over. Like if you're playing a board game, that's basically what kind of just happened through the middle pack of this entire field, which, David, is a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, certainly it's robbed us of some of the battles that we had going on. What it has done, though, is taken a few cars off the track, made the traffic just a little bit less hectic than what it was, because there was so much going on. And the traffic was thick and fast. It thinned out a little bit. Now we watch this battle for P3 in our LMP2 class. And Glenn Key made a great move on Alex Simpson for second place earlier, but then he's lost out. We see first in the foreground, there's second. Here's the battle for third. So Glenn Key's definitely very comfortable with that HPD P2 car. It's just been shuffled back a little bit and then lost a bit of time going past the traffic there to Schubert Motorsports LMP. And Nolan, plenty of battles going on in all of our classes. What's taking your interest out there right now, though?
I'd have to say it's this fight in the LMP2s right here. I think Glenn Key will be able to kind of close the gap within the next couple of laps or so. That is one of the things that will be able to, it'll be interesting to watch, as this fight will surely close back in again. It was a bit unfortunate that it ran a little wide in turn 4, and that, of course, put a little bit of distance, but Leonard Freak also closing the gap to Alex Simpson with Apex Racing UK, and who is currently in second place in this LMP2 class, closing in not a whole lot, but just slightly.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I like about this older LMP2 is it's been around on the service for a little while. It has no secrets. Everyone knows what you've got to do with the setup to make it go fast, what you've got to do with your driving style to make it go fast. And that gives us plenty of close racing like this. We've had 33 minutes, and in one shot there, we can still see the top 4 all together. No one's getting away from anyone. The racing is close, and it will come down to the real things that separate an endurance team. Is what they're going to do with strategy, and what they're going to do with perseverance, and what they can do with just not making any mistakes. Some people would like a newer prototype 2 class car, and certainly I'm amongst those people, but I don't think that there's any problem with the racing that HPD produces. And as we look further down the field and see yet another one, 8th place, TNT Racing, one of those teams that was in the hunt for the title. 8th, 9th, they're being hunted down by LuxSim24 Moak Podcast. So not quite a race that they would have wanted, Nolan.
No, not quite the race indeed, but again, it is a long race. You've still got 5 hours and 26 minutes left. They can still find a way to work their way back up there. And of course, you saw Neil M. Andrews losing time on Benjamin Lindsay, but that is of course because David P. Perez with MSI Esports in his number 13 LMP1. And losing now, we got another battle for 14th place in the GTE field with between SR and Motorsports and Torque Freak Racing. Of course, getting really close to the back of that Ferrari.
Yeah, and just behind them as well is the Odox Motorsports GTE car. So 14th, 15th, 16th in class, all together here in sort of the middle sector of the circuit. And look at the different lines being taken between the Ferrari and the Porsche. The Ferrari may be working just a little bit better through the super slow corners, or maybe what they've done for setup with that Torque Freak Racing Porsche is just giving them a little bit of understeer through the slower speed corners. Might be more balanced through the faster corners though, as we can welcome back Cam Walsh.
After I get the 2-liter bottle out of my mouth. Hello! Good news, baby's no longer bleeding. Bad news, Cy Andrew of Wyvern Racing has been given now a 20-second stop and hold penalty. So I have popped open because A, slightly curious, B, it's kind of what I'm paid for, and C, I really want to see how the stewards are going to do this, the live protest sheet. So we have, obviously, the 2 penalties with the Wyvern Racing machine, unfortunately. We have causing a collision, causing a collision, causing a collision, causing a collision, and causing a collision. The first one is 128539, and I'm literally quoting here, and others. So I feel like the stewards have they're going to section off that incident as it happened, and they are going to go through it, and they are going to take it on. And Nolan, I'm a bit happy to see that in a way, rather than as there's a bit of contact, I think, between the cars that we're watching the battle of, I'm presuming. I believe that's a good thing to do, rather than just saying, oh, that was so big of an incident. We can't really do anything about it, so we're just not going to. I'm happy that they are sectioning off and they are going to go through it.
Yeah, it definitely shows that the race stewards are taking this pretty seriously, and I am kind of glad they are looking into the incident that occurred. I believe that's the incident we're discussing right now, in the massive incident that happened off of Curvo Grande, which split up a good portion of the action, but we can see things are beginning to form up again here, as of course we did see a little bit of contact with one of the race clutch drivers that we're looking at right now. Wow, he was lapping a Ferrari, pretty wide for just a very brief second, and of course that will allow these drivers to, it kind of allows people to have their voice heard. One thing I do want to point out is we are going to be approaching, this is just a very rough estimate, but around the 45-minute mark is where we should be seeing our GTE class coming in for their first scheduled pit stops. LMP1s, excuse me. I got that completely backwards.
Class of car here that have the shortest fuel tank range, so not a particularly big fuel tank in the LMP1s. They make it go a long way, and they make it go very quick with all of their hybrid regeneration systems and four-wheel drives, etc. But yeah, a very small tank in them means that 40 to 45 minutes is about what we see for a fuel stint in the LMP1s. Back to your point, Nolan.
Well, as I was saying, like, we're approaching that pit window now, or we're going to be there in about 7 minutes or so. And that means we could be seeing our first round of pit stop strategies beginning to play into this race. And of course, pit stops can make or break a race. The good news about the first couple rounds of pits before is even if you have a pit stop another hour and a half in, you still got 4.5 hours to work your way back up to the top. So it is a very, very long race. So if you mess up a little bit on pit strategy, well, don't worry, you've got a lot of time to work it out. How will they react though if something goes wrong in the later half of the race?
Yeah, I'm still trying to absorb the unfolding that I saw before my eyeballs, and I know I probably should, get over it and get back to the race. I just can't. All right, how about this? We have had 37 minutes of racing. That seems to be enough time to where maybe we can take a look at the top 8 in each class and try to make sense of where we are, and hopefully maybe try to reframe not just myself, but the viewers, of which there are many of you. So thank you so much for sticking with us. Obviously, you're on the iRacing Esports Network and RaceBot TV. You're just joining us. I'm Cameron Walsh. That's David Haynes. That's Nolan Rempel. So, top 8 in LMP1. It is Thrustmaster Murano Racing New Endurance Series number 3 machine. They're currently leading. They have been leading for the last 38 minutes. The big mover has been Porsche Basel. They've passed all the competition. They're in 5th position right now. They are moving on the attack. They are only 4.6 seconds behind. Fantastic. We've got SimRC.de Emerald, Thrustmaster Murano's number 4 machine, MSI Esports, VRT iRacing. We've got the Torrent Motorsports, which has done a fantastic job moving up to the field 15th to 7th. Then you got the UI Positive SimRacing Black. It rounds out your top 8 in LMP1. David, so you can take on the LMP2s, and then we'll get Nolan for the GTEs.
Yeah, exactly. So our top 8 in LMP2 class, still led by Johan Huff for Race Clutch. He's got a very small gap over what's a ferocious fight for second place. Alex Simpson for Apex Racing UK, Leonard Fricker for Schubert Motorsports, and Glenn Key for UI1 Positive Sim Racing make up the top 4. From 5th down, we've got Talk Freak with Dirk Van Tolden, IRDK Endurance Marcelo Mayo, 7th is Racing Center Vibe Sports, and Louis Klinkhammer behind the wheel of that car. And then 8th place is Luxsim 24, Moet Podcast, Neil M. Andrews, up lots of spots because they started last in class, so they've avoided the carnage and they've moved up to be right on the fringes of your top 8. In GTE class, we have Nolan Rempel to tell us.
Ford GTE. We've got the race clutch driver of, I'm not sure if I'm reading this entirely correctly. I'm trying to get myself orientated here. No, that is false. We've got Core Sim Racing GTE up in first place with
It's a Ford.
Suomaini. Of course, that is a Ford. And then we've got SimRS.de Crimson over there in second with Christian A. Koch. We've got ourselves Euphoria Driving Racing, Drivex Racing down in third place. They're currently fighting it out for second place right now, so that might change up here in a second. Thrustmaster Movado Racing down in fourth place. Then MSI Esports in fifth. Redface Racing down in sixth. Logitech G Altus Esports in seventh. And Triton Racing in eighth.
And with that hopefully will reframe a bit. If you're wondering who was involved in the incident, or what we're even alluding to, on the exit of corner number 3, there was an incident, which then spawned another incident, which then spawned another incident, at some marker braking, and we had quote-unquote issues. Torrent Motorsports GTE was involved. As we'll look at the battle for P2 in GTE, that's the battle between a pair of Porsches. It's a SimRC.de Crimson and the Euphoria Drivex Racing machine. So it's Christian Kulk versus Selva Talons. Talons was doing fantastic in qualifying, as I believe he just flashed the headlights at him, which, I mean, obviously that means he has to get out of the way. There's a couple of LMP1 cars squirting on by. That's how fast the LMP1 cars are. You have to remember, GTEs are infinitely faster than GT3 machines even. So, anyways, as we watch this battle, as Euphoria Drivex Racing will get on the binders to the inside line, little overcooking it on the brakes. They're going to rub fenders, maybe though, as they'll sort that out, and Christian will be able to get the position. But Selva just ended up getting a little too quickly on the accelerator. He could have gotten the overspeed going into fourth. They're going to swerve back and forth, as you only can do that just a couple of times. As here comes Christian Kulk on the inside. He's four-wheel sliding. They're both going to go off track, or at the very least the Euphoria driving car is. They have not touched yet. As here comes Euphoria Drivex Racing, and I say yet because this is a fantastic battle going up the hill. I think that was a little bit of a hello, how you doing, bump? A good evening, gentlemen, as we have Joshua Chin of the Chimera Racing Division. We're going to see if we can get him on and interview him. As we can see if we can fit him in here as we're watching this fantastic battle for position number 2 in GTE. Josh, in the politest of words, and I'm taking off my keyboard armrest and I'm pointing it at you dangerously. This is, of course, on a broadcast, my good man. Things, quote-unquote, happened.
They did. First off, I need to apologize to Bushfink for backing across them. I didn't know where my car was at, and got into them and ruined their race a little bit, and that's unfortunate because I don't want to ruin someone else's race when mine's already ruined. But yeah, that was an interesting wreck and more interesting aftermath, and I think people might need to look up from the dashboard a little bit more.
Now, your car, on top of being intermingled with a Ferrari on pit lane, which makes for a very interesting looking machine, it is damaged. What are we looking at? What's the repairs? Normally I hit up Jamie Wilson, but you're here. I can just ask you, what are we looking at for repairs to that Chimera machine? Are you going to be able to get it back out there?
I mean, we might be able to, but it's still another 10-15 minutes for repairs. The car is pretty badly damaged. We got launched pretty high. So, yeah, it's going to be a struggle if we do get back out there. We only have 2 other cars that are a few laps down, and they're still out there running fine. So it's going to be a struggle if we do. But, I mean, we have to try at this point. We might as well. We're already here.
Well, I mean, that's right, but we already had a non-finish at Sebring. I feel like this is, again, you are having another hard luck season. It like rips my heart out every single time, because a lot of these incidents, I mean, you have clean races, you have, you know, the occasional incident, just like everybody does, but it just seems that you guys managed to catch yourselves out in that Chimera organization with incidents that either have nothing to do with you or unfortunately get involved with you. And so it was a non-finish at Sebring. You were able to get a couple of points at Circuit America. Obviously, well, if we've had that incident once, we could have it again. Are you guys going to be putting the car out and putting out laps?
I mean, I guess we might as well at this point. It's, I don't know, it's just been a frustrating season. The speed hasn't really been there like it was last year with the change from P2 to P1, and I guess the luck hasn't followed either. It's gotten even worse since then.
Now, see, now the moral of this story is if you pick the Audi, none of this would have happened because you would be so far in the back, everything would be clear by the time you get there. No, actually, I can't say that. The only Audi that was involved in the track was involved. It's hard to keep the momentum going, to keep the morale up, I guess. And it's hard, and I've spent quite a lot of practice sessions with the Chimera guys. They're very nice to me, I guess. And it's just it's difficult to see, but this is a bit of the nature of the beast. Nothing is a guarantee, and especially at Interlagos, up until that point, you guys were having a pretty storming good race. You were working up the field.
Yeah, I'd messed up a little bit in qualifying, and we probably should have started around 7th or 8th, something like that, but I messed up and invalidated a lap and was up 3/10 on it. But I mean, the race was going fine, and traffic was traffic. Caught it in some bad spots and lost a spot here or there because of it. But I mean, overall, it was going pretty well. I think we weren't taking any extraordinary risk. We weren't doing what a lot of the guys out there are now. So I don't know. It's just one of those things. Sometimes it's your lucky day. Sometimes it's not. I guess I've used up my luck for the year, and hopefully it resets for the next race.
Yeah, and I mean, you also have to remember we've got that 24 hours of Le Mans, so anything can happen, obviously. Marcus Hamilton, our leader in LMP1, has gotten on pit lane, and what was your guys' strategy? It's just hitting 46 minutes. Were you guys going to be coming in every 45 minutes, or were you guys going to be trying to do a fuel-saving thing? It's really hard for Interlagos, and you being an LMP1 pilot, I know you're not in the best of moods, but maybe we can probe you for a little bit of information here. I mean, 45 minutes, 46 minutes, that seems to be pretty normal. With how much traffic there is, you really can't do that whole fuel-saving, staying out thing, or can you?
You kind of can a little bit. You can save a little bit in traffic depending where you catch it, but it's hard to plan around it because the traffic here is all over the place. There's no consistency to it, especially that second time we went through and lapped. The P2s and the GTEs were mixed together, and everyone just kind of scattered throughout the track after that, and then the wreck obviously has changed that for everyone as well. I think you see, some of the guys will maybe save a little bit in traffic, but it won't be more than a lap and a half.
And what's interesting, with it being such a short lap time, these guys are almost lapping each other. Marcus Hamilton has come out of pit lane 2 cars ahead of the Porsche Basel Rennsport machine, so I guess that's just an interesting thing to note for the fans at home. But either way, we'll let you get back. We'll pick up a rubber mallet and start hitting the car, I guess. Maybe that'll help it get fixed faster. But if there's anything I know is that these LMP1 machines, when they do get repaired, they typically tend to get as repaired as any car can be. So I hope that it works out. You guys are able to make something of it, and that you have at least a decent rest of the race.
Yeah, thank you. Hopefully we get back out there, and if not, we've always got next race and Spa and Le Mans are your tracks for us. So hopefully the rest of the season works out. We can at least get an invite for next season, not have to go through qualifying.
And, excuse me. I used so much air, my brain didn't have any oxygen. Anyone you'd like to give a thanks or shout out to before we let you go?
Yeah, I got a good thanks to Simon. He's done a lot of work on the setup this week. Also, Fraser Williamson, he's been giving us a little bit of help since we're not running against him here, unlike SEO. But yeah, just everyone at Team Chimera for the help and support, and hopefully the rest of the season will go a little bit better than this.
Well, hopefully, a lot bit better. So either way, another hard luck day for the Team Chimera boys and Josh Chin. Thanks how much for hopping in the booth with us, and we wish you the best for the rest of the day.
Thank you guys, you too.
So that's Joshua Chin, the Chimera organization. As you'll see the leader right now. The leaders are all over the place. VRT iRacing is technically, according to the iRacing timing, the leader right now. but that's just because of how everyone's coming in and out of the pit lane. And David, I hope maybe you've been keeping a closer eye than I have on who's been going into the pits and who's been coming out of the pits. What are we looking at so far as the LMP1s go?
Yeah, so everyone has cycled through the pit lane except for F4H Motorsports, who I expect probably have to come in this time. Watching them right now, and Romeo Grinnell behind the wheel. Will he go to the pit entry? Yes, of course. He's already going 3 laps longer than our leaders, like Porsche Basel by Sorg, Rennsport Esports, and Thrustmaster Movano. So they find their way onto pit lane, and that will be pit service for everyone in the P1 class. Yet to see any P2s or GTEs pit, but maybe expecting the P2s in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, and with that'll just add even more fun to the recipe, as Philip Schubbeck has been getting chased by the Torque Freak Racing, and you see that damage in the rear of that Torque Freak Racing machine. That's been there since the very start of this race. Not sure where that damage happened, but it has been there for some time. The Team 84 machine of Julien Brunastel is trying to pursue, and a couple of LMP1 machines straining by on the inside as Carlos Villegas goes by, and Julien Rebellou in that Scimitar Esport machine. The French boys have to get around on the outside. So somebody's engine has exploded. If you own a Ferrari 488, because I believe it's the Williams Jim Ferrari, you left your engine on, so get into it and get it off of pit lane, please, so I don't have the whole smoking, explodey thing going on there. We also have the Torrent Motorsports crew, and David, I don't know if you wanted to take them on and interview them. I believe it's their GTE machines, Jordan Weeks and Kevin Siggy. Their day is done. The car's getting packed up in the garage, and yeah, that's the two of them. So, long-time Neo Endurance team, David, of the Torrent Motorsports. Very unfortunate. They were right involved in that incident, and they have taken the brunt of it, and they have retired. So we'll see if we can get them moved up and in here.
So we've got Jordan Weeks and Kevin Siggy from Torrent Motorsports, and unfortunately in GTE, your day looks like it's pretty well done.
That we couldn't avoid the incident, or at least I couldn't avoid the incident because people were still backing off from the crash in the middle of the circuit and just not trying to stay in the middle of the track and just pray for something. It's just stupid in my opinion. I think so the P1 people should get punished by that, and because they're just driving carelessly, and it happened in the years before. So yeah, I'm still disappointed at the fact that how people from the P1 and the P2 class still drive.
Just while we chat, on screen right now is a battle for 5th place in the LMP1 class. So Gabor Mex with Thrustmaster Movano Racing is leading the purple machine of VRT E-Racing, Jason DeFriese. So I think Gabor Mex might have just gotten through. It's definitely quicker on the last lap. That battle's separating out a little bit. But Torrent Motorsports guys, we saw that how tough and how thick the traffic was early in the race. It seemed like almost an inevitability that we'd have a big one, a wreck like we ended up with.
It was expected, considering that from our experiences, both me and Kevin's, in Season 2 when we was driving in the Ford, knowing that the P1s was added for this season, it was being such a tight track. I can understand it was going to be mayhem, but I would have thought there are still drivers who has this experience that could at least know not to mess around with the GTEs. But when it came to that wreck, it just ruined everything for us. As much as I warned Kevin to slow down, even if we could get through, we would have got hit from the rear anyways.
Yeah, so one thing I want to ask about while I've got you guys here, it's a very, very hot track out there. How does that affect how the GTEs drive on such what must be a rather slick surface?
I think it drives complete garbage, to be honest. It's understeer every single corner, at least from my experience, and then oversteer on exits in every high-speed corner. So making the setup work was the key, and we couldn't actually do it as much. So we kept getting a lot of understeer and everything. So it was very, very hard to go around the track with it being like 53, 54 degrees or something after what I saw. But yeah, we were hoping a bit colder weather today, but it was unfortunate. So we just got caught out by sheer lack of knowledge of the weather.
I'm interested to pick your brain while I've got you guys here, because obviously the track temperature we might expect to have expected to get colder towards the end of this race as the sun gets lower in the sky with the dynamic skies and weather we've now got. How are you going to factor that into your setup? Had you planned for changing track conditions?
I'm not sure if we did. I think it was like a mix between kind of trying to get the setup to work for hot weather and like mid-range weather, but not the colder weather. So we have absolutely no idea how it would play off. Maybe it would have been good because the car would feel very, very good and very grippy, but we are not too sure how that would work with compared to others in front of us. So yeah, we just had no clue.
Because we also wasn't expecting it to be cold around this track, to be honest. Being a track that has a high altitude and notorious for being really sunny, the track temperature is always going to be quite high. So me and Kevin was expecting it to be mid to high range, and that's where we tried to play the setup for.
And we just apologise really quickly as we lose the pictures of the race, striving to get them back very soon. And so I guess we'll take this opportunity right now as a Race Sport Radio to continue speaking to the Torrent Motorsports guys. And I'll pick your brain about this one as well. So now that we've got dynamic time of day, you imagine that that's going to add a lot more depth and realism to these 6-hour and longer endurance races?
Yeah, I think it would, because it's a lot more challenging to know what kind of weather it's going to be. So you just need to be a bit lucky and a bit aware of what's going to happen, at least when you practice in any hosted sessions. So I think, but to be fair, like the whole weather system is kind of broken still, because sometimes when a cloud goes over the sun, it cools down by like 20 degrees, and it's then becomes so much more grippy on the track, and then when the clouds move away from the sun, it becomes hot again from the cars driving around. So it's still a bit to be focused on fixing.
Qualifying. So.
Yeah, it happened in qualifying.
So
so
how
you
did
had
that affect how you decided to approach the qualifying? Obviously, it's a rather unique qualifying format for Neo here.
well, sorry, go on.
Yeah, the problem with that is, just like in real life teams with certain weather, it's a bit of a lottery. So cooler weather will give you a faster lap time, which benefited some teams, but doesn't benefit others.
Yeah, so I guess it was just a case of you had to be out there and circulating, and then hope you were in the right place at the right time as the weather and the conditions changed?
Yeah, that's unfortunately the case, because whenever the clouds go over, like I said, it cools down. So we only had like one flying lap to do every single time we went out. So you had to be slow on the out lap and fast on the hot lap, of course. But you just needed to be lucky. We got lucky a bit, so that's why we got P15 instead of like last place or something. But yeah, it's just being at the right place at the right time, like you said, because you just never know when that cloud is going to go over the sun.
Well, Torrent Motorsports GTE unfortunately removed from this race, looking like the last place Thank you so much for coming in and having a word with us, though. And before we let you guys go, any quick thanks?
Thanks to everyone supporting, and I guess thanks for having us on the interview.
So there you go, the Torrent Motorsports guys. Unfortunate for them, as we are on the whole race spot please stand by thing, which we're hoping to get rid of quickly. But obviously Race Spot Radio is the most legendary iRacing Esports Network radio station. There we go, live pictures are back. Well, if you are just tuning in, hi. Slight awkwardness there, but don't worry. We've got everything all patched up, lots of duct tape. We needed it after that incident on the exit of Turn 3 about 20 minutes ago. So LMP2 pit stops are starting, and boy howdy is pretty much everyone coming down pit lane. So a couple of GTE machines as well. So the Basel Porsche machine's coming in. Thrustmaster Movano number 69 is coming in. So we've just about hit that hour mark, and that means that both LMP2 and the GTEs going to start streaming in all around that same time. And Nolan, it's one of those situations where you want to come in, you want to get your tires, you want to get yourself sorted out, you want to get yourself situated. Maybe perhaps putting in a new driver, but I'm not sure you necessarily want to send a green driver, as it is, a driver that hasn't been out there, back out when it's kind of been such a bit of a melee, really.
Well, I'm not sure about that. You got to remember, though, we do have that rule in this series where you can't have one driver drive for more than 70% of the race. So it's not necessary to make a driver change until about, I'm trying to do the math in my head, about, let's see, what would it be? Just over the 4-hour mark?
2 hours. Oh yeah, just after 4 hours.
Yes, so you can't. So right now it isn't mandatory to make a driver change, which is, I guess that's actually good, because that means that if you want to keep one driver in to make a faster pit stop, by all means go right for it. But you never know, you might have to put another driver because fatigue can set in. It is a long race, and despite a bunch of these guys sitting in front of the computer screens, it is still tiring work sometimes. You know, your eyes can get tired from like looking all over the screen for so long. It's just one of those things you really have to be careful and make sure, because the longer you have one driver in the car, the more inconsistent I find he is going to get, or she.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the other things, you do not have a rest period at this racetrack. It's a short racetrack, the lap times are quick, but you do not get a breather. There's nothing. There's no time. The front stretch isn't really a front stretch at all. There's no straights, really. And when you do have straights, you're swerving back and forth between different machines. So either way, let's take a look at the top 8 right now, as we are 1 hour into this motorsport event here in the Neo Endurance Series, round number 3, the halfway mark of the Neo Endurance Series for 2018-2019. Let's take a look at our top 8. It is currently Thrustmaster Movano Racing number 3 machine. It has not been challenged yet today, really. The Porsche Basel has closed in. They are hovering around 3 seconds back in that second position, running great laps with Mike Nürnberg. It'll then be the SimRC.de Emerald machine, the number 7 car. Then you've got the MSI Esports doing a great job, capitalizing, of course, on the incident that kind of affected the mid-pack LMP1 machines, of course, but they've been having great pace as well with David Perez. Thrustmaster Movano's number 4 machine is back down to 5th. The VRT Racing, they led a couple of laps just courtesy of the pit cycle, so good for them, I guess, to get out there. They're currently in 6th. Then you've got the UI Cosmics Racing Black and Torrent Motorsports LMP1 machine, not the GTE crew that we just talked with, but the LMP1 machine that is currently in the 8th position. And of course, Mr. David Haynes is with our LMP2 field.
Yep, and a great time to do a rundown of the LMP2 field, because all of the class have just pitted, and a longer stop for race clutch has dropped them down from the lead to 4th place. So the order is now leading Apex Racing UK, still Alex Simpson behind the wheel. On your screen right now, you see how close 2nd place is, though. Positive Sim Racing's Glenn Key there. 3rd place is Team Hoisingfeld, who've been elevated up by means of having a shorter pit stop than some of the other teams out there. So they're now in 3rd place. 4th place is Race Clutch, who were our leaders. 5th is Schubert Motorsport. 6th, IRDK Endurance, also with a longer pit stop. So maybe some teams taking tyres, maybe some not. 7th belongs to Talk Freak Racing, and 8th is still Racing Centre Vibe Sports.
And with that, we of course go to the GTE machines, currently led by the Euphoria Drive X Racing. And they're going to be with Nolan Rempel.
Thank you, and currently in the lead for the GTE field after the pit stops are the Euphoria Drive X Racing. Running up in 2nd place is Logitech G Altus Esports, who have made their way up a good bit from 6th place the last time we checked in on them. Triton Racing right now in 3rd place, 10 seconds behind the lot, or just over 9 seconds down, or just under 9 seconds, excuse me. Army Racing Team 12.3 seconds back in 4th place. Then we have Core Sim Racing in 5th place, MSI Esports in 6th, SimRC.de in 7th, and Odox Motorsport in 8th. We have just actually had Euphoria Drive X Racing into the pits though, so this is about to be all shaken up.
Yeah, quite surprising how they decided to split it up like this. I figured it was like the LMP2s where everyone would stream in and over a couple of laps, but I guess it just goes to show you that some people are really dedicated to saving fuel. Euphoria Drive X Racing. Bebu Girolami has climbed into that machine. We have, meanwhile, David had a pass for P1 in LMP2. Glenn Key has gotten around Alex Simpson. We've seen this a couple of times when Glenn Key's been able to get past Alex Simpson, but now he's done it for the lead.
Yeah, he had a fantastic lunge earlier that got him past Alex Simpson. Couldn't hold on to that one. So now we'll get a replay how the lead has changed. Potentially rewinding a little bit. So into turn 1 we look here. And at this point, Glenn Key's a long way back. But, whoa, looks like Alex Simpson just went in far too deep into turn 1. He's not got a good hookup from turn 2, turn 3. And Glenn Key has managed to keep his head cool even though the track temperatures are hot. And he's grabbed a nice number 1 for his car in that class.
Yeah, and it's just continuing here this battle as they pass the Euphoria Drive X Racing with Bebu Girolami and Alex Simpson there just ahead of the VRTE Racing. It's one of those situations here as the LMP1 car of VRTE Racing really wants to clear these guys, which they should, getting under throttle. Should have seen that Alex Simpson was going to take that inner apex, but Jason DeVries doing good there as they've worked it through. And it's just also just an update about the Audi Ronald Gross, the number 12 machine. Hardware steering failure put them into the wall 25 minutes ago. There was just so much going on, we couldn't really update it. So the Audi, for all intents and purposes, is going to be out of this one, and the Team Chimera machine still sitting there, not doing anything on pit lane at all. So, meanwhile, we are continuing to watch this battle between Alex Simpson and Glenn Key here, as they are quite a bit far enough away. I think maybe we can peel our eyes elsewhere if we can find a battle to go to. As I do say that some of the LMP1 field is starting to get lapped here in Nolan, which isn't too terribly surprising with how short the racetrack is, but we're already down to only 7 cars on the lead lap, and that just goes to show you how fast Marcus Hamilton is in that Thrustmaster Movano LMP1 machine.
It's an incredibly short track. Okay, actually, let me rephrase that because it's not really a short track. It's a short track for a track, say, like Le Mans, where cars like the LMP1s shine in all of their spectacular glory. I think that's a much better way of putting it. But yeah, so Thrustmaster Movano racing with Marcus Hamilton. He's, of course, an incredibly fast driver. He's proven that as he goes by another two GTEs and blows right by another LMP2, really showing the speed difference even to the other prototypes that we have in this series. Oh, there's another GTE pulling off into the pits, so not all the pit stops have cycled through clearly. And it's really one of those things where, you know, eventually the leader will catch the other person unless they're almost a completely even match, which we've seen the LMP1 field be divided up so much. Like about half the LMP1 field now is a lap down. So that really just shows you, like, you know, it actually kind of goes back to what I was saying. You know, you got like the two splits, and you know, you got up in 4th place. That's the only driver that's within like 30 seconds of the leader, or 4th and up. After that, it's 50 seconds or behind.
Yeah, and with 1 minute and 15-second laps, I mean, it's only just a matter of time before you fall in the clutches of the leader. Now, there isn't any like cautions or anything like that to really force people to get stuck behind. So when you see one lap, you got to remember, it's only really 1+ minute, but it's not that bad of a time period. So either way, the battle between Alex Simpson and Glenn P has split up even more. We are currently on board. However, we found a couple of GTE cars close together, 210s between the Thrustmaster Movano car and the Logitech Logitech Altus Esports machine. And these guys are currently fighting for what is the 5th and 6th position in the GTE field. So LMP1 car screening on the outside. That's Johan Hart, I believe. Or no, that's Richard Arnold. As I did notice, peeking out of the corner of my eye here, I'm seeing the Virtual Motorsport Audi minus an entire front going back out onto the racing track. So it's Ronaldo Lorena and Yannick Lapchin going through, and Ronaldo Lorena, of course, we've seen him here on RaceBot.TV time and time again as the Movano car, that number 69 Ford, doing a decent enough job. And David, I gotta say, as far as the car balances, the Ford, the Ferrari, and the Porsche, still seem to be pretty decent. I'm happy to see the Ford taking the fight to him.
Yeah, exactly. So Yannick Lapchin's just come out of the pit lane a lap and a half ago, and he's found himself right in a battle here for 5th place. A little bit of a longer pit stop for Logitech G Altus Esports than what Thrustmaster Movano Racing had. So work that Yannick Lapchin needs to do, but he's not afraid to get his hands dirty, and Logitech G Altus Esports had a pretty good run at Kota. You see that the Ford runs a little bit wide through Zhongshao, and then Logitech G Altus Esports a slightly better run up the hill. Again, just 3.5 tenths in this, and it's not looking like either car has the advantage.
Yeah, and that's great to see. No car having a distinct advantage and being up to the pilots to work their way through the positions as Yannick is just really trying right now on different angles. You might have to wait for, well, I was going to say lap traffic, but that doesn't exist for GTEs. So it's more like they have to wait as Nolan, you've spotted something going on.
Ronald Gross, driving for Roadbirds Alpha, just got tagged by Marcus Hamilton, your race leader, just a little while ago. That was while he was, of course, being lapped, and that shoved that LMP2 just a little wide. So a little bit of a close call there, especially in a big group of cars, but luckily managed to keep it under control.
Yeah, I believe we call that a toot, get out of my way plots in the racing vernacular. Really surprised to see Marcus making that decision. Obviously, the LMP2 car is going to go through, and it kind of brings another thing to mind here, David, is that it has actually been a fairly clean race. I obviously know I can't really say that because of that incident. But outside of that, I mean, it has been a fairly clean race, and I almost worry, in a way, for that Thrustmaster Movano car. Could that perhaps be ruled as a dive?
I'm not 100% sure. I think they were well committed to going to the inside there. They were quite alongside early. But to your point about the racing, other than that one huge incident that indeed we had, we see Hoisenfeld's car onto the pit lane, up on the jacks there, levitating a little bit, but trust me, it's up on air jacks, and that means a tyre change is happening. I don't think a driver change is happening. Marcel Ty is still behind the wheel. But yeah, I haven't seen a whole lot of penalties being handed out other than to Wyvern Racing. So with the exception of the big one that we had earlier, the racing wheel-to-wheel is relatively clean, but that doesn't mean we've had any shortage of it. And we've got another battle like that because Torque Freak Racing might have to defend from Racing Centre Vive Sports.
And as an update about that big one, as apparently Interlagos will now be known as the Talladega of the Neo Endurance Series, the incident as a whole has been evaluated, and this is kind of the word from race control. Quote, everyone could have done something different to avoid the incident, but they did not. No further action. And then throughout all of that, it just says see incident number 5, which is that one.
It's sort of the whole class has been naughty and you're all staying 15 minutes after the bell.
I feel like the best answer to that one is the incident was self-penalizing, right? Like, I'm pretty correct in stating that it was a self-penalizing incident. Nobody was able to take advantage of an incident that they caused, right, David? Like, I don't feel like I'm stepping out of my box here to say that.
No, I can definitely see for that everyone who was involved through some fault of just not paying enough attention, caution, or respect. Some other teams would definitely maybe not see it that way. Racing drivers never do, but by and large, yeah, that's kind of how it was. So, and on our screens, though, yeah, Lewis Klinkhammer there was getting very, very close to Dirk Van Tulden until they got separated by that Movano GTE.
Yeah, in Klinkhammer, that is a great name. As here
a little
comes,
bit of onomatopoeia.
Well, hopefully not on the racetrack. That's not a good thing. As Gabriel Metz get around in the Westmaster Movano LMP1 machine. So it's one of those situations where, you know, do you agree with the idea that there's no big minute, couple lap penalty? I'm sure some people could argue absolutely, but really the people who would be penalized are out of the race, really. So, I mean, I have a feeling it's going to go on the big record, the race-to-race record of those teams, but as far as this race goes, I guess that Talladega big one is kind of a closed book now, which I can understand, frees everybody up to continue to look at the on-track action, in which case there has been a lot of on-track action. We actually have somebody for interview, the Philip Eckbert number 41 Racing Center machine, which is the Vibe Sports, which is was involved, I believe, in that battle with the Torque Freak Racing LMP2. I don't know if Nolan or David, one of you two, want to take that interview, but maybe perhaps we'll get him in here as there's a slight lull in the action, and one of the cars that are racing, we have somebody for interview, so we'll fill up in here, and that's Philip Eckert for the number 41 machine. I'm not sure who's going to do the interview, so we'll just say Mr. David Haynes, the Aussie-Australian, which I believe that's how that works, is going to be doing the interview. So either way, take it away.
Yeah, so Philip, hopefully we've got you, and we've just been watching on screen that battle that you're having in the P2 class, making some positions up. How's that going for you?
Yeah, thank you for having me here. This is our first season in an HPD, like this is the first one ever. It's going pretty good. The first two races at Sebring and Kota, they were not quite as good. We were stoned at last and just profited of someone who retired. So we are pretty happy that this one is going so well for us. We catched up from, I think, 12 to what were we now? 8? 7th?
7th and fighting for 6th. So your teammate Lewis Klinkhammer doing a good job there. Do you think maybe it's something to do with the hot weather and track conditions that maybe suits your setup or driving style better?
Yeah, I think it's a setup thing. Before in the drivers briefing, some of the HPD drivers said, you know, we are driving low downforce setup, etc. We can't hold a narrow line or something. That's not our problem. We're driving medium downforce setup, so it's pretty easy, and I think that's what plays in our hands now at 50.
Yeah, so as I look through my timing screen, guys, what are you thinking for fuel strategy? And you're taking tyres at every stop?
Yes, because 50 degrees not our cup of tea to drive the tyres more than once. It's pretty difficult as it is. So we think we want to drive and see what happens. Also, don't be too have a surprise when the sun comes down and temperatures cool off. How much the other cars with the lower downforce are going to improve.
Yeah, so obviously your teammate behind the wheel right now doing a very good job, but when might we expect to see you drive if you are driving?
I am driving, that's for sure. I think I will be going the last 2 stints for this. Next up will be Steven Freiburghaus. Doesn't go according to plan, we will change that, but going to drive me.
Alright, well, thank you so much for coming in, having a quick word with us, and also providing some great entertainment there as you strive for 6th position. Just before we let you go, anyone you need to thank?
Yeah, thank you to all RacePod broadcast staff who was here to broadcast the race. Thank you to everyone watching this race. Mates doing a good job.
Alright, Philip Eckhart from number 41 Racing Centre there, but we're looking on our screens right now because we have a battle for the overall lead. Thrustmaster Movano and Marcus Hamilton coming under some pressure now from Mike Nürnberg and Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esports, the longest team name in sim racing. We saw it since the first round of pit stops that whatever they've done with the setup, with the driving style, Mike Nürnberg definitely was closing down the gap, and now he's gotten there. They were battling very, very closely through turns 1 and 2. And Nolan, what do you think they might have done that's brought them back into this battle?
Well, I wouldn't know what to tell you. I'm looking at the track temperatures. The track temperatures have dropped off quite a bit since the start of the race, so maybe they're beginning to find some extra pace, or maybe they're pushing a little bit harder, or maybe Marcus Hamilton is taking a bit more of a conservative stance on the race. He has been out there for a good while now, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's what he was planning on doing. I believe we may be approaching our second round of pit windows for the LMP1, so we could be seeing a good bit of strategy being played in as they work their way through the LMP2s, through the GTEs, and of course Mike Nürnberg right on his tail just about takes a piece out of the rear end of that LMP1 Porsche as they throttle themselves out of turn number 4.
Yep, so we get this fantastic graphic on screen right now that shows on lap 61, Sorg Rennsport Esports took a massive 1.7 seconds out of the leader. And you can see Marcus Hamilton, your pole sitter, now starting to struggle. Porsche Basel Sorg Esports up 3 positions from where they started. Now looking very much to challenge for the lead.
He's not quite there yet, and he's got a little bit of lap traffic now he's got to work through, particularly Kimmo Suomainen with the Core Sim Racing GTE, the Ford, one of the people that was actually hard. He was having a really great time in qualifying, and he's closing the gap again because Marcus Hamilton being held up by an LMP2. But how will that LMP2 actually play in this roll down to turn number 1? Andrew's not a terrible amount. Nürnberg taking a bit of a tighter line through these corners here. He is trying to take out a few tenths. He's going to have to watch out, though, because we do have Odox Motorsports with Samsung LMP1 exiting the pits right ahead of them, and they are having a lot of traffic to work through ahead of them, as you can see on your screens here. This is where things are going to get really spicy.
Yeah, the traffic does ebb and flow. When the traffic is more dense, that seems to be hurting Marcus Hamilton more. And Mike Nürnberg seems to maybe, it's hard to see, but maybe something a little more in straight line speed. Odox Motorsports do the good thing, let the leaders through. But they're coming through this very tight, very twisty middle section of the track. And they've got plenty of traffic right in front of them, and that happens too. So Mike Nürnberg tries to go maybe around the outside of Marcus Hamilton, can't do it there. Maybe try and set up a good run up the hill, save up all of the battery power if he can, passing traffic, through the middle he goes. He might have had to have lifted out of the throttle a little bit there, just playing it a little bit safer, because Marcus Hamilton pulls a couple car lengths that time. This battle will keep going, and you imagine that Marcus Hamilton will need to pull every little trick he's got to defend from Mike Nürnberg, because in clean air, it looks like this Sorg Rennsport eSport. Get the pronunciation between the German and the English sports the wrong way around. Sorg Rennsport eSports car looking very quick in these conditions.
Yes, indeed. We do have another battle going on throughout the field. This is for 40th place overall between Carl Modig in the 74 Ferrari 488 GT3, and right behind him, Ricardo Rico driving for Zenith Esport in the number 99 machine with his Porsche GTE. These two guys are fighting a hard position while also trying to let that Schubert Motorsport LMP2 machine through, or they were, like nose to tail a couple of corners earlier. That LMP2 seems to have divvied things up just a little bit. Oh, here comes another LMP1 right into the middle. That was really close, and clearly that was Ricardo Orozco not wasting any time at all. We've got battles happening all over the field, in positions even further back. We're closing in on just 4.5 hours remaining.
Yep, exactly. So SRN Motorsports 11th place in class. We saw that graphic that just slowly Zenith Esport chipping away at it. There's also a battle in GTEs further up for 6th, 7th and 8th place. That's Euphoria DriveX Racing, Triton Racing and Williams Gym Esports Black. So that Triton Racing Porsche with the rear wing with a little bit of an accent on it, and I'm sure that's not helping them, but it's not hurting them too much because they're trying to take some time out of Euphoria DriveX Racing. And all the time they do that, Williams Gym Esports stays right on the tail there.
Nice, right on him, and they're getting pretty close to each other here. I keep thinking, whenever I look to that Euphoria DriveX car, I keep thinking I see damage, but it's only the little paint job that I can see on the front. Playing tricks on my eyes as Piotr Jakodzinski right behind him. Closing. Will it be close enough to turn 1? No, it will not. He's going to have to wait more lap. Oh, still poking his nose out. Good, and a little look. He goes really deep. A little lockup from the Euphoria DriveX Racing car. And that will allow Triton to close right in. He's going to be right on him. He's going to have to defend hard. Coming down here out of Curva Grande, down to turn 4. He's going to make the move on the outside now. Down on the right side, and there was almost a little bit of contact. Pushing it hard down towards the guy. Oh, one LMP1 into the grass in the background behind him. A little bit of door banging going on as he makes the move done in turn number 4.
Yep, great driving by Peter Jagodzinski, just getting a better run through turn 2 and then through turn 3, and giving Euphoria DriveX Racing nothing more than a car's width on the outside in the entry to turn 4. So that's the position gained for Triton Racing, a team that we quite often see in GTE racing with rather mixed fortunes. Either they're doing well or the race is not going their way. They're not a team content to just sit in the midfield.
that was really tight for a couple corners there, and you did see that LMP1, the UI1 Positive Sim Racing driver. He got into the grass a little bit, trying to work his way around these couple lap cars. Managed to get himself all well and good, and now, of course, he got another Ferrari on the back of that Porsche. They're having to move aside here to let these lap cars through. Makes the move out. Here he comes at the run down to turn number 1. Will he be able to get it done? And just turn is hard to the outside. Whoa, here comes LP1 late on the brakes and just splitting up the middle. That forces the Williams JIM esports car a little wide, but still he'll get the move done in the Senna S curves.
So 2 corners, 2 positions lost for Babu Girolami in Euphoria Drive X Racing. Shuffled down the order. It's not working for them right now. Back at the overall lead though, Mike Nürnberg's lost some of the gap that he closed down. So now a second 1 lap car, he just squeezes through the inside there. So really coming and going depending on how they're working the tyres, where the traffic falls, all of this. But if you're Marcus Hamilton, you can't be too comfortable right now, as behind them, SimRC DE Emerald's Michael Mittner is some gap behind, 14 seconds. But he was the fastest car out on circuit that time by. So Thrustmaster Movano Racing number 3, your championship leaders, but they're not walking away with this, the 3rd round of the season.
Not quite yet. A little bit of more 3-wide action going on right.
And Nürnberg dives for the pit lane. So that takes that battle away from us for right now. And they're one of the first P1 cars to pit. Back to you, Nolan. I'm sorry to cut across you there.
No, that's completely fine. That's our lead going to the pits. That's a bit more important. I was just going to focus on a little bit of 3-wide action that was going on. Just an LMP2 trying to get around a GTE and an LMP1 trying to get around both of them. As we look back up front, it would seem, to another LMP battle. I'm trying to find where that one is. I did have my eyes as well on a battle between 2 Porsches, but that's been split up as well. That was in your GTE class.
So talk about what we see on our screen then is F4H Motorsports being closed in by the Race Clutch LMP1. Look at those lovely green numbers for Richard Arnaud, just lap after lap taking a couple tenths away. It's brought it down to within 1 second. Now he looks to the right hand side, what I think is a Williams Jim car, and he's got the Triton Racing GTE in front of him, but it's just 1 lap car that separates him from taking 8th place away from F4H Motorsports. The Triton Racing car didn't want him to go to the inside there, but in the end there was nothing he could do to stop Race Clutch coming through there.
He's still closing the gap, and up ahead, Sam Rosamund, he's still working his way through lap traffic now, and that's what that Race Clutch LMP machine is going to have to work his way through. This could be an interesting battle for, what is this? They're fighting for, they're fighting for 8th place, or they're going to be in just a second here. Going to be deep on the brakes here to turn number 1. Sam Rosamund once more putting 1 car between himself and that Race Clutch machine, and that is of course what you want to see, is at least 1 lap car between you and the car behind.
Yeah, and Richard Arnaud might have saved up a lot of boost because he was right on the limit of top gear coming along the main straight and clawed a lot in a straight line at F4H Motorsports. I've heard from several drivers that there's a lot of different ways you can set up this Porsche LMP1 with the high downforce kit, the medium downforce kit, the low downforce kit. Maybe when we get a word from some drivers later on, we'll get an idea maybe who thought medium downforce was a good idea, who maybe thought high downforce would be a good idea for the hot temperatures. And maybe Race Clutch faster in a straight line than F4H, who seem to be quite a bit more stable through the twistier middle portion of the track. We've got a lot more LMP1s coming down onto pit lane, so our leader, Marcus Hamilton, on pit lane, as well as VRT iRacing in that purple car. Will Race Clutch come onto pit lane? No, they stay out, but it's absolutely pit stop time for our LMP1s.
And it appears a driver change as Mark Sample is out of the car and Friedrich Evers is in the car. And that will allow him to get out of the pits, and right behind him we got another LMP1 coming in. So driver changes beginning to come in here. Michael Mittner pulling into the lane right behind that new car. He's going to go for a driver change, it would seem. Claudius Weed is now into the car.
Yeah, so the VRT Esports car, I think with one lap down, gets out of there. So SimRC DE on service as well. Definitely time for some driver changes, it seems, in that class. I haven't run exactly the maths, but we might have gone past 30% of race time, at which point that would allow the minimum drive times to be met. And Nolan, you've seen a penalty that's been handed out in the GTE field. Tell us about that quickly, because we are watching the LMP overall lead as well.
I'll get back to that in a second because I need to find the exact info myself. So let's look to the LMP1 fight for the lead right now, as that's going to be closing in really tightly between two of the newer drivers that are into these cars.
Yep, so a driver change for both of these cars. Marcus Hamilton replaced by Frederick Evers and Mike Nürnberg replaced by Dominic Ferber. But it hasn't separated the cars on track, because there was the pit stop was earlier for Sorg Rennsport Esports, and then an undercut not particularly successful on Thrustmaster Movano Racing. So the gap's still just underneath 1 second, but we'll see how quickly these new drivers acclimatise as Dominic Ferber gets very, very close to one of the GTEs, and Frederick Evers gets balked by an LMP2. They're going to go very, very close. The lead is at risk. Will he dive to the inside? No, not so close, but it's less than a car's length for your overall lead. We've had an hour, 40 minutes of racing, and this is what it comes down to for your overall lead. And what Nolan was going to tell us about was that a penalty has been given to Logitech G Altus Esports and their Porsche, and we haven't quite managed to find a replay for that one. But what was the penalty? What are they going to have to serve?
Well, they're going to have to serve what appears to be a 15-second stop-go penalty. If I read it correctly, yes, I did. 15-second time penalty for causing a collision. That was back on lap 48, so that's about 12 to 22 laps ago now. So some time ago, the stewards just finished reviewing that incident, as well as Miguel M. Freitas was also black flagged for 15 seconds. That was even further back on lap 35. So unfortunately, a bit too far back for us to go back and get a replay of.
Yeah, so stewards surely but slowly working their way through the protest list, analysing some of the incidents that have occurred and dishing out justice. So right on board once again with Dominic Ferber from Sorg Rennsport Esports. Now the lapped traffic separating him from the lead. Have to be patient, go to the outside, use that hybrid boost. Unfortunately, it looks like Frederick Evers might just have the advantage over Dominic Ferber, so we'll look to the GTE field, and 11th in that class. Sorry, what battle were you seeing for that one, Nolan?
There was a battle between the Ferrari and the Porsche directly behind him a couple corners ago. It seems that whenever I tend to spot something, it's gone within 3 corners, and then we don't get the chance to talk about it. But they were a bit close a couple of corners ago. Unfortunately, that battle's been split up, but you never know. I think that maybe Ricardo Rico will be able to close in the gap once more.
Yeah, so certainly the nature of the GTE cars, our Grand Touring class, is even when the P1s get a bit split up, the P2s get a bit split up, there's always someone battling for position in GTE. So we ride on board with Zenith Esport. Ricardo Rico has been behind that wheel of that vehicle since the very start. He's got a P2 right in his rear vision camera there. He wants to get through, but his eyes are forward on that SRN Motorsports orange car. Carl Modic behind the wheel. Again, the P2 is held up behind, and it's also holding up one of the race clutch P2s. We'll see if the Porsche can get much better traction up the hill, much better power, slot into the slipstream in what is the longest straight on the circuit. Won't be quite enough. Still a few car lengths back as Odox Motorsports sneak through as well. A few cars no longer circulate as well. The traffic pushes him off to the outside of turn 1, which comes the inside of turn 2, outside of turn 3. Ricardo Rico might just grab that one. We switch to another angle. He'll have the inside for Curva de Sol. They've got a P1 closing up very close. That'll make it 3 wide, but he'll just get clear. And Ricardo will be as deep as he can on the brakes, but SRN Motorsports will try and hold it around the outside, and they do. So close wheel-to-wheel racing, and we have a return of Mr. Cam Walsh.
Yeah, and I set my timer, and I was only gone for about 18 seconds, so I'd like to think that was pretty quick. Of a stop, I will say the cars all seem to be in a different position now. That's a bit odd to me, but, you know, oh well, that's how iRacing goes, I suppose. No, I was following along. We've had some great action, and I have to say, I mean, the race does seem to be recovering from that big one, David.
Yeah, exactly. We're not short of battles, and one of them's the overall lead as well, because just as I said that Frederick Evers might have had the match for Dominic Ferber, Dominic Ferber has pulled it back to 0.2 of a second for the overall lead. So that's a battle that is absolutely on. Dominic Ferber's found something for Frederick Evers.
Yeah, most certainly.
Continue to watch the GTE battle. Zenith Esports not giving up on SRN Motorsports.
Yeah, most certainly. So it's we were wondering when perhaps Marcus Hamilton was going to have to hop out of that car, and Frederick Evers, I mean, let's be real here, leading the race, he is an extraordinarily fast driver. Dominic Farber having taken over from Mike Nurnberg, so this next chapter, as it were, so that's great to see, and obviously that GTE battle going on as well. As I just sent the production feed halfway across my screen. There we go. So Dominic Farber and Frederick Evers having dived to the inside of Thierry Rentz and the LMP1 machine to both clear going into quarter number 1. That's a fantastic decision on both their parts, and I'm happy that it all worked out for them. I do have to say, it is going to be a big challenge, I think, Nolan, to catch and pass Frederick Evers when and if you get there.
Yeah, that's true. And the key thing could be, I don't think it'll be an if he gets there. I think it's going to be when he gets there, because we've had incidents where, you know, he's dropped back really, really far, and then he's caught right back up again. And this is one of those cases. You know, he dropped back a bit, and now he's caught up again. And now these two guys are new drivers, so the energy is much, much higher. So I feel like this could definitely play in big to the fact that this race is there now. Actually, we can see Frederick Evers being held up on the outside of the LMP2, and he pushes one of the other LMP1 cars wide. Dominic Farber off into the AstroTurf there, the blue turquoise stuff on the outside there. He's going to have some work to do, though, that leader, as he works his way up through the lap traffic, and that will allow Farber to close right back in.
Yeah, and here he comes diving to the inside, maybe, as just forwarding notes across. So for Frederick Evers, he's in pursuit of the victory. He wants to get that 3P, but I think this is pretty much the first time in quite a while that they've really been challenged at Sebring. They really had a good distance. It is one of those things, however, where that Porsche car is closed in again and again and again, and now here at Interlagos, it is what finally an opportunity to get past, especially if it's getting to that point where the traffic is as such, you know, at Sebring and at Circuit of the Americas, perhaps, David, it's a little easier in a way to get these LMP1 cars past, but maybe the great equalizer was the traffic.
Yeah, if you've got the longer straights and a longer circuit, then there's more opportunity for the LMP1 cars to get past. Whereas here, they've got to be so aggressive and decisive if they want to pass a lapped car anywhere between turns 4 and turn 10 or so, that you like to call it a cloister, the middle sector of the racetrack. It's just corner after corner after corner, and it's so difficult. You see, once again, this lead battle just likes to tease us, Cam. They'll close it right back up. We'll think a change for the lead might be on, and then they'll be disturbed by traffic. Frederick Evers will build another gap, and then Dominic Ferber will have to close it all down again.
Yeah, and who knows what could happen, because here he comes again. He's got the overspeed. They've got Alex Traynor, Nat Luxon, my opinion, in their For Fact Esport podcast machine. He's going to close right on in. They've got a couple of LMP2 cars, and squinting on up the track, there's Carl Modig and the SRN Ferraris, the GTE, that they're going to be coming along. As I noticed, actually, my eyeballs have actually noticed out of the track, as here we come, died on the inside. Dominic Farber decided to move to the inside. No, he did not get it. As the track is now 111 degrees, Nolan, and well, the air temperature hasn't changed. We've got a bit of cloud cover, which I'm actually able to see with my eyeballs now. And what that means is that if these guys are understanding that, the lap times are going to be coming down. But who's going to be better in this cooler blip of temperature?
I think Farber is actually the better driver here out of these two, just because these two keep fighting, but it doesn't matter how far back Farber's been pushed, especially by the LMP2 that one time a couple laps ago. He catches right up in like only a lap, so I feel he's got the pace, and once he gets by him, he's going to run away with it as he's on the inside here, right down there to turn number 4. Will they make a bit of door banging? Nope, not quite, but that'll allow him to just charge away with that lead.
Yeah, and that is heads-up driving. There was the Heisenfeld LMP2 who was doing everything he could to not be involved, as Frederick Evers got a big run, but he had nowhere to go with that energy. You know, pushes to the inside of the Zenith Esports machine, which is a beautiful-looking machine, by the way. That line, that metallic flake green, I love it, by the way. We haven't had much time to talk about, as Ava Vervatic almost eats the grass trying to avoid the Zenith. We haven't had much time to talk about the paint schemes. So, so the Porsche Basel Sorg Rennsport Esports machine is now going to be your overall leader. And David, that was a fantastic bit of driving on Dominic's part, and really by Frederick's part, to keep themselves out of each other.
Yeah, you have to say great patience, really, by Dominic Ferber. Going to get a replay on screen right here. Yeah, see, we were talking about it lap after lap after lap, that Dominic Ferber was right there, but not by. He just waited patiently for an opportunity. Frederick Evers was hindered a tiny bit by having to go wide from Curva do Sol to go past the Heusinkveld LMP2. He just uses the draft perfectly, goes inside into Decido del Lago, and boom, job done. Nothing crazy, but just patient work by Dominic Ferber, who's now starting to pull out a lead.
And consistent work too. You have to remember, I mean, it's one thing to be able to just catch and then try to snap the trap shut, as it were. It's another thing to keep consistent pressure and positioning over somebody, and then ultimately making the pass. So good for them, as he now rolls to the inside of that Ferrari. That Ferrari's going to close the door. So Redface Racing, I'm sure he's not going to be happy about that one, but ultimately, though, it works out as the Dominic Farber kind of quote that apex away from Redface, so he had to kind of take a bit of an evasive, wider exit here. But either way, the number 91 machine is now going to be the eyes here, because it's a Triton Racing versus the Williams Jim Esport and the black Ferrari. And Nolan, it seems to be yet another good battle all over this racetrack. This is the battle for 6th position in your GTE class.
Yeah, that's one of the great things, that you can have battles all over the place. As, oh, look at this, that Porsche is going to be split by the LMP1 and the LMP2. Same with the Ferrari up front. A little bit of a scare. But that will allow them to keep all nice and good. I am a little concerned about the little bit of rear wing damage to that Triton Racing Porsche that might be having a little bit of effect on the aerodynamic side of the car, especially on the rear downforce. I'm not sure if the rear wing is big enough to have that much of an effect, but you never know. Like every little bit could be a complete race changer.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, the ever insightful YouTube chat has just said that F4H has had an issue and they lost a bunch of positions. The car looks. I'll see what has happened now. Back on their lap number 78, going in through the exit of corner number 4, Circuit du Sol. They ended up finding Alex Simpson, who is your LMP2 position 4 car right now, and they got sent right through the spin cycle. Well, it's not what you want to see. If others have been able to see that replay on their screens, but either way for F4H, luckily they did not tap the outside Armco, so the car is okay, but they lost quite a few positions in that one, David.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to get a look at the replay myself there, but anytime you have an incident, anytime you might put damage on the car, you don't want to do that. So F4H still holding on to 10th place, but the battle behind them is Torrent Motorsports and Wyvern Racing.
Dustin Hickman has been given a black flag for 15 seconds for avoidable contact on lap 53. Now, because iRacing doesn't give a car number and assigns it to a driver, I now have to play the old hokey pokey and see if I can't turn myself around. 77. It's a 77 machine. So that is your SimRC.de Crimson. That's actually a pretty big one. That's your third place GTE car that is going to have to come down for a 15-second stop and hold for an incident that happened some 20 laps ago. They've cycled through, and I see that we've had a couple of other stop and holds for causing collisions that have been served over the past while. So either way, that's going to be pretty big, having them have to come in. And Nolan, not how you want to set yourselves up, especially when you're running comfortably in the third position.
Well, especially now that we've only got just over 4 hours left, so we've gone through 2 hours of this race as it is. So I don't know. Like, the question is, can you make up however long it takes? Because, like, yeah, it's only a 15-second stop and hold, but you have to remember you're spending about another 20 seconds just getting to and from your pit stall. So in all, it's more like a 40-second penalty in total when you actually put all those factors into one. So can you make up those 40 seconds by the end of the race?
Plus, you cannot take any service at all. You can't put fuel in the car, you can't take tires, can't do any of that. So
yeah, so Cam will be back in a sec, but looking at the battle that we have on our screen now, this is in your GTE class, Thrustmaster Movano Racing being closed down by an Army Racing team who've come from nowhere to suddenly look very pacey. Not a team we've talked about a whole lot so far. They are up quite a few positions, more positions gained than Thrustmaster Movano Racing. So, and they're looking to make it one more. These are two teams that will be maybe 15 minutes away from their next pit stop. So this is an absolute battle on track for position. Army Racing Team and Dominic Blair will go to the inside of turn 4. Still keeps a nose in, but can't quite break deep enough. And Thrustmaster Movano Racing squad might just hold it around the outside. They'll be side by side going up the hill, but that will become the inside for the next corner as a right-hander. And sensibly, Army Racing Team back out of that one for now. Their opportunity will come. And SimRC.de Crimson car lurking in the background there. These guys nearly 30 seconds off the overall lead, held rather convincingly in this class by Core Sim Racing GTE and Kimmo Suominen. The battle for second, very much not decided.
I'm petting the dog, so hopefully that means the microphone is now working. I think it's interesting just to also throw out, I mean, we're watching this great GTE battle, but there is a growing gap over Dominic Farber and Frederick Evers. Honestly, just from how I've been looking at it, as we'll keep our eyes on this GTE battle, it has been because of Dominic Farber just has been more decisive through traffic. Now, obviously, luck does have a bit to do with that, as Red-Face Racing is off track in the inner cloister. Not sure how they managed that, if that was a solo affair. Yes, it was, actually, not in the inner cloister in the last real corners. They're going side by side into corner numero
uno. Look at a replay
uno.
of what happened to Red-Face Racing, potentially. They're coming into the pit lane now, though.
Yeah, they ended up. It was a self spin on the exit of that last corner. They got into that blue tarmac. As okay, we will get a replay. They just got into that blue tarmac and they lost it all on their own, which I guess in itself is unique. But I think maybe perhaps it's because the tires are gone. We've almost hit 2 hours, and you know what? They probably said, you know what? With how the temperature's gone, it's now down to 109 degrees Fahrenheit. So I mean, that's a pretty significant change for these Michelin tires on that GTE machine. They probably looked at it, Nolan, and said, you know what? We've already lost the rears once and spun out, so I don't want to deal with it again. So maybe it's just easiest to just come on down pit lane.
Yeah, that might be like one of the easier things to do for sure. I believe he might have a fight for 10th place up there as well in the LMP1 class. I believe, yeah, that definitely looks like it could be a fight for, yes it is, fight for 11th, excuse me, in the LMP1. They're really close together right now, down through turn number 1, and a lockup from one of the LMP1s, very deep with the brakes, went for a little slide, and just barely missed that F4H Motorsport car of the number 17 machine.
Yeah, meanwhile, we've been watching this battle for position number 2 in GTEs. So we've been sliding back and forth here. So it's just how much action is going on here. As you can see, that those LMP1 machines scattering back and forth, looking pretty... like a pretty consistent battle here as the Torrent machine are in pursuit. But meanwhile, position number 2 in GTE is the Army Racing team versus Thrustmaster Movano Racing. The Thrustmaster Movano Racing machine is the one trying to cover, and as such, it is one of those situations where they've got the LMP2 car stuck in between, David, and it's just, well, not going to work out for the Army Racing team, and work out in the favor of the Ronaldo Lorena number 69, and I wonder if these guys are going to have to be coming into their pit lane pretty soon.
Yeah, I think our GTEs are still maybe 5 minutes or so away from needing to take a pit stop, though some of them choose to do so sort of on the hour, as it were. But yeah, the traffic, whether you're the faster class or the slower class, always gives and takes. You'll be in a battle like this in one lap where the traffic falls will cost you, and you'll feel hard done by, as Dominic Blair has a little bit of an oversteering moment through turn 2 there, and then other times it will work to your benefit. So you've just got to be patient and not let it frustrate you, because it gives, it takes away, and the tide goes in, the tide goes out. You cannot explain that.
No, and I mean, you just have to have that an inherent patience, but then a decisiveness when the opportunities arise. So with that, this seems to have puttered out as we've been riding on board with that Porsche. But with that, we'll see if we can't look ourselves around and see if we can't find a couple more cars that are running a bit closer here, because the Army Racing team seems to be kind of puttering out. Perhaps they're just getting ready for coming into pit lane, which is certainly going to happen momentarily, as there are a lot of cars that are very close to each other, Nolan, but what ends up happening is that they're starting to be on different laps, and which makes things fairly difficult to the viewer to kind of discern what's going on.
It makes it even more difficult for us to sometimes discern what's going on. As what we saw before that big one, we could barely tell who was where on the track. There is a lot of different things that can happen all over the place here. We are of course keeping like one eye on this battle between the Ferrari of the SRN Motorsports and Zenith Esports. They might be approaching their pit window shortly here in about a lap or so. I predict if they're not coming in this time, maybe. Don't think so. No, they're both going to stay out for one more time, it would seem.
And Carl Modig piloting that SRN Motorsports Orange, of course. They used to run the Corvette one season when we had the GT1 machines, and they ran the Aston Martin, and now they're in a Ferrari. So good to see them continuing on with the series, and great to see them, of course. They have cars in other divisions here. I believe they have an LMP2 car. But either way, for the SRN team of Carl Modig, as we are looking at the Bushfink Racing versus Redface Racing. Now, this is the Redface that we saw have an issue early on. A little bit earlier, I guess I should say, with them losing the rear, and so they ended up coming into pit lane. So what that means is that Laurent Miskiewicz is going to be on brand new tires, and I wonder, David, has Fraser Williamson, who's piloting that machine, come into the pits lately? No, he hasn't. So Fraser Williamson is going to be on old tires, whereas Laurent is going to be on newer tires.
Yeah, I've got that on my timing screen right now, that the Team Bushfink Racing's car is 37 laps into a stint. 3 laps for Redface Racing, who's Red Bump Racing. Flashes the headlights a little bit, doesn't take any more than one more car's width to go to the inside. A little love tap that I'm not sure Fraser will be particularly happy with, but when they're not having issues, that Redface Racing Ferrari's a little bit quicker. But maybe it's that kind of recklessness that has thrown them down the order to where they are now.
Yeah, and it could just be that Ferrari was chewing through tires, and I mean, for Fraser, you don't want to try to race too hard on old tires. You know, you'll end up spinning yourself. I know Fraser's not going to be too happy about the old bump and run going into corner number 4. This isn't Bristol or Martinsville, and NASCAR guys know what I'm talking about there. But either way, as I'm noticing some more cloud cover, we're dropping down. The track temperatures quickly drops on down. I mean, you have to remember those clouds, thick thermal protectant from the sun, asphalt really reacting because of the color of the asphalt to the color to the sun, so it heats up very, very quickly and cools off very, very quickly. So already dropped down to about 107 degrees Fahrenheit because of that coming cloud cover. So as the temperature does continue to climb on down, the time does continue to go on. The clock continues to click as we have hit over 2 hours here. That means we've got 4 hours to go. It means the sun's moving ever more. As, for Fraser Williamson, doesn't look like he's able to stay on the back. And really, Nolan, not surprised about that. But actually, you know what, David, go on ahead and talk a little bit about these GTE pit stops. It's interesting to me how they can be so separated at this phase of the race.
Yeah, because one of the things that we see happen in these endurance races, like here in Neo or in the Sports Car Open, is that the GTE cars with a full tank of fuel can go just a little bit longer than an hour, sometimes closer to 63, 64, 65 minutes. So some teams choose to just take the longest stints they possibly can and then take a final stop that's maybe 2/3 a tank of fuel or half a tank of fuel. And some teams really prefer to stop just after the hour, on the hour kind of thing. So some of the teams we've got doing that, taking that on the hour pit stop strategy in the GTEs, is Odox Motorsports, just come down on the lane, SimRC Crimson on the lane, and Williams Jim also took pit stop. So some of the teams staying out as long as they can, of course Sim Racing GTE, Thrustmaster Movano, but then the other half of the field taking this on the hour pit stop strategy, which has an advantage in that your average tyres will be fresher because they're running them to a 60-minute, not a 65-minute stint, but their final pit stop will be just a tiny bit longer.
Yeah, for sure, but car hopefully more comfortable and in better as far as the quality of the car. You don't want to risk anything. So if you're looking on the stream, which I mean we hope you are, of course we're watching the battle for P14 GTEs. That's Euphoria and MSI. So that is of course your 67 and 75 on the production feed. It's or at least when I wasn't supposed to say that part. This speech by. So, anyways, I will say if you've noticed by these cars, at least I can see on both the production feed and my screen, there's no sun anymore. The sun has disappeared. It's gone. The light bulbs popped out this time. It's down to 101 degrees Fahrenheit. Is a point I wanted to make because a massive old cloud has come in. You can see on the screens how much darker the lighting is, how much dark the grass is, how the sun's not reflecting off the cars. It's good to see that because, Nolan, the track temperature having dropped means that these cars, the tires are going to come back into a better operating range, at least for the moment. And also, perhaps some of the drivers are going to be more comfortable with those cars, start driving them a little bit more aggressively and see if they can close in on anybody.
Well, absolutely, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a bit of extra aggression going on here. We're down to 100 degrees now as we see that Euphoria DriveX racing car Porsche down onto the lane now for his stop. Now, keep in mind, this is actually an all-time low. We've actually had one car that's gone straight on in the Senna S curves. That is one of the F4H Motorsport cars, car number 17, Romeo Grinnell.
And this is not the first time that they've had trouble. It looks to me like it was just maybe a bit of too much speed. And, you know, I wonder if perhaps he started getting on the brakes. No, that was just all on him. Just a little bit wide. And, David, it's so easy to do. As we're getting the replay up on the screen here. So easy to do. You just touch a little bit of that white line. The right side tires aren't braking as much as they should. You really just skirt yourselves out there, and that's why it's so open. But also, there was a GTE car directly in front of his face hole that he most certainly did not want to boop, and now it looks like he's going to lose a position to the MSI Esports machine because David Perez is on the attack.
Yeah, exactly. That first bit of the Senna S, he looks to maybe grab that spot back and will get in the way of one of the leading Thrustmaster Movano cars a tiny bit. But yeah, that first part of the Senna S, as you turn to the left, the track slowly starts turning and the apex is quite a long way around. You can get a tyre on the outside grass very easily a long way before turn-in, right about there, as the FH Motorsports doesn't do a perfect job letting that Thrustmaster car through, but their race continues, and the MSI Esports car that just got past them scoots a long way into the distance, and we've got a great demonstration of the different speeds between the different classes that we have out on track.
Yeah, that weird croaky noise. That was me watching Kenny Rusin in the Core Sim Racing GTE arrive into the picture instantaneously. You just you're watching that, but. Great maneuver, and we did not, however, Nolan, have a massive 97 car pile up that time, so thumbs up all around, so everyone's doing good there, but driver fatigue is certainly something that can be pointed out. We were talking earlier about how there are no brakes here, there's no real place that you can just grab the wheel and relax. And I'm noticing the track temperature might be sticking a little bit up because some of these LMP1 cars are getting a little bit loose.
Yes, indeed they are. And we actually just had an overtake for 16th place Hugo Prieto, finally finding his way around Johan Harf. That was actually for 16th place overall. Now, keep in mind that was an LMP1 and an LMP2 right there that were actually fighting each other for position. And you don't see that too often in endurance racing like this. You don't often see an LMP1 actually fighting for position with an LMP2. So I just thought that was a bit of a curious sight to see, to say the least, because I've seen some things in endurance racing, but this is definitely a first for me.
Yeah, and that is Hugo Prieto. from an earlier incident. Carlos Villalobos was also the co-pilot. That was from that earlier incident, large incident. He's finally recovering. As I will say that the Team Chimera guys, just unfortunately for them, speaking of that incident tying up loose ends, they are, I think, officially done for the day. I see Alex Simpson cropping in here, and we're going to see if we can get him into the booth here, because Farron Kern has taken over for him, and Alex has just hopped out of the car 2 laps ago. So we're going to get an interview with Apex Racing UK dude, Alex Simpson. And that is, of course, your official title. It is literally just Alex Simpson, a.k.a. dude from Apex Racing UK.
I'll take it. Sounds good to me.
Now, see? That's why I'm in here and you're out there in that car. No, speaking of that car and out there, I mean, we had figured that perhaps Circuit of the America was a bit of an indication of what could be happening here. I don't think anyone anticipated a Talladega-style big one. But outside of that, the racing, a little bit of maybe close quarters per se, but I will say improved over Circuit of the Americas, and I was wondering what you'd seen out there yourself.
Well, I missed the big one altogether, and the car, I didn't see it, didn't know until Friend said, oh, it was a crash. But it completely cleared up by the time I got back around, so that was, yeah, that was good. Unfortunately, we have picked up a bit of damage with a bit of contact, and yeah, we're down about 10k I think on the straight and about 1 second a lap, so yeah, we're bleeding time at the moment, unfortunately. We just tried to get it all repaired in the pits just to hope the car's back to some order, because I think we lost 40 seconds in that second stint there. So yeah, we're a bit under the cosh at the minute. We're hoping and praying that things are going to be back and we can do some sort of use the next 4 hours to try and work our way back up that order.
Yeah, and I believe that was the incident with that F4H LMP1 prototype kind of coming across your nose there and kind of spun himself out on your nose, and the two of you were pretty close together in the exit of corner number 4, which always happens.
You know what? I don't think it was that actually. There was one on the straight. I was overtaking a GTE car, and he swung. There was probably a car's width room on the outside. Went there and made contact into the wall. For the LMP1 and that, and yeah, so complete right side damage on the car. So it was that one that caused the problem, and yeah, since then we've been a bit slow, and I think that's when like Johan caught us up and overtook us as well. So yeah, we were P2 at the time when we picked that up. So yeah, a bit frustrating.
Yeah, I can certainly imagine, and I mean, it's one of those situations where Interlagos really is as close quarters as you get. I mean, I love broadcasting Interlagos. How has it been as far as the driver goes? Has it been super stressful for you? I know you're more the open wheel guy, in which I hope you've been enjoying that Renault 3.5 thing that everyone keeps drooling about because it has a V8. But, I mean, you don't really deal with the traffic, as it were, in an open wheel car compared to this. I mean, Sebring was tough, but Interlagos, I don't think there's a really straight line here on the racetrack.
Yeah, I agree. For the most part, actually, it's been pretty good. You know, there's a couple little ones that you're like, and I know I've done one as well. I don't know who the poor Ferrari driver was. Sorry for that. But yeah, for the most part, for me, around me, it's been pretty good. Yeah, we just got caught up in the unfortunate thing.
Yeah, so either way, hopefully the car is repairable, or have you taken all the optional repairs?
Yeah, we've took all the optional repairs now. We'll assess exactly what it's going to be like. I think it's going to be difficult for us to truly tell, and because obviously Friends hasn't done any laps in it at this point on with these track conditions, so we've got no benchmark to say if it's actually fixed or not. All we can do is take a little look at the speed numbers and see if we're back up to full speed.
And I will point out the sun is coming back out, so the temperature's rising. We're already up to 109 Fahrenheit, and I don't know what that is in crazy Europa land.
43.
But, 43, yeah, so thank you.
There as well.
But it has been bit of a really wild change. Like, I almost don't know what words to say, because the sun is now fully back out. It's great to see, like, on my monitor. It's great to actually be able to tell. You know what I mean? How it's getting dark, it's getting light, different sections of the track. What's it like for you as a driver out there? Is it pretty noticeable for you as far as the environment changing, getting you that cue, or can you really just tell courtesy of the tires?
I think you can tell when you're sort of doing your testing and things like that. It's very, very evident, very, very quick either times. But here, perhaps not so much, because you are busy with the traffic all the time, so you're more in and keeping an eye on what's going on in front and behind. So you don't really notice it kind of so much, and of course you don't obviously see the lap time improvements when the cloud cover comes across, as you would do, because obviously checking up and things like that. So I feel like we're going to notice it a lot once the evening really starts to kick in, because lap time should really come down then, and we'll see. We obviously went for a slightly different strategy, and hoping for the late pace at the end of the day. So, but unfortunately, it's not going to work out.
Well, you never know. Hey, it could come back to you. There's at least a bit of time, quote unquote, a bit. One singular bit of time left in this race, and then you're going to be going to Suzuka. That's going to be interesting. And then we've got Spa, and then, of course, Le Mans, which, I mean, nobody cares about Le Mans, really. But meanwhile, the 13 car has passed the 9. You're seeing that on your screen, NSI. Esports has gotten by that Torrent machine on the upside. Power move of position. No, it's actually countering right now. MSI is coming back on Torrent, so reverse that one. But it's kind of the last question, bit open-ended here. LMP1s, GTEs, and you. We've seen 4-wide. We've seen moments. I will say it has been decently well behaved.
Like I said, from my point of view, what was going on around me, it's been pretty good. Everyone's been predictable. GTEs keeping to their line for the most part, which is all we want as HPD drivers. And like I say, there's not been any real dodging in and out of cars apart from the one that we saw. But that's it, really. It's just been that one. It's been pretty good. Like I think at Kota and Sebring, it was a lot worse. So yeah, I'm quite happy, and there was a good driver's briefing, I have to say. The drivers got a lot involved, really said about areas of the circuit that some of the other classes need to be aware of, situations and things like that. So and I think that has helped today. But of course, you've seen a lot more than I have.
I mean, not really. There's been so much action. We've been running back and forth. Somebody's decided to run the car off the track. Is that the MSI machine or the F4H machine? I'm not sure. The number 13,
MSI,
yeah.
the blue one.
So MSI. With that, we'll give you the old shout out, Areno, because anyone you'd like to thank for Apex Racing UK and whatnot, as you guys are in your LMP2 effort, your maiden LMP2 effort in the Neo Endurance Series?
Yeah, well, just a big shout out to Ferenz, who's in the car now, and he worked very hard this week. Alex Marshall, who unfortunately was going to be in the car this week, but the last time I heard he was sat in an airport. I'm pretty sure he's on a plane somewhere now. So
no excuses.
Yeah, gutted for him.
They have Wi-Fi.
To miss it. All the sponsors and you guys and the race officials for putting the series on.
Of course, and hey, if you want to see that big junk, we saw it live, so
I'll check it back.
Yeah, but either way, thank you so much, Alex, for hopping in the booth. We really appreciate it, as always, and we wish you the best.
Thanks so much.
So that's Alex Simpson, the manager, important dude person from Apex Racing UK, also guy who drives car. And Nolan, meanwhile, we had a pass for position 14 in GTE. Made the pass going into position 1. Sounded decently straightforward.
It certainly did. That was the Odox Motorsport IRSAP GTE Porsche getting around a slightly battered Johannes Meisworm in his Sim RC.de Crimson Porsche machine for the GTE class. Just a simple drafting overtake down into the braking zone to turn 1. Still right on the back of them though, so these two cars are one to watch, certainly. And we have got cars down on the lane.
Well, not only do we have a car on the lane, I'm squinting because the race clutch machine isn't anywhere even remotely close to the lead.
And the replay on screen is why.
Yeah, that's kind of what
so
we're
3
we're
wide
out.
through Curva de Sol with the Sim RC.de Crimson machine that we just mentioned, looking a little bit second-hand. And was that our overall leader around the outside? Yeah, so escapes unharmed does Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esports. But in going around the outside there, sort of squeezed race clutch towards Sim RC.de, who didn't know that 3 wide was happening and just sort of eased out a little bit.
Yeah, so either way, we were able to see the replay there, and honestly, it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. We're seeing it again here as the Porsche takes a nice lovely boom out of that car. Hit that inside armco, and that's going to be that. Either way, get everything kind of reset here. We did clip 2 hours not that long ago, so I think at some point we're probably going to have to go and do our top 8 in all classes. So as we get the live pictures back on up, we have, never mind, because we have cars in pit lane. So fantastic.
This is a long stop. This is a very long stop for Dominic Ferber. That was
56 seconds.
Yeah, that's going on 15 seconds or so longer than everyone else. Did he maybe get a speeding in pit lane penalty on the way in?
As Hugo Prado, which I believe is that Odox.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry to cut you guys off. We just had somebody get turned around. That was the MSI Esports car of Adriana Perez in car 75. Had some help by the Triton Racing machine right behind them. I'm sorry to cut you guys off there, but that was a bit of a hairy incident there. That was down in one of the slow corners where there seems to only be one line. I can't remember the name for it for the life of me.
Yeah, and unfortunate for them, they'll get themselves sorted out. I'll try to get that onto your screen. So that's the MSI Esports GTE effort, as that was going into turn 9, so this is going to take a while. But either way, the Porsche's been the Porsche GTE car has been fairly quiet throughout this race.
So here we have the replay of what happened to the MSI Porsche GTE. So that's coming up the top of the hill. Okay, Hoisinckvelt's P2 gets past cleanly. They've got Triton Racing right behind them. Just give them a little love tap in that left-hand hairpin at the bottom of the hill. Just a little bump, and that gives them a little half spin.
Yeah, so, and he gets that sorted out. Yep, I've seen that now. It's that was a near spin, so not much else to do really about it. So not really a big event with that one, but thankfully we'll get ourselves back out and sorted. As Frederick Evers is still your leader, and you've got now a bit of a split between pit stops. So let's go take a look at the top 8. Let's get this all sorted out and back up. We have got the Thrustmaster Movano Racing NES number 3. That is your current race leader of Frederick Evers, as he is now led after 2 hours and 21 minutes. Hasn't really been challenged outside of the Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport, who had the lead up until they came in this last pit stop. So, SimRC.de Emerald is currently running in the 2nd position, with Thrustmaster Movano Racing NES number 4 currently running in 3rd. The Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport number 18 machine is obviously they're the ones that had come down pit lane and gotten their service, that long extended service. I checked to see if they had gotten perhaps a penalty. They did not. Frederick Evers pulls on pit lane, by the way. Race clutch, then you've got that Wyvern, which has been plagued with a couple of penalties. That UI1 Positive Sim Racing Black, and then you've got that MSI Esports machine who just had that little bobble. So anyways, Frederick Evers pulls into his pit stop, gets his service. Meanwhile, David Haynes is going to be standing by with the GTE.
Indeed I am. So, did you say GTE or P2?
Yeah, Alan P2, excuse me.
You did say GTE, but I was expecting P2. That's what threw me. So yes, we're looking at our leader in P2, which is UI1 Positive Sim Racing. It's 24 seconds clear of Schubert Motorsports in second. Third place is IRDK Endurance. Fourth is Talk Freak Racing. Fifth is TNT Racing. Sixth is Apex Racing UK, who's Alex Simpson, we were just speaking to not long ago. It's in a very close battle there with World of Sim Racing team as well, and Race Clutch in 8th place. But nowhere to be seen up the top of the order is Ava Vivadic, number 39, our championship leaders, who are in 15th in class. So there'll be a real shake-up as things stand right now in the P2 class championship standings.
Nolan Rempel is going to have our GTE battles and positions in their top 8.
Well, up in the lead right now for the GTE by a mile, it would seem, is Core Sim Racing, and 39.5 seconds back is the Army Racing team. Thrustmaster Mivano Racing down in third with Williams Jim Jr. in fourth place. Cimatog Esport in fifth, MSI Esports in sixth with Triton Racing in seventh, and Euphoria DriveX Racing in eighth. We've had a bit of a three-car scrap for a good lap now. It's kind of split up a little bit with all the traffic that's had to go through, but they were side by side for a good portion of the lap while we were doing our top 8.
Yeah, and as such, they're going to continue on their battle there, looking good, as that has been the top 8 in all 3 classes. We do have David Barraclough, but I just going to throw it out there that it's about time that we take a bit of some onboard action. We haven't done it normally. We do it once an hour. We have not done it yet, so that'll give us some time to get the old Rechargerino. Let's see. David, do you have any suggestions of who we'll go on board with? As actually, no, hold on. Frederick Evers has just decided to pile the car into the inner cloister. He's gone way off track, and he might have damaged that front clip or the under tray of that Porsche. He lost the rears as he went into a little bit of cloud cover. I think he was trying to maybe ease up on the brakes behind Philip Eckert. That Racing Center machine, unfortunately, caught the car out, and he really took a dive. And David, I would be a bit worried about that under tray of that Porsche.
Yeah, take a look at that airtime right there. Oh, there's some bumps in the grass there, and that's why you want to stay on the racing surface. So maybe they've just escaped unharmed from that, but that's definitely going to cost Frederick Evers some time.
Yeah, maybe. So, either way, we'll see if we can't find ourselves a decent car to stick up on. Why don't we go on board? We'll go on board this lap, obviously. We'll cover this lap, and then we'll go on board as they go past the start-finish line. It's the number 77 car versus the Team 84 machine of Marcus Pappenbrock. As that Racing Center LMP2 car gets his way on the inside. It's Johannes Maiworm and the SimRC.de Crimson versus Marcus Pappenbrock in that Team 84 car. They're working their way up the hill towards the inner loops, the inner cloister, whatever, as I've eloquently named it. A little bit of brake smoke with the 84 machine. We'll go with Marcus Pappenbrock this time by as they pass the start-finish line for, of course, our RaceSpot TV fan immersion. And you are watching the iRacing Esports Network on, of course, produced by RaceSpot TV, as the battle between Johannes Maiworm and Marcus Pappenbrock are going to be coming out of the final corner right now and heading down that extraordinarily long straight with a little bit of the kick to start their 96th lap. We'll go on board with the Porsche, the 84.
welcome back to the Neo Endurance Series. This is round 3 of Season 5, the 6 hours of Interlagos. We're just riding on board there with Team 84 as they battle with SimRC.de. 3 hours, 24 minutes remaining, nearly at the halfway point of the race. And Nolan, still plenty of battles happening out there in the different classes. What have you been keeping your eye on?
Well, we had a little bit of a minor scrap for P5 in the GTE class. That battle's kind of settled down. One fight that hasn't settled down, though, is a fight. I'm trying to find where I was looking at for that. Yes, P6 in the LMP2. And that was between the TNT Racing LMP2 machines and the World of Sim Racing team. They're still fighting it out. That is for 21st position overall. And they're duking it out now as they head into turn number 4. These two drivers, the gap between them has been climbing down slowly and slowly throughout the Phantom Merchant. And that's one thing that I've been keeping my eye on, David.
Yeah, exactly. So that's definitely closed up there. Andreas Quintana, World of Sim Racing, right obscured by the rear wing in this fabulous onboard view we have of TNT Racing. So while the overall leaders in P1 class are rather spread out, we've got plenty of battles in our other classes in Prototype 2 in GTE. And this is one that we're watching right here. Also, I think had a battle in the GTE class as well. Plenty going on there, actually, as we watch these guys going down the main straight. And here's that battle indeed. So Army Racing Team and Jan Wikowski leading Luke Van Schaik from Thrustmaster Movano Racing. And maybe we'll get the lap difference graphic up, because that's a really good one that lets us see how the ebb and flow is going in a battle. The lead of this class, though, still definitely held by Core Sim Racing GTE, who at their last pit stop switched out Kimi Soiminen for Kenny Rusin, still holding what's now a 40-second lead for them. Then pretty close back here, 2nd and 3rd, and then also battled 4th and 5th. And we can welcome back Cam Walsh.
Hi, and we can also welcome David Barriclow of the Torque Freak Racing LMP2 effort and GTE effort, I guess. So we'll get, as we get him in here, yeah, welcome back, of course, to the Neo Endurance, all that stuff. I'm sure David eloquently pointed out. But yeah, David Barriclow, Torque Freak Racing. Now, are you driving the GTE car or the LMP2 car?
As a member of our GTE car, though I haven't actually driven a lap in anger in the car so far yet this season. That may change a little later today. We'll have to wait and see on that one. But yeah, I am signed up for the GTE. However, I have also been doing like basically spotting and race engineering for our LMP2 car as well. So I've been like looking up the strategy for this race up to this point.
Well, you're a great person to interview then, so sorry in advance for picking your mind, but I will say first off, great that you had a spotter today, because as it turns out, the racing has been fairly clean, much better than Circuit of the Americas, outside of a Talladega-style big one. And I mean, I think everyone at this point is at least familiar with what had happened, as we get a replay on our screen of an LMP1 car moving in on the inside of Race Clutch, and Race Clutch looking perhaps a little uncomfortable on the exit there. But meanwhile, so they acted okay. So we did have an incident. We're just building up to it. So I wonder if this is they're going to dive to the inside of the GTE car, and no, okay. All right, so then they must have had a solo spin or something like that. We'll find it. Meanwhile, David, we'll give you, while we look for that, let's give you the time to answer just how busy has it been being a spotter in Interlagos?
Yeah, it's been pretty busy for sure. The race has settled down nicely now, though. So it's only taken an hour and a half, 2 hours to do so. But the first half hour, first 45 minutes were predictably frantic with three classes on track, all trying to occupy some similar parts of the track at the same time. There was quite a lot of jockeying for position on the infield, and unfortunately there was that incident on the straight down to Curva de Sol with the pile up, which unfortunately our GTE they were on the brakes a good 150 meters to 100 meters before and still managed to get involved. So it's been pretty crazy at the start of the race, but it's all settled down now.
So we did get the replay finally. As we can see, they went 3 abreast with the Porsche and that MSI LMP1 car. The MSI LMP1 car got out scotch-free. Now, this is the good thing. Everyone held their brakes. This is what didn't happen. And Race Clutch ended up just pulling the car to tow, which I think was the right decision there after what happened to them. The entire front clip has been ripped apart. Here's a better angle of it. Just gets nipped. Nowhere to go for both the Porsche GTE car and that LMP2 car, and then just a scattering of cars. You saw how quickly they were able to skirt on by, how much they had to make the decision. You can see the damage there. So anyways, back to live pictures. And David, from the engineering perspective, one thing that we have noticed is that the big old light bulb in the sky, it goes away for a little bit and comes back a little bit. The cars, the track temperature changes. How tightly has your eyeballs been glued to the track temperature info icon on the info screen in the settings?
Yeah, we've definitely been monitoring it. As far as taking that number as gospel, I'm yet to be entirely convinced to pay too much attention to the exact number, because we don't know, at least I don't know, how iRacing reads that temperature, whether it's some kind of average across the whole track or whether it's just a specific part of the track which may be in the shade or in the sun at any given moment. I'm not sure, but we've definitely been looking at it for general trends and feeding the information back to our drivers as it develops, and they're able to use that. I mean, you can do little things in the car which might find you the odd tenth here or there during the stint. But the bigger effect, I think, is going to be on what happens with some of the strategy calls later on in this race, because I would expect the lap times to change significantly by the time we're into the last hour or two.
Yeah, meanwhile, great side-by-side action. Again, the NSI Esports LMP1 almost getting involved there. The exact same spot. This time they went to the inside of the Logitech G Altus, and the World of Sim Racing team does make the position on TNT Racing. And sorry, David, I am paying attention to what you're saying. I just... as it turns out, Interlagos, I guess that's a good leaning into the next one. The next question. Interlagos, it is basically a knife fight in a telephone booth as far as having these 3 class of cars on track at the same time. Just take me through, being a spotter, how this really works with both the GTE mindset and the LMP2 mindset, because they really are 2 completely different mindsets.
Yep, so the spotting has not been too bad after that first half hour. I mean, when the P1s and the LMP2s both come through the GTEs at the same time, around lap 10. That's always the most hectic part of the race, and as a spotter, you only have really time just to say what kind of cars are coming. You can't really do anything more than that, and you have to rely on your drivers to just be watching your mirrors for the GT cars. For the LMP2 cars, I wasn't spotting for them during that phase, but I'm sure that was receiving good information from Ronnie. I mean, they stayed out of trouble and they were able to make the right calls and going for gaps or not going for gaps. The way that Interlagos works out is that the GTs have a surprisingly good speed in the slow speed corners. So if the prototypes are not able to get fully alongside on the braking, they're quite happy to stay behind because they're not actually losing that much time. You would expect they would lose more time than they do on the infield, and then they're able to breeze by on the straight. So it's not as bad as you think it would be, but yeah, that first hour was unbelievably hectic. And there were definitely a few incidents there which could have been avoided on other tracks, but it's racing and it is what it is in Interlagos. I wouldn't have it any differently. It's a great track and really good fun.
Yeah, and I mean, it's been good fun here in the booth. I mean, we've been trying to keep the camera pointed in one direction long enough to get a sentence out, and by that time there's already something else creeping up on us that we need to talk about. But speaking of it, whilst we're watching the battle for World of Sim Racing and TNT, there's also a battle for position 10 in LMP1 between Ricardo Orozco and Justin Royston and their teammates. It's Positive Sim Racing Green versus Positive Sim Racing Black. So, David, just kind of a last point. As qualifying proved and as the race proves, the temperature changing can certainly affect the qualifying lap times, especially in GTE. You feel like as time goes on, perhaps there'll be some tools developed to perhaps maybe help you in that engineering spotting booth. Is that something that you're hoping for, that they can come up with a suite or something like that from the API that can really help you as an engineer kind of pin down this weather as we're watching the black machine go onto the inside of the green and make up that very easy position?
As far as qualifying goes, it really comes down to the regulations for the racing series in question. I mean, here we've got 20 minutes open qualifying, which really opens up, it opens up the session. You have a longer period of time where you qualify, and that does mean that the dynamic sky we now have makes a big difference. But as far as an API development in the future, I don't think it's going to necessarily make the biggest difference, because the problem is in partly cloudy conditions like we had today, it can just take 30 seconds to a minute of the sun disappearing behind a cloud. The track temperatures could already start to come down, and during that time you have to already be on your outlet. So, and I don't think in terms of setting up the car for the lap, it's going to make big enough difference to necessitate making big changes in the garage. So you just really have to keep your eyes on the sky, get out there at the right time, and just, with a little bit of luck, you're on the track the perfect time to set that really, really fast lap.
Spoken like engineers and spotters that you can listen to in real life too. I mean, it really does end up looking to the sky and kind of fingers crossing sometimes. But either way, David, thanks so much for hopping in the booth with us. Torque Freak Racing has been a mainstay in Neo for years now, and so hopefully you guys can continue to have good success. And we'll talk to you later. And of course, give you the floor for anyone you'd like to thank or anything like that before we let you go. And we really appreciate you coming in the booth and giving us your time.
No problem at all, Cam. The pleasure is all mine. Just while we're here, we recently bid a fond farewell to two of our partners who've been with us for basically a year now. Both Link ECU and GBE have parted ways with us, and we are now fully committed to our partners, Infinity Decals. You can check them out on their website, infinitydecals.co.uk. They provide decals and clothing to everywhere around the world, really. So yeah, go check them out. And yeah, we do have an opening for some partners to join us in the future as well now. I mean, we're already in progress with some guys, and it's looking good. But yeah, the door's open for anyone else who looking for a team to get on board with. We're on the way up at the moment, still looking to enter the World Championship Series that have just been announced excitingly on in the Cup car. Really looking forward to giving that one a go. So yeah, it's a really exciting time for sim racing and iRacing in general. So yeah, looking forward to the next year, really.
I mean, I'm not talking about sponsorship here. Was that a car going the wrong way?
Yes, it was. Both our cars managed to get by them.
Okay, I saw that out of the corner of my eyeball. Put a race bus sticker in the car. That's the point I was going to make. So that was with Inertia Sim Racing and the Zenith Esport cars. The Zenith ended up spinning that Inertia Corsac car around. Great view of it here, and I mean, really, Jonas kind of took the best decision. He didn't try to back across the track or anything like that. He actually just drove the other way, and that was actually pretty smart. So, either way, David, thanks so much. We'll let you get back to the team. We really appreciate it, and I wish you the best.
Absolutely. Thank you, Cam. And see you later.
We'll talk to you later. So, all right, just to reframe things, cars driving backwards on track. That honestly, in that instance, perfectly okay. Whilst we had that interview, we did get a great replay of that game-changing incident with the race clutch LMP2 car. We saw the GTE on the inside, the LMP1 on the outside, and Race Clutch's day is completely over, and that's unfortunate for them. They're running very well in the standings. They were fourth, and so the points is going to get pretty damaged. And Nolan, you kind of wanted to give your slice on this too.
Well, I'm more concerned about what's going to happen penalty-wise to the driver of the LMP1. I didn't catch on what team the LMP1 car was, because, you know, it blew by them so incredibly quickly. But to whoever that was, there actually might be penalties in store, and I haven't taken a look at this just yet. I think we might have just seen it, though, as Dustin Hickman was just black flagged 20 seconds for avoidable contact.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Hickman is listed on the thing. Again, they should really put the numbers on it. No, he's not listed as a driver of that, so hold on a second. Look at the live protest sheet. And it hasn't been updated yet either, so... meanwhile, whilst we
Hugo's smart, he knows it's the number 7 LMP1.
Yeah, see, there you go. So, the number 7 LMP1, that's actually, I was going to say, that sounds much more correct. That's actually really big, a 20-second stop and hold penalty for the 3rd position car and one of 4 cars on the lead lap. That is a massive change, and I think that this same thing might have happened at Circuit of the Americas, where one of the leading LMP, or was it the GTE machine that was the SimRC car? That might make more sense, because I don't see him listed. Yeah, they're on pit lane right now serving a penalty. So that would be the decision right there. Yep, Dustin Hickman, GTE. Okay, wipe the brow. So, SimRC.de Crimson, the number 77, not the number 7, ended up having to come down pit lane. But it is difficult. We did say that they had points and they were in 4th in the standings. Now, that's Race Clutch's LMP1 effort. The LMP2 effort, and I get now why it's a bit more agonizing. They have a 0 at Sebring and a 0 at Circuit of the Americas. They have not had a good season, and that isn't for speed. And I think both David and Nolan can talk to Race Clutch's speed in LMP2. They have been quick and they have been fast. And David, it is really tough to swallow, you know, having bad luck, really. You know, we saw that with Team Chimera earlier, where they just keep having bad luck. Well, same thing with Race Clutch's LMP2 effort.
Yeah, exactly. They managed to qualify on pole, a great lap with maybe some slightly lucky timing from Aurelian Telmon, but he made the most of the conditions presented to him. And then, was it Simeon Lynch? Or no, Johan Half, who then started that car, and they led quite a few laps, and then unfortunately it looks like they are going to pick up another big 0.
Yeah, and that is just really unfortunate. Very unfortunate for them, but either way, I mean, racing, it happens. Put it on a bumper sticker. Seriously, racing happens. There's situations that there's really nothing you can do about it. That is the nature of the beast. We don't watch knowing whom is going to win the race. So either way, just like that big old Talladega incident, you know, it's a thing where we've kind of having to move on from that. I'm not sure. I think you could break it down and you could probably find blame for all 3 cars. Meanwhile, find defense for all 3 of those cars that were involved in that. But probably the second biggest incident that we've had today. But let's see if we can look around. And I almost just watched the Race Clutch LMP1 car get destroyed. Thankfully, he did not, so we can continue watching this battle with SimRC.de's for 14th position. And Nolan, still good GTE battles, but the point kind of remains that, you know, racing is racing, and you can get bad streaks like this.
It is. It's never fun when you have a bad streak like this. Nobody likes it. It doesn't matter where on the racing ladder you are. It's just not fun, regardless. And especially when each one of those, or when you crash out, and especially if you know you're fast. Like, ooh, a little deep there for the SimRC.de Crimson, but they know they're fast, clearly, and they obviously are fast. It was just so unlucky that they've been able to be caught up in incidents. We've just had a pass. That was Odox Motorsport iRSAP in the GTE, and that was a move around the SimRC.de Crimson, and things are beginning to tighten up a little bit here as lapped traffic starts to work their way through.
Yeah, and Jonas Vastamaki is that Corsic machine is moving down on the inside, slicing and dicing here, and here comes that race clutch car again, past them. Yeah, a decent pass from Christian Manzano over Johannes Mayorm, so good on them. And David, maybe your kind of position on that incident and just how the nature of racing goes. I know that if you were to be involved with an organization, off the top of my head, maybe one potentially bankrolled by a Mr. Joss, you know, you would know. Kind of races come and go, and sometimes, despite your best efforts and best deeds, things just happen, and there's nothing you can do about it.
What we've seen time and time again in 3 different classes here is that 3 wide happens, 4 wide happens sometimes. And so, I'll get back to you in a second.
Yeah, it's that weird Barry White thing. I don't know. It happened to Randy one day, and he talked an entire point like that. We call it it's a feature, not a bug. Whilst whatever.
I was going to say that, you know, sometimes when they go 3 wide or even 4 wide, as we've seen, you know, the car on the extreme outsides can only see the car next to them.
Yeah. Continue. You're fine. It's just a little deeper. It just sounds.
I'll fix it. We'll just assume this is funny. Yeah. So they're not fully aware of what the car to the extreme right or left is doing. They can only see what the car immediately next to them is doing.
And there's only so much you can predict, really, especially when you're talking about multiple vehicles, an LMP1 machine, an LMP2 machine, and a GTE machine. It's just one of those situations where bad things can happen. And I mean, I've been there a lot. I'm a back in my heyday, I guess I should say at this point. I am a mid-packer. I've always been a mid-packer. I'm always surrounded by cars.
Oh, and there's a touch in the S-curve. Sorry to cut you off, but we have just had a spin.
So Team 84 and Zenith, was it not?
Yeah, there, and you're fixed, by the way. So, yeah, that was the Zenith and, the Marcus Pappenbrock piloted Team 84 machine. Looks to me like Zenith was just powering on that inside, a little late on the brakes, perhaps, or maybe Pappenbrock kind of came across. They both were really trying to not give each other any room, and, well, that happens. So Pappenbrock was able to quickly recover, though he's about 4 or 5 seconds.
And our overall leader had to take some evasive actions there. So, well, actually, they're not our overall leader anymore. Porsche Basel have been passed by Thrustmaster Movano Racing, but yeah, we'll ride on board with them. So second place and our one-time leader. So this incident happens in front of Dominic Fairber. And he only has a certain amount of time to react to that car sideways in front of him and rolling.
Yeah, he was stopped, and you could tell. Like, maybe we can get that in slow motion or something. Nah, we'll just keep doing the light pictures. Like, he was stopped. So he's approaching the incident scene, and the Porsche is stopped in the middle of the track. Okay, all right, fine. I can make a decision. Maybe I can ride the inside curb, or maybe I can go outside. And then he sees the Porsche gunning it towards the grass, which is fine. And then to just have quick reactions like that. My goodness me. So we have another black flag out. That's for Romeo Grinnell for causing a collision. 15-second stop and hold. I'll see if I can't find that. There we go. That's the number 17 machine. And that is going to be your F4H Motorsports. I almost wondered, did if this is the one that was involved in that race clutch incident, or was that the MSI LMP1 car? I don't looked
like it could have been the F4H Motorsport that clipped the race clutch LMP2 as they went 3 wide along the front straight. Yeah, it's... The MSI Esports car's got a lot more blue to it. This F4H is mainly white with some blue stripes.
Let me just, I'll look back real quick, but if that is what happened, I do apologize. Yeah, that is exactly what happened. It was the F4H Motorsport machine. I'm sorry if I have called that for, if I said that was the MSI machine, I apologize. They look kind of the same from the front. So either way, though, so F4H is going to have to come on down pit lane and serve their black flag. So I think that's fairly fair. And Nolan, you were wondering, perhaps what they would rule. Well, that's what the ruling is.
I'm not entirely surprised, honestly, that it was the 17 car with the LMP1 that got given that penalty, because you gotta notice that the LMP2 was already alongside the GT to lap him. Then the LMP1 comes out of nowhere, surprises both of them by going it, forcing it 3 wide in places where you really probably shouldn't be 3 wide for the most part. And speaking of the devil, there's a bit of a little pack up front here of people trying to work around lap cars and other lap cars coming through Triple Run and out 3 wide for just a moment, but looks like they managed to get away from it all clean.
Yeah, plus cars exiting pit lane. Alex Traynor, the number 44, is now up ahead of everybody. David Soralonso in the Simitok Ombre machine is going to look to the inside of a GTE machine, whereas Moedef is on the outside of that GTE machine, and Stephen Garvey's got his hands full in that Ferrari. So David Soralonso works his way around. That's the Team Mad LMP2. That was one of the machines that was severely damaged in that Talladega tussle, as we'll call it. Then you've got the Racing Center Vibe Sports trying to get some distance as a couple of more cars. Yannick Ongiano will come on through, Christopher Block, and then Adria Perez. So it kind of, David, there's kind of this whole ebb and flow to races, obviously. But ebb and flow on the track, I almost wonder if we can get that little track diagram up. I don't know if that still exists, but we can get the little track diagram up to help prove my point. But what can happen a lot is that you have a situation where everyone kind of gets strung out, and then everyone kind of gets back together, and you get these giant clusters of cars that are all trying to pass each other, like it's that very first time that they were passing each other, and that's when things can get quote-unquote interesting.
Yeah, around a track like this, significantly shorter than some of the longest circuits like Road America or Le Mans and other things like that. Yeah, the clumping is very real. We'll watch some cars that seem to have 10 seconds clear in front, 10 seconds behind, and then we'll jump somewhere else and there'll be 10 cars all within one shot. And we had that not long ago. And so, yeah, especially with 3 different classes. Some multi-class races will only have 2 classes, but when we've got 3 here, provides a lot more opportunity for that clumping to appear.
Well, Hugo says we have the map, but I don't see the map, so I'm angrily shaking my fist in the air. Oh, there it is, I see it! It doesn't show all the cars on the track? No, that's that's it. Features. Oh, there it is. I see it all. So as you can see, there are spaces like going out of the Senna S's and working their way down towards corner number 4. That's all basically clear. That means that the other 50 some odd cars, and yes, there are over 50 cars on track right now, in the rest of that track. So you can cut about a mile of this track away, which means that there are 50 cars at about 1.5 miles, and Nolan, that's close quarter racing no matter where you are.
Unless, of course, you're in the little blank zones.
Yeah, it certainly, but I love a little track. See it. So we do have some LMP1 pit stops, David, going on. I see VRT iRacing coming in, and they're getting pit service.
Yep, our favourite purple car, VRT iRacing. Dylan Ian Mann behind the wheel now. Very, no, that's a pretty standard pit stop for them, 39 seconds stationary. So they rejoin the circuit in 10th place. They've got quite a significant gap over 11th and quite a margin to claw back from 9th. So they're a little bit all by themselves as they do that awkward little left-right thing with an LMP2 car. Sometimes you do that with another person down a hallway. You go one side and they go that side to pass you, and you bluff each other out. And that's happened between him and that LMP2 right there.
That's, I mean, in Australia, I'm pretty sure you guys take out deadly spiders and start throwing them at each other. I mean, that's how Australia goes. It's
better than pulling out guns.
I mean, hey, you know, you're not wrong. Not wrong. So, either way, also to your point, I'm pretty sure it's the only purple car, so, I mean, it would be weird if it wasn't our favorite one. Just saying.
One-eyed, one-horned, purple prototype eater?
Yeah, there you go. So either way, we all do have to kind of talk. I mean, VRT, as far as their pit cycle go, it does seem that they're a bit off of the pit strategy, as it were, though they are still hitting the hour mark. It's just everyone else seems to have stretched themselves out to be where VRT might be able to pick up a couple of positions in the end of this, just courtesy of having that the consistent pit window. And
so P2 have also come into the pits. So Mike Nürnberg is going to get back behind the wheel of the Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esports, which is a mouthful every time. But yeah, so obviously it was Dominic Fairber behind the wheel of that one earlier. Mike Nürnberg getting back behind the wheel again, presumably to bring it to the end. Much quicker pit stop for them this time than last time. It was the time on pit lane that cost them the lead to Thrustmaster Movano and Frederick Evers. So when that Thrustmaster Movano car comes down the lane again soon, we'll see how that lead gap has shaken out.
And you'll see that there's a battle just above, just up ahead a little bit, a couple of positions ahead. David Soranzo, that number 8 machine, that Ombre machine has just been passed by Yannick Ongiano. That number 27 UI1 Positive Sim Racing Green machine, as that was a fairly straightforward clinical pass. Good on them. And, well, at this point, Ashley Owen, I believe, might be inheriting the lead here because, well, it might be SimRC Emerald, actually, to inherit the lead, unless they came in as well. Actually, you know what? Porsche Basel was not your leader at the time, so I am talking out of at least one butt cheek. So, either way, I will say, the Murano car probably does have to come into pit at some point. I mean, they've been out for quite a while, at least since lap 107, so that's some 32 laps. So I would suggest that they've got maybe another 5 laps, David?
Yeah, thinking around that, because they're doing lap times that are just around 1:20, so that's 1 1/3 of a minute, and we know they typically go somewhere around 45 to 50 minutes, so 36, 37 laps, it's about all you can do.
Yeah, so it's interesting, I guess, to see how this pit cycle has really split themselves apart. You've got the Movanos almost separate from that Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport. And Nolan, do you think that's intentional on either of their parts to separate themselves out to see if they can catch one of their competitors off guard with a off-tempo pit stop strategy?
You never know, honestly. All that thinking is done behind the scenes, of course, with the teams themselves, and I'm going to flat out admit it right here. I'm not a race strategist, so I usually let my spotters make the call for me on that. So I wouldn't know personally on myself, but I'd say that it's definitely a viable strategy. And the UI1 positive sim racing 3 machine getting a little loose through the S curves. Might be, I'm thinking maybe considering a pit stop if they haven't already had one in the past 13
Leader on pit road.
or so.
Well, their last pit stop was lap 126, so they've got quite a road to go. And yeah, here comes Frederick Evers, and we were talking 5 laps, David, not 5 seconds.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see if Frederick Evers stays behind the wheel. Note, there'll be a driver change there as well. So it's very clear for Thrustmaster Movano and for Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esports who their main drivers are. That's Marcus Hamilton and Mike Nürnberg, respectively. And Frederick Evers and Dominic Ferber are just sort of the night watchmen, the second drivers to carry the middle stint before they throw it back to their number 1 driver and presumably who they think is their fastest. That's just a little insight that they're giving us into how they pair their drivers.
Well, and it's important to also note that it's that second driver really that wins the championships, not the first driver. And a lot of people kind of go through with that, but I'm just really it is the championship.
Yeah, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link.
Yeah, and so those second drivers are really the ones that are driving at 3 o'clock in the morning at Le Mans that win those races and championships, and then obviously Marcus Hamilton hops in and does whatever he does. And I know we joke about this, but like we're talking about ourselves here, but it's Frederick Evers we're talking about here. It's he's a championship caliber driver without Marcus Hamilton, right? So anyway, pits have come and gone. And the Porsche Basel car is quite a bit further back than I thought they would be out of that one. And
really, what I'm seeing is they've actually closed a little bit. They're 8 seconds back now. They were closer to 15 seconds behind earlier. But yeah, you're right. It's not as close as it was before the pit stop, before that pit stop.
Yeah, so I'm not surprised, but and it's only going to get more harder for Porsche Basel because you've got Marcus Hamilton, whereas you had Mike Nürnberg, who was able to catch Frederick Evers earlier on. So Marcus Hamilton, he's in his Porsche LMP1 car. We also have Sim RC.de Emerald, and we also have close runnings here between Porsche Basel and Thrustmaster Movano. And well, Nolan, I think you're familiar at the very least with all the oval racing with teammates. Well, your teammate, their closest competitor, is now behind you. You're at the end of your pit. You're at the end of your stint. You've run 35 laps. They probably are going to come in this lap. But, hey, I mean, if you can hold up that Porsche car, that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, not at all, I would say. Jeez. I took a quick glance through the field, and there was a really close call between Mitchell De Jong with Ivarn Racing Neo, their team. Bit of a close call between him and an LMP2 and a GT3. We almost had another 3-class incident, but luckily they never made contact, so they were all fine and dandy for, of course, this, that little incident right there.
Sorry, I had to do finger waving in chat. So, with Ashley Owen looking to come into pit lane this time by, yes, that is exactly what he's going to do. So, and we have to remember, these cars are going from like 160 mile an hour to the pit road speed limit of 45. So we've got the Movano machine. Now it is just through the cycle. We've got maybe, what is the difference between the stints here? It is going to be, that is the wrong stint thing there. So there's about a 4-lap stint difference. A 3-lap stint difference, excuse me, between Thrustmaster Movano and the Porsche Basel. And David, what do you kind of, just looking at the numbers and everything like that, what are your thoughts on it? I mean, we've got, we're almost halfway through this race as we're looking at the 78 and 69 fight it out. Strategy-wise, are the Porsche Basel sort of Rennsport guys trying to do something strategy-wise to make up for what they might not be able to get on raw pace, or what?
Yeah, well, if anything, it's Thrustmaster Movano that have just a couple laps of fuel advantage, so when we come down to the final pit stop, they'll have a slightly shorter one. What I think they're just banking on is Mike Nürnberg being able to throw down some quick laps. We saw earlier in the race that he was able to be somewhat of a match for Marcus Hamilton, as Marcus Hamilton goes and tries to set the fastest lap out there, but then Mike Nürnberg gets into 1:17s, which we haven't seen for a while. This battle on our screen here, though, Cinetalk Esports Samuel Roth versus Thrustmaster Movano Racing Luke Van Schaik, just opened up a little bit there as one of the Prototype 1 cars made their way past Thrustmaster Movano Racing's GTE effort. Plenty of Thrustmaster Movano Racing black and red cars out there on circuit, though.
Yeah, we haven't really had much time to talk about the old Liverinos, as they're called, as the Jonas Vastamaki piloted LMP2 machine of Inertia Sim Racing Corsac comes into pit lane. It's as Jonas will be hopping out of that one. I wonder if Osayan Puhaka is going to be getting back. No, it's going to be Ilkia. Oh boy, Katya Kolski. But it is an important thing to note here. This battle between Mike Nürnberg and Marcus Hamilton is starting to close on up. I'm looking at the track temperature. The track temperature's dropped down to 95 degrees, Nolan. 95-degree track temperature. The sun is getting further in the sky, and of course, people will want to know the race in-game started at noon, because we now have that. It is now 16:50 in-game, which means it is almost, that's
4:50 p.m.
Yeah, 4:50 p.m. Thank you. So it's 4:50 p.m. in the game. That means that, well, the sun is setting. It's going down. What that will mean is that we're going to get closer and closer to darker and lesser temperatures, and you can actually even start to see that it is getting darker, not because of cloud cover, but because the sun is setting, which, Nolan, is a pretty interesting feature that we now have in the iRacing system.
It certainly is, and it definitely helps with the immersion of endurance races like this and others, and it'll help even more with races like the 24 Hours of Le Mans, the 24 Hours of Daytona, and other races like these. Yeah, 95 degrees though, that is lower, 94 degrees actually now, that is actually lower. That's actually the lowest temperature we've had all race so far, ever since qualifying in the low 100s we had there. That just shows that the sun is beginning to move across, and that means it's starting to lower itself a little bit here as well. It's not noticeable yet, but when about an hour or so, you'll see like the sky will begin to turn a little bit orange, and we might actually see the headlights come on full, and we might race to the point where we are almost racing in the darkness, if of course this is kind of going to go the way I think it is.
I mean, that would be interesting. I guess I'm surprised that that the in-game clock had started so late. I figured that it was going to be right on us. But as according to our resident Brazilian weather expert, Hugo Louis, so okay, that was what I was going to say. I keep forgetting that Brazil is technically kind of a time zone ahead of where I am, despite the fact that I am vertically around the same where Brazil kind of generally is. On the old map. So, Hugo, if you look outside your window, is it getting dark out there? Do you have a window? I don't know if Hugo has a window. He has a window, and he's going to look out of it. Meanwhile, we're going to get Osayan Puhaka in here, whilst Hugo does the real-life check. Meanwhile, we're going to continue following along. Sun position is similar with a smiley face. Okay.
Oh, car off.
Uh-oh.
It's one of the LMP2s.
Prototype 2 car, and it's second place Schubert Motorsports. So Moritz Fricker getting a little bit of an off-roading adventure. Let's see how that happened through turn 1. Was it all by himself, or did he encounter a lapped car? No, he's just being caught out by bit of oversteer there. He's gone to turn in. The rear has been far too exuberant. He's had to counter steer into it. It's taking him just a little bit off-road, but no contact with any other cars, no contact with any walls. But a frightening moment there.
I have done that many times in a Lotus 79, and so as an expert on that, yeah, that happens. A good recovery, because a lot of times the rear end can kick off and you can actually spin. And, oops, somebody is parked backwards in the wall. That's Team Mad, Miguel Freitas, where the Inertia team ended up parking. They drove, intelligently, they drove across the track, and they worked their through here. So here's the replay for Team Mad. Was this another solo spin? I wonder. Oh no, he clipped the grass. Very easy to do, and he only nosed into the barrier, so the car should be fine. Of course, they're many laps down anyways. Let's bring the Inertia driver of Osayan Puhaka in here. We've been waiting for him since the qualifying session, but I almost say right before we do that, David, I almost wonder, with the air temperature starting to get down, the track temperature really going down, it's at 93, are these LMP2 cars now starting to turn into not very well controllable machines?
Well, it's possible that if the setup was for a rather hot track, that the balance would shift on a colder track. Now, I thought the balance would shift to a more understeery car, but I can't necessarily claim to be an expert.
Oh, no.
Good thing we've got someone who maybe is.
Why are you here, then?
Just to bring an Australian accent to a bit of Race Spot and iRacing Esports Network.
Fair. We need it. We need it. Trust me. So anyways, we're watching on the screens, we're watching the big picture of Brazil. You can see Hugo's house from there. You can't, actually. We have Osayan Puhaka. Osayan, how you doing? I see the team name in parentheses as Unlucky Foxes, so I'm presuming you're doing great.
Yes, we are doing great in our soon-to-be ex-Megan Fox livery, because that name is bringing us nothing but bad luck. We have the bad luck bingo almost fulfilled. We're just lacking the rear-ending a P1 car under braking. Then we got them all.
Here, I want to see this bingo sheet. I did not know that there was a bad luck bingo sheet. All right. So what's wrong with it? There's nothing wrong with foxes. In chat can back me up on this one. But either way, Interlagos, you either love it or you hate it. And I have a feeling, as far as the LMP2 goes, it seems really temperature sensitive. As far as the track temperature goes, with how the performance of the car goes, because it is probably the most noticeable in the LMP2 cars. Would you agree with me on that?
Well, I don't know. It's the same for everyone.
Well, okay. Well, I would say maybe the most noticeable as far as car control, because I'm sure that everyone has to deal with it. It just seems to me that the LMP2 cars tend to get a lot more wiggly. Cars on track. The race started great. It was a fantastic race start. Everything was going great. Even the cars side of the traffic was doing all right, at least from our side of things. Then we had a very, 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 very large incident. I don't remember how close Inertia was to that. I think you guys might have been involved in it.
Yes.
I was going to say, you had a great view of it. Kind of take me through the race up to that moment.
Well, in the start I was just being very careful and trying to hold my position, maybe keep up the tires as best as I can, because it was really difficult in the start. The track was so hot, and it's getting easier once the track gets colder, but the rubber won't go away, so the braking zones are still very hot, and people have a change in balance of the cars. That's why you see all the P2s spinning around. That's why the balance keeps changing, and there is a very little grip on the braking zones, and it changes all the time. But anyway, our race was very calm until about half an hour in, and then I was like, okay, well, time to start racing when we got into traffic and started doing my thing, piercing through the traffic, making up a lot of ground, some positions, getting some good track positioning, and well, then the track was basically blocked, exiting the Senna SS, and I went to the right. I saw GD cars going right. My spotter teammates told me go right. Okay, I went to the right, and slow down a little bit, trying to sneak through carefully, and then the P1 just was hit and bounced to the right just as we were going by, and well, that was 45 seconds of damage repairs and a very slow lap and an extra pit stop, and yeah, that was bad.
I mean, it's bad news bears, to keep on the animal puns.
There are no bears that are bad news. Oh, you mean the animals?
Yeah. Bad news bear. Beers?
I'll jump in right here because our battle for 4th and 5th in P2 class, which is on our screens, well, Ferenc Kern in that Apex racing car just got a big chunk of oversteer out of Zhong Xiao, and there was very, very nearly a pass there for IRDK Endurance. That's settled down a tiny bit now, but while we speak with Asayan, that is the battle we have on our screen, 4th and 5th in Prototype 2.
That's Ferenc Kern, not Fennec. Fennec is a fox.
Fennec is a fox. It's actually a type of fox, yeah.
That's adorable. They have big ears. Either way, so you had the 45 seconds worth of damage. Interlagos just doesn't seem to be your guys' track. Are you normally comfortable here, or is it just today?
I mean, we are... Usually, as a team, we are pretty comfortable turning left and right, especially turning left. But those are different guys that do it, and Interlagos has never been my favorite. I have nothing against it. It's for such a short track, it's a great layout. There's a lot of challenging corners, a lot of unique characteristics that, as a driver, present a great challenge. However, as I'm not really comfortable here. In fact, Ilkka and Jonas are both a little bit faster than me, actually, which means I should probably consider retiring. Anyway, can't be faster than those guys. Come on, have some respect. Anyway, it's a difficult track. It's definitely not among my favorites, but I'll race here. It's actually not that bad of a choice as some people think. So I'll give you that.
Yeah, and I mean, I always like Interlagos. I guess that what we're both kind of agreeing is that we like the track. We just perform like doo-doo here.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, see?
Only the difference between us, Cam, is that for me it's somewhat rare.
Well, for you finishing doo-doo is like finishing third, whereas me doing doo-doo is I've crashed the car, flipped it over 9 times, and then caught on fire, which isn't even programmed in the game to do.
Yes.
So, either way, moving on from that, I mean, your car is still together in one piece. You guys are fighting right now with the Road Bastards Alpha car for position, so if we could get that on the old Chatterino as he gets a nip, we're okay, he's alright. Ilkka Katsiolkowski versus Rene Palmquist is going through, and just how has the attitudes been? Have you felt the LMP1s have been all right there? Or
yeah, I mean, that's perfectly fine.
I feel like we're going to fill out that bingo sheet. Don't you worry. It's way to the inside. That is a very inside line. As we were watching, we're going all over the place here. Action kicking off. Do you feel that when you were out there that the traffic was at least pretty well behaved between the different class of cars? I feel like the race has been cleaner than Circuit of the Americas at least.
I don't know, I never raced Kota, and I'm not planning to change that anytime soon, but you know,
wow.
The traffic's decent. The traffic is actually quite good here. Sometimes you get people doing some ambitious moves, and sometimes you get people being a little unpredictable, but it's not been that bad, to be honest. I mean, at the risk of throwing a teammate under the bus, we've been doing some ambitious moves as well. Jonas locked the brakes up once and hit a GD car, and I think I almost got into contact with one as well. It's just what happens, and we try to take it careful, but the traffic has been surprisingly good, considering that it's really technical and really difficult to actually manage the traffic here, because you got that tight twisty section, and you don't want to be stuck behind a GD for the whole of that section, but sometimes you just don't have a choice, and you don't just want to lose 2 seconds every time you do it. At some point you have to put the hammer down and say, okay, I'm going up to the inside and I'm going to late braking here, and you're going to either like it or we're going to have an accident. That's not what you want to do, of course, but sometimes you just have to be, if you're predictable, it's alright. GD car sees you coming, sees you taking to the inside, you brake up late, you don't make it a dive bomb, you make the late brake. There's a key difference there. But it's very much manageable. By the way, it's Kakkilakoski, or just call him Kettle Rapids. Kettle Rapids.
Kettle Rabbit.
Kettle Rapids like that water formation. That's what his name means. Kettle, like which you boil water in.
Yeah, Kettle Rapids.
Kettle Rapids, and then we got Jonas Uphill, Vastamäki, and then you got Sawyer, which is me.
You understand that I literally will never be able to pronounce any of your guys' names correctly, right?
Yes, which is why I'm giving you English names to call us instead.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I do. We'll get there someday. That's the end game. You know, like in those MMORPGs, there's like the end game boss. Mine is pronouncing Finnish names correctly. We'll get there someday. I got to gear up through the Swedes and the Spanish people first. So, anyways, the car at least is in one piece, and it looks like you guys, if you play your cards right, should be decent mid-pack finishing. So, with all that, I'll give you the floor. You still have not put a RaceSpot TV sticker on the car, at least that I can see.
Don't look at the livery too close, you'll burn your eyes out.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
It's fine. It needs more animals. That's all.
Squirrels.
Yes, exactly. So, anyways, the floor is yours. Anybody like to give thanks or shout out to, and we'll let you get back to it.
You know, I'm just gonna say a couple of words, and I'm gonna say them in English. I'm sick and tired personally of finishing somewhere 10th or 12th or 8th or whatever. You know what? During the end of the season, either here in Neo Endurance Series, we're gonna finish in podium at one of these races. We have the pace to do it, I have the pace to do it, I know I have the pace to do it, challenge the best in the world if I'm just, you know, if we're getting one incident-free race, we're on the podium, I'm telling you that. So don't sleep on the fox. You might regret it, that's all.
Foxes are squishy. You wouldn't want to sleep on them anyways. I feel like they would bite you.
Yeah, but they got, what's it, cooties or something.
Cooties? No, that's rabies. That's rabies. Those are completely different.
But foxes are cuties.
They are. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just okay. Look out for fox cooties and/or rabies. So, anyways, thanks so much for brightening our days, Ossian, as the sun settles here in Interlagos. We wish you the best. And Kettle Rapids out there, hopefully we'll keep the car in one piece. So thank you, and we'll see you at Suzuka.
Yep, one more.
One more, and then we go to Le Mans. Oh wait, no, we go to Spa. Excuse me. So all right, that was the number 59, the Inertia Sim Racing Corsac team. And now that Hugo is done pulling his hair out, we're ready to get back on track. Because there's always a detour when Ocean comes in, because it's always so fun. I can't help myself. We do have the top 8 to run through. We're just past halfway by 30 minutes. Meanwhile, we'll keep the cameras on this. I like this nice scenic pan we've got going on here. But we do have a battle for position number 14th in GTE. There we go. That is your SimRC.de Crimson and the Porsche Bagel.
Bagel. Are you hungry, man?
No, I'm really not. That's the worst part. Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esports 2. I also do see Dominic Farber with Sorg LMP1, so David, we're going to get ready to go on that one. We'll watch that as we go through our top 8s, and then we'll get Dominic Farber in here, and I'm sure that's going to be a fantastic interview. They're in the running right now for the overall race win, and that's going to be a good one. So first cue the music. You are watching the Neo Endurance Series here on RaceSpot TV and the iRacing Esports Network. It's the number 3 machine after 3 hours and 33 minutes of racing. It's Thrustmaster Milano. They started in first, they're running in first, but today it is a different day. The Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esport 1 LMP1 machine piloted by Mike Nurnberg. It's currently running in the second position, 4.8 seconds behind. This ball game is open. SimRC.de Emerald is running in third position, followed by the Thrustmaster Murano NES number 4 car, which is running in fourth position. And those are the 4 cars that are currently on the lead lap. Race Clutch LMP1 is running in fifth. BRTE Racing, our favorite purple car, is running in 6th, followed by Wyvern Racing Neo, who's recovering from a couple of penalties that they had to serve. MSI Esports, the number 13 machine, running in the 8th position. And with our LMP2 field, we have David Hines.
So leading the way for the LMP2s is UI1 Positive Sim Racing number 45. Daniel Benefield behind the wheel of that one right now. One of my fellow Australians. So in 2nd place is Schubert Motorsports. 3rd is Talk Freak Racing. 4th is Apex Racing UK. And then 5th place belongs to IRDK Endurance. 6th is World of Sim Racing Team. 7th, one of our championship challengers, TNT Racing, and 8th is Team Hoisenfeld.
And in the GTEs, we have Mr. Nolan Rempel, who's joined us for the first time here in Neo, and he's been doing a fantastic job with it. So, and Nolan, take it away.
Well, starting off our top 8 for the GTE field, we of course have Core Sim Racing, who have been clearly dominating. We've just had a little bit of an incident in turn 1. I'll get back to that shortly. Army Racing Team down 41 seconds. Then, of course, we got Williams Jim Jr. still holding on in 3rd place, with Thrustmaster Milvano Racing still back and forth. MSI Esports in 5th place, with Zenith Esports in 6th. Then Triton Racing in 7th, followed by Red Face Racing in 8th place. And we've had an incident with the Porsche Bazelle by Sword Rensport Esports 2 being turned by an LMP1 in turn 1 while being put another lap down.
Well, what was happening was Dylan Ian, that's an Ian. The VRT came in the inside, was trying to make the pass. Meanwhile, Johannes Mayorm was defending or passing on the inside line, and unfortunately, he was making a pass, the Crimson car was, and unfortunately, the Porsche Basel probably got the all clear from the spotter for about a hair's breadth, thinking that it was the Crimson car, when really the VRT car came on in and took a nice hefty bite out of him and gave him a nice loop-de-loop. I think all the cars are okay, but I don't think the GT car is going to be too happy with that one. We have Dominic Farber, the number 18 Porsche Basel by Sword Rensport machine. They've been doing good. They've been the ones that have been challenging the Thrustmaster Milvano Racing machine, and David Hines is standing by with him.
Well, Dominic, a couple stints for you there, and a few laps led. Unfortunately, looks like Thrustmaster Milvano Racing have got just a little bit of pace on you guys now. But what's it going to take for you to be able to grab a win here in Neo?
First of all, hello guys. I wouldn't agree that Milvano has the pace, or the better pace. I think the lap times are quicker for us. Yeah, I managed to pass Milvano first, and then sadly got a speeding penalty. That was a little dumb. But I think we could be leading by, I don't know, 10-15 seconds right now if that wouldn't have happened. So we're in the process of getting that back and hopefully taking over the lead again and then go for the race win.
See, at the time I saw the pit stop time, and I remember saying that, and now thank you for validating that. I feel really clever. So I guess Thrustmaster Milvano Racing have taken a couple wins already in this series. I guess you guys would really like to put an end to that streak.
Yeah, definitely. Like last time after the Coda race, I was in the interview. I said at Sebring we finished 3rd, 2nd at Coda, so the next goal will be P1 in Interlagos. And yeah, obviously that would be a huge achievement for us because everybody knows how fast Milvano is. And yeah, I hope we can do it.
What do you think the difference is between them fielding a 2-car LMP1 effort versus your single car? Is there any advantages to them with that in regards to setup and learning the circuit, or is it pretty equal?
Yeah, I guess they have more people working on the setup actually. At Zorg it's only Mike and me which are doing the setup work and stuff, and we have help from Rob from Radicals, which I'm very happy about because that works brilliantly as we see. And yeah, I guess if you field 2 cars, you have more people working on it, and then you can adjust better, I guess.
And tell us about the track conditions out there, because through some of qualifying at the start of the race, we had track temperatures as high as above 50 degrees Celsius. It's now sitting around 33 degrees. That's a pretty big temperature swing. What does that feel like inside the car, and how does it affect the balance?
Yeah, the start of the race was insane. The track times, it was 52, I think. And when I first got into the car, it was still over 50. And it feels like you're on a low downforce setup or something, because like it's no grip on the track, and it's only understeering the whole time. And yeah, we see the longer the race gets, the colder the track gets. And now the car is feeling better as well. I think our car is especially good in cold temperatures, so the last 2 hours should be in our favor in that matter. But I mean, you have to, when building the setup, you obviously have to have that in mind, that it works for hot and for cold weather. That was different before, but I mean, that is like it is in real life, and I'll take it. When we can see those beautiful sunsets and sunrises at night in iRacing now as well.
So don't give away too many secrets, but what were you leaning towards between a higher or a lower downforce setup around Interlagos?
Definitely high. I mean, you have that one long straight, but the infield is so technical and so downforce, or relies on so much downforce. That we decided to use a lot of it. I think it helps in traffic as well, because you have more traction then, and you just can get past the other cars quicker when exiting out of corners, for example. So yeah, that definitely works for us, and we didn't even try some low downforce or whatever, but the top speed is still like 300 kph if we want to, so that is easily enough.
And have you done your minimum drive time? Will it be Mike behind the wheel until the end?
No. I will do the last 2 stints. Mike has done a half, I guess, now from the first stint. Then he'll do another one, and then I'll finish the race off, hopefully on P1.
Well, if you do grab P1, then we'll be talking to you again. But for now, anyone you need to thank, and what you're looking forward to with the rest of this race?
Yeah, obviously the team. Thanks to the team, Sorg Transport Esports, the sponsors, Porsche Tattoo Basel, and all the others, and Mike, of course, for driving with me, for practicing with me, for building the setup with me, and as I said already, Rob from Radicals, who helped us out a lot with the setup, which I'm very happy about, and of course you guys for broadcasting.
Well, thank you so much, and we'll let you get back to your team now. Thank you so much for coming in, having a word, and if indeed you are successful in clawing down that gap to Thrustmaster Movano Racing number 3, I'm sure we'll have another word with you after the race. That was Dominic Faber from Inhale Big Deep Breath, Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esports.
See you guys.
Well, the gap is extending out a little bit between first and second there in the LMP1 class, but we're not devoid of battles all around. We'll see what else picks the attention of our race director, and what he's decided on here is 3rd and 4th in the GTE class. So Williams Jim Jr.'s Florian Voith is leading Thrustmaster Movano Racing and Luke Van Schaik. You see the lap delta graphic there says that Luke Van Schaik's just closed up a little bit on lap 143, and then in the last 2 laps it's been oh so close. The brilliant camera angle on board here. And Nolan, your thoughts on this one, because this is very close for 3rd place in our GT class.
Well, in my opinion, from the way they're driving like this, there are 3 ways this can end. Either they approach some more lap cars that are like they are lapped by some other cars, like the prototypes, that are gonna like kind of spread them out a bit more. That seems to be a common trend, and that will allow Williams, Jim Esports to keep their position. The Thrustmaster Movano Racing will catch the car in front of him and manage to overtake him, or they are going. That Ford will still catch the Ferrari, but they're both going to find themselves in the green stuff alongside the track and not on the track itself.
Yeah, while we watch this battle, these two are doing laps in the 1 minute 30s. We see that there. But everyone in front of them, everyone behind them are doing 1 minute 29. So maybe they've just caught the traffic at an inopportune moment the last couple of laps. But as it stands, their battling is costing each other time. They're not closing in on the leaders, and behind them is another MSI Esports car, and it's Triton Racing and Redface Racing. We've also got a battle going on. So we'll bring Cam Walsh back in. How are you doing, Cam?
Good, I guess. Oh, apparently the car of Porsche Basel is damaged, according to Dominic Farber in the chat. So I'm gonna look back and see what happened there. But no, yeah, we're good. I let the dog out. I ate some fudge. I made some coffee. As it turns out, sustaining your entire existence for the day on nothing but coffee, Powerade, fudge, and breakfast bars is not how you're supposed to be doing things. Get that memo though. So. I'm going back. I'm not really seeing where this damage came from, at least the last 10 laps. So whatever damage that Porsche car has is old damage, I suppose. Apparently top speed is topped out to 280, which I'm presuming is kph, unless he's talking about the Porsche, which the Porsche GTE car, which would make sense because that was the one that got nipped by the all-favorite purple car, if I'm remembering correctly.
And this battle for third place, sorry, they're going door to door. So Luke Van Schaik might just get that Thrustmaster Movano car through, and Williams Jimmy just gets the overlap before the right-hand corner. No, he doesn't. The nose gets stuck in of the Ferrari. Are they going to touch? They do! Oh. They do. There's contact there. Both of them will just carry on. That could have been a much bigger incident than it is. And the front left does not look good on that Ferrari. And the right rear quarter, also a little bit iffy on that Ford. So we said they were going to get close, and Nolan had some thoughts on that as well. So get a replay of this, and maybe Nolan can talk us through it.
Well, it almost turned into option number 3, in which case they'd find themselves in the grass and on the track. Yeah, you can see the 96 just drove it in really deep into that right-hander that is turn 5, I believe, and just drifted a little wide. Actually, it's either, I think it was actually the Ford that turned into the Ferrari, maybe didn't realize that it wasn't completely clear, and great job on managing to somehow recover that, because there's a lot of cars behind them, so that could have been a really big incident.
Especially there, I mean, people are pretty much running top as fast as you can go in a corner, going to a hilltop where you have a very narrow band of when you can apply the brakes. So, yeah, I mean, and that's a pretty hefty hit on that front end there, David. I mean, you can see the front tire of the Ferrari now, which is not how tin-top cars are supposed to work, at least I think.
Yeah, closed-wheel cars are meant to have wheels that are closed in. So, yeah, and as I was actually saying earlier, is that these two were battling each other, slowing each other down, and MSI Esports might catch them. Well, that's exactly what's happened right on board here with Marc Perez, who's got a very, very good view of two now wounded GTEs in front of him, thinking, third place could well be on the cards. We saw on that replay that it was actually the slide for Thrustmaster Movano. They then managed to correct it, managed to save it by their front right making rather hard contact with the front left of the Williams Jim Esports black car. And so both of those cars in third and fourth might be missing some straight line speed, might be missing some aerodynamic efficiency. Now, I'm not sure that the Porsche of MSI Esports is entirely clean, but the aerodynamics are probably a little bit tidier than those ones in front. And hey, we've got all three GTE manufacturers in a nice little battle here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will point out, I don't know if you guys pointed out, the number 4 machine, the Thrustmaster Movano, tapping the Armco barrier and having to come in and getting a pit stop. Did we cover that?
No, we didn't, but that was the 3rd or 4th place running
yes, not
Thrustmaster Movano. Not the leading one, yeah, correct.
So our favorite purple LMP1 machine ended up taking a big nip out of Florian Voith, who is actually one of the cars that we were watching just in that battle with the Williams GE Sport. This was a couple of laps ago, where the car just kind of nipped that Ferrari. The Ferrari saved it, but in maneuvering to try to save, to not hit, Gabor Max ended up clipping the side of the Ferrari and pancaking the left side wall on the entry to 4. And he has done some pretty substantial, I would say, damage to that left side, so they immediately had to come in and pit. So if you see Gabor Max no longer on the lead lap, way back down in 8th position, that I don't know why I did the color commentary thing where I left it off to the lead commentator, and then I went, Cameron, you are the lead commentator. So now I'm going to act like that I meant to do that, and I'll say thank you, Cameron, for your great, insightful, intelligent words. Moving on now.
I've done a bit of jumping in, stealing that limelight from you, which I can only apologise for.
No, you're fine. You've been covering my butt all day. You're fine. Carlos Diaz has also been black flagged for avoidable contact, 15 seconds. We'll find out who that is, who has inherited that very lucky black flag. I will point out, with Porsche Basel now over a minute back, I'm a bit concerned now. They just came into pit lane, perhaps to get that damage fixed. Interesting times, I guess, now. Because it's SimRC.de, David, now running in that second position, only 20 seconds back.
Yeah, exactly. We're also seeing what looks like a headlight flasher stuck on Zenith Esports. Those headlights just do not stop. Sorry to not talk about what you threw to me about that.
You're fine.
Yeah,
Blinding lights,
so
I understand.
Porsche Basel by Saul Rennsport Esports LMP with Mike Nürnberg behind the wheel, taking that pit stop earlier than a few of the other cars around them. So they've got 5 pit stops under their belt compared to 4 for the leading car with Marcus Hamilton and 4 for SimRC.de Emerald with Michael Mittner behind the wheel. So looking at the pit lane time, yep, they took tyres that time. I think as the track cools, maybe double stinting the tyres in LMP1 will become an option, but definitely with how blisteringly hot the track was earlier, it wasn't. So there is new tyres on board this number 18 car, who we believe is running net second place. They were maybe 12 or so seconds off the lead, and they took that pit service.
Okay, interesting development. The Zenith Esport car, which we had been watching, has flashed their lights around the entire track, which apparently is a signal to clear the black flags, which is exactly what happened. I have a feeling what has happened is that they're probably appealing it, and obviously if you appeal it, that kind of kicks the can down the road, so they're taking another look at it. So that was that Carlos Diegos black flag number 99 machine for Zenith. Another person has been black flagged for 15 seconds for an incident for avoidable contact, lap 161, turn 3. And Nolan, I kind of, to lean it to you, you were talking much earlier about how fatigue sets in. And yes, please do talk about the GTE battle, but you were talking about fatigue setting in. Are we starting to see these contacts and stuff because of that?
It's certainly not out of the question, to say the least. It wouldn't surprise me if the fatigue for these drivers was starting to set in at all, because these guys have been at it for, let's see, they've been at it for 4, 5, 6.5 hours already, and they still have 2 hours to go. We of course have cars getting around 3 wide now, down towards turn 4, 2 LMP1s and 1 GTE. Now, the Ferrari that was involved in that other incident, the Williams JM Esports machine, he has dropped back heavily, and I think you're right in saying that he has lost straight line speed, and the rest of the battle seems to be dissipating, unfortunately. That was a really good fight. I hope that they can work their way closer together so we can see the fight of the game, because that was really entertaining to watch for the time.
Yeah, and it's another great aspect of this is actually the thrust by Bravado car has now been spun around and put into the outside wall and lifted up into the air. That Ford is not going to be happy about that. There are plywood pieces on that. I know I've seen them take apart in real life. And so that is the IRDK Endurance car, and that is Kim Vedelosteri piloting that one. I just think that he was thinking, perhaps, I think he figured that the Ford was going to move over to the left further than he did, so unfortunate for him, but yeah, I mean, David, these guys are, this battle seems to be a very unlucky battle, I guess, in a way, and if you're MSI Esports, I mean, hey, so Jim gets damaged by Movano gets damaged by an LMP2 car, you're completely undamaged and have passed both of them.
Yeah, I was saying that they had a sniff at that podium in that class. I didn't know it would happen so soon. We've had replays of several angles of that incident, and I think our viewers can then make up their own mind, but I see what IRDK Endurance were trying to do, but there wasn't that full width to the inside. There wasn't that space when they tried to dive for the inside. Wouldn't be surprised if we hear from stewards. Watch this battle here now in LMP1. We're a little further down the order, but VRT iRacing in the purple car leading Simitok Esports, who've closed in quite quickly.
It's the other way around. VRT
yeah, my bad. It's the other way around.
Yeah, so in this VRT car, they managed to seem to be around incidents when they happen. I'm not trying to say that they're causing those incidents, but I just, I seem to, that's whenever I seem to notice that purple machine, so it's good that we can finally see them without there being calamity or replay. So I will say Julien Rodelier, who's a very fast driver in his own right, was at least going to make a power back on going down towards corner number 4. Fortunately, the speed seemed to putter out. Perhaps Dylan got on the hybrid. So I will say, David, to your point, it is just one of those situations where we are having this constant back and forth, where we're the wear and tear on these GTE cars is starting to really kind of come to the forefront. I will also say, shout out to that Army Racing team. They seem to be doing a fantastic job, Nolan. They're kind of a bit of a smaller team, and so it's good to see them running comfortably in second.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic to see them running all the way up there in second place, especially for a smaller team. It's always good to see a smaller team up towards the front of the series as they go 3 wide once more. We have your race leader down to the pits. That was the Thrustmaster Movano Racing with Frederick Evers. Will there be a driver change?
Well, Marcus Hamilton is behind the wheel. Evers has just gotten in, so we're looking at when these guys will come out. How much gap will they have over Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esports and Mike
Do the track map thing. Do the track map thing. You go do the thing. So anyways, yay! So
the number 18 car is the one we're looking at. They are just coming past the pit entry now. They're about to go past the start-finish line. So we see the gap for Frederick Evers will be maybe around 5 or 6 seconds. We're looking right now the number 3 car, and it's in the back of the shot there. We see the number 18. This is our battle for the overall lead, and through that pit stop phase, it appears that Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esports, I need a shorter name for them if I'm going to keep saying it all the time. Just call them Porsche Basel, maybe. That will make their sponsor very happy. Yeah, have clawed something back through the pit stop phase. So, as the de facto leader, not de facto leader, the leader pit stops non-considered, SimRC.de Emerald, have also just come into the pit lane. So they'll soon be taken out of the equation, and Thrustmaster Movano and Porsche Basel will be 1 and 2 once more. Yeah, that gap, they've got a great little infographic. I like that one. Good job, Hugh.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was trying to point it out. Look, we got the dots. Yeah, you can just see how this is working out, and the car is still stationary on pit lane, so they're obviously going to just blow right on by. There's Michael Mittner. He's finally pulling out now, and he will be Actually, you know what? There might be a good run for third position here as Michael Mittner is on max attack exiting pit lane. He almost clipped the grass, and yes, Michael Mittner, that SimRC car, is going to get position number 2 on the pit run. So
all through the last stint, he was putting in some very quick lap times through the last stint, and then they've done a well, I think they might be the first LMP1 team to decide to not take tyres at their stop, because that was a fuel-only stop for Michael Mittner. That saved them about 15 seconds on pit road. Now they're going to have the older tyres that the track has cooled to 31 degrees Celsius. So that's a big gamble on the strategy by SimRC DE Emerald. We'll see if it pays off for them, because they are now within 5 seconds of the overall lead and just 1 second behind, 1 second ahead of Mike Nürnberg and Porsche Basel. So they've brought themselves right into it.
And this is the time where I would say, and that is definitely a nominee for the insert sponsor here, move of the race, or decision of the race, or something like that. I'm sure somebody could give us money for that.
The Amazon Insights race strategy of the race, Amazon Insights, please send us money.
TM. It is just one of those things where, I mean, that's a pretty substantial gamble, but at the same time, 88 degrees on the track temperature, sun's starting to go down, the air temperature is staying the same at 77, the wind stayed the same, the humidity has even stayed the same, but the track is cooling down because there's less sunlight hitting it, because obviously no longer directly overhead. Shocking how that works out. Now, Mike Nürnberg, he's going to know the car in front of you doesn't have tires. They'll have told him that now. And so, as such, Mike is going to be on maximum attack because, well, certainly Michael Mittner is going to be able to run laps similar in pace. He's not going to be able to just outright run away or pass him. So, interesting to note here, in Nolan, whilst this battle is going on, Frederick Evers might be having hiccups of his own.
Yes, indeed. The last time they came through turn 8, I believe it is. Just looking. Yes, it is at turn 8. Evers went straight on, locked the brakes up, and just went straight on and off the track. And that caused him to lose a bunch of time back to 2nd and 3rd place. So that is why they are right on him now, and we could have ourselves a very good fight for that overall lead with 3 different drivers here in just a moment.
Yeah, an F4H Motorsport, number 17, that white with the slight blue accent, that Porsche is a lap-down Porsche. So that is not involved in this battle as defensive line taken by Michael Mittner. And as he has to use all the track, and Mike Nürnberg is now on the power. As Nürnberg looking to the outside, powering past as he's got the tires for the grip. Michael Mittner has to slide up ahead, but he will slow down and use the curbing to his advantage. Here they go into the inner cloister, down on the brakes, as they will now have to follow single file. This is a very single file place. Mike Nürnberg is on the headlights. That means instantly Michael Mittner needs to pull over, but shockingly he doesn't do that. I think that might actually be headlights for Romeo Granell. Just kind of excuse us, please. We're playing through politely, as Romeo Granell is not doing that, which is understandable, at least there, because cars are going very fast. Now, he should kind of maybe skirt over to the side and let them by, but he is giving Michael Mittner at least a draft, as he better not cover, I was going to say, as they're both going to go to the inside, and this is not what Mike Nürnberg wants to see, where that lapped car is going to try to challenge and really take up a lot of space on that track, David.
Yeah, exactly. If I was Mike Nürnberg, I'd be very, very dirty about that. That's sort of almost Esteban Ocon trying to hold it around the outside of that turn 1 there. He's through now, and it's amazing to see. Oh my goodness, Mike Nürnberg throws a block on the F4H car, who flashes their headlights. I don't think this is your battle to be a part of F4H, if I'm honest, as now Mike Nürnberg has a lot of traffic to deal with. It gives an advantage to Michael Mittner, who's hounding Frederick Evers, who does not look comfortable. It might be that Frederick Evers also double stinted tyres at the last stop, or short-filled fuel, I'm not sure. 31 seconds stationary compared to about the 40 I was expecting. So we get within the last 2 hours of the race, and I think our LMP1 teams are experimenting with some different strategies.
Well, it's a good thing to experiment. You know, hey, we're all learning here. As this build was just last week, so this is the first weekend since we've had the ability for all this stuff to move. So it is an important change, and it's a big change. I'd say this is the biggest change to how the track is going to go since they added the dynamic track surface where the rubber lays down and makes marbles and all that. So either way, they're going around the TNT racing car of Robert Tinsey, as they'll slot in easily there, and Mike Nürnberg is now slid off the back now, and he's now stuck between two LMP2 machines, and Nolan, I almost will say, Frederick just doesn't seem to be able to take the laps. And I want to talk about old tires. Michael Mittner is running faster lap times than Frederick Evers.
And proof of that is that he's right on the bumper of that LMP1 machine of Frederick Evers, but he's going to be pinned on the outside by that GT3 Porsche. And we saw in the run-up to turn 4, Mittner was looking to the inside there, and they made a really sharp move to the outside, tried to go for an over and under. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work, and of course with that GTE that just held up Michael Mittner and Mike Nürnberg on the outside. That allowed Frederick Evers to get a good run off of these guys, but as you can see, they're already beginning to close their way in, and Mike Nürnberg, despite being held up there, he's looking to rejoin the party.
And getting thrown their way is the Audax Motorsport Porsche, who stays way outside, gets super late on the brakes, so that was very polite of them to let Nürnberg to have that inside line. So they understand the weight of this. We do have 2 hours remaining here in the 6 hours of Interlagos here on Race Spot TV, and of course the Neo Endurance Series on the iRacing Esports Network. So absolutely sensational racing that if you're just joining us, has been going on the last maybe 10-15 minutes, but it's been building up all race long. We have got a fight for first position overall, for second position overall, and third position overall. Your entire podium is up for grabs, and they're all within 1.1 seconds of each other. Trying to fight through the traffic is Frederick Evers, followed by Michael Mittner, the SimRC.de Emerald car, who is on the same tires. This is the first pit stop from an LMP1 car that was at least up front that has not taken tires, whereas Mike Nürnberg did take tires, and that is how they lost that position to the SimRC.de Emerald machine. So, will Frederick Evers be able to continue in pursuit, or will something else crazy happen? Probably. So, a lot of traffic for the car of Frederick Evers. He pulls to the inside between both Torque Freak machines, the LMP2 and GTE machine. Both of them are going to have to get in the way of Mittner and Nürnberg. And David, this is just good racing. You got to count your traffic when you get it, because when you get it one lap, it takes away the next.
Yeah, exactly. Michael Mittner's found a great bit of pace, and I'm impressed by how well he's managed to hold on to that pace with those old tyres. Though he does run a little bit wide through turn 4, but he still gets the power on, but not as well as Porsche Basel. He's going to go around the outside, can cut back towards the inside. Covering the inside is Michael Mittner, and if the car ahead is going to cover the inside line through this middle sector, there's not a whole lot the car behind will be able to do. As these guys battle though, it is benefiting Frederick Evers, who was right with them but has now pulled a 2-second gap. So the old tyres may be starting to show for SimRC.de Emeralds, and cork in the bottle for Porsche Basel, hurting their chances at getting after Thrustmaster Movano Racing.
Yeah, definitely. And also of note, Dylan Ian Mann had to come on down pit lane with that VRT e-racing machine for a penalty. They did not serve that penalty correctly, so they had to do a drive-through afterwards as the car lifted whilst serving that penalty. So that is why VRT is now down into 11th as the battle continues for the lead.
Yeah, we had to take a wince there, you and I both, Nolan, because there was 2 occasions where you wouldn't be able to fit your outstretched hand between the 2 cars. Maybe you could fit a sheet of paper. They were so very close. Michael Mittner using the full width of his car to try and defend. But Mike Nürnberg saves up his hybrid boost, can't do anything as they go past one of the Simitok GTEs. Just balked there, but he will try so very hard to apply as much pressure as he possibly can to that SimRC DE Emerald. Enough pressure to turn it from an Emerald into a Diamond, maybe even.
So, also, I don't think that's how that works. For Nürnberg, it's just, I almost would just say, just sit behind, try not to pressure, and just wait for a pick. Wait for a GTE car. Wait for the opportunity to come on through, as the opportunities will come. I mean, there's LMP2 cars now, they got to work their way through. I'm not sure if they're going to get the Vibe Sports machine before the start-finish line. Oh, okay, so they're going to do a late dive from Mittner, and Vibe Sports gets on the brake. That allows Team Matt to pull up alongside. Team Matt takes a nose, and they have been getting a big old slap. Diogo Melro does, and he straightens the car out as the leaders still working around some of this lap traffic. Nobody really gaining or losing between that, but I will say, despite them fighting, David, they are still catching Frederick Evers again.
Yeah, there's an ebb and flow to Frederick Evers' pace right now. He had pulled out 2 seconds, and now maybe traffic didn't go his way because it's half a second that Michael Mittner is behind him, and we watch on board from Mike Nürnberg. We see SimRC in front of him, Thrustmaster Movano in front of that. Less than a second right now, covering our top 3 for our overall podium after more than 4 hours of racing and no safety cars. Nothing like that to artificially shrink the field together. This is how close they are.
Yeah, and there's no cautions or anything like that. None of these guys were really involved in that Talladega incident. As here we go, splitting an LMP2 and a GTE. Now this is Nürnberg's opportunity. He is going to take it. So they go side by side, going into corner number 1. And is he going to try to do the double? He does. So he had the overspeed from the draft, courtesy of those 2 Porsches. Mike Nürnberg, with those new tires, he has pushed himself up to the lead forcefully. I wonder if we could get a replay of that up on our screens, because my goodness me, that was good positioning. Maybe we have to wait and see if Michael Mittner is going to take this fight to Frederick Evers. So after these guys settle down, we can take another look at that one. But for Mike Nürnberg, he has already pulled a massive gap over Frederick Evers and Michael Mittner. They touch once right before the uphill section to go take the right-hander. Then they go to the inner cloister. They're on the brakes, regenerating that hybrid energy there, as Mike Nürnberg is going to try. He has taken the flag now, Nolan, and he has got to run with it while he can.
Yeah, Mike Nürnberg, no doubt, doing everything he can to get away from the 2 drivers behind him that are trying to line him up in their sights so they can take a shot. And obviously, Michael Mittner in the back still trying to get around Frederick Evers. He's actually had to draw back a bit, but we saw it, he was all over the back of Mittner. Mittner was all over the back of Evers on the run down into turn number 4. And of course, it just shows you how close the racing here can get. And I feel, though, that they're going to be able to really quickly reel Mike Nürnberg in here, because Nürnberg is going to have some traffic ahead of him once more that he's going to have to work his way through.
Yeah, most certainly. And now Mike Nürnberg is the plow, as it were, instead of Frederick Evers. So maybe this could come back the other way, as Dirk Van Tolden and the Torque Freak Racing LMP2 machine is now up ahead of Mike Nürnberg. Nürnberg had to back out of that corner, which might allow them to catch up, but the next corner, it's going to be Frederick Evers' turn. So it's all about controlled aggression, trying to get through this field, as we have had a fantastic time, and I am just going to throw this out there. I am starting to notice it's getting a little dark out, I would say. Perhaps we need a patented Hugo window check. But I can tell you right now, it's even starting to get dim out my windows. This has been a fantastic...
It's getting bright out of mine.
Yeah, you're in Australia. It's been a fantastic battle. He almost took out Glenn Key there. They kind of swerved around each other twice. That was a bit of a the old handshaker there. Yeah, instead of race spot cone, we have race spot window, which you can't see. I think that's the antithesis of a window,
coming back at Evers into turn 1.
And he doesn't get it. But I will say I didn't think Evers was going to, simply because I saw that Ava Vervanek car and he'd have to yield, but they both yielded, and now they're going 3 wide around Ava Vervanek. Pascal Sticks, hold on to that steering wheel, and there's your hybrid power for you. Michael Mittner got on the power and he wanted to get as much hybrid as he went. You know what? If I'm Frederick Evers, now that I'm thinking about it, if I'm Frederick Evers, I almost wonder if he's doing a bit of a fuel save. Because haven't Movano been going a couple of laps past where everyone else has for the last couple of pit stops now, David?
They're on about, they pitted within 1 lap of Sim RC DE Emerald. Obviously, because of some damage they had, Porsche Basel that are leading came in a little bit earlier, 8 laps earlier than Sim RC and Thrustmaster Movano. So it's not a huge difference there, but it's difficult to work the numbers backwards and see how many pit stops these guys have got left, and if someone like Thrustmaster Movano think they can cut one out.
So, interesting here, and apparently someone in the old YouTube chat just says they've only changed 1 set of tires all race long, SimRC has, so maybe they've been doing this all race and we just haven't noticed, and that's why they've been able to make up 15 seconds, 20 seconds of pit stop.
Maybe it wasn't such a clever idea when the track was hot, and now it's cooled down. That strategy's working to their favor again.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's certainly true. I mean, right now it is 85 degrees on the track. It was 126, 127 when we took the green flag 4 hours and 15 minutes ago. So really impressed with how the system is working, and so it's a big old thumbs up for all of us here in the booth to the Race Spot crew. But I will say, look out the front windshield of Mike Nuremberg. We got some trouble brewing, because let me tell you, there is a massive pack of cars, and he has got nowhere to go. He's got an LMP2 car in front of him. He's got a GTE to his side. He is not going to be able to really do anything. He is just trying to cycle his way, Nolan, through the traffic. He's going to be able to get on the juice and get around Neil M. Andrews and Zadi Estalia, but it is just going to be difficult for Nuremberg because there's only more traffic ahead. It seems like we've got that cluster of lap cars like we had earlier.
Yeah, well, the cluster that we had seen originally in the early stages of the race before that bang, remember when they had like, it was non-stop lap car after lap car? It's beginning to form up again, and I'm beginning to notice that it did kind of reform again for a second there. So that's something that could have the only thing that I think played into Nuremberg's hands there is that he got around a majority of them after the final corner in the run-up to the first turn. As we're going to look now to the battle for your lead in the LMP2.
Yeah, most certainly. So that is your battle between the UI Positive and the Torque Freak Racing machines. But it is the battle between Glenn Key and Dirk Van Tolden, as they're now going to have to work their way around the Triton Racing Porsche. So battles for the lead in LMP1, battles for the lead in LMP2, and now we've got a GTE car parked in front of Glenn Key, and so we've got this grand old battle now. And here comes
he's run wide.
As well, he's run completely wide, and he is taking a nose, and that is actually very lucky. Cyandra is now piloted by Nick Rowan. Wyvern Racing has managed just to get on the blinders there. Triton Racing managed to do that. How on earth did they manage to get that all sorted out? And I think Glenn Key is missing the rear cover of that LMP2 car, and that is going to take him out of this one, because I feel like they probably are going to have to come in for a pit stop at some point.
They're still going to go side by side for the lead, though, between Schubert Motorsport and Torque Freak. And Schubert goes for a spin now. So Torque Freak's Dirk Van Tolden inherits the lead. We had a 3-car battle. Now this reunites. UI1 Positive Sim Racing's Glenn Key with Schubert Motorsports, because they've both gone for a little spin. And Dirk Van Tolden and Torque Freak, the big winners here. You know, we think of the LMP2 cars as a little brother to the LMP1 cars. And the P1s have just had their 3-car scrap for the lead. And the P2s saying, look at us, we can do it as well.
Yeah, and meanwhile, the Ava Vervanik machine, after that damaged Glenn Key piloted UI1 Positive Sim Racing Orange, they ended up nipping the rear of Ava Vervanik and sending them around. So, a bit of a spinning from all of them, basically, as Torque Freak Racing is now settled into their lead. Leonard Frique is sitting up back a little bit, and Glenn Key who has now he picked up the rear cover that had been blown off on the backstretch. It apparently has blown itself back on. I mean, as it means now that he's good to go. I kind of figured that the car was okay after he was pulling and passing the GTE cars. I just wanted to make sure. But for Lennart Fricke, I mean, how do you recover from that, Nolan? I mean, the adrenaline has to be skyrocketing. These LMP2 cars, they've been kind of the sloppiest handling of the cars, it seems, between the GTE, the LMP2s, and the LMP1s. They're the ones that are having the most movement, the most action as it is, as we can see out of the back of Lennart Fricke's machine. I have to wonder, how do you re-engage? You have had so much adrenaline, then you almost spin the car, you save it. How do you re-engage and get back into that fight?
Well, the simple thing to do is just completely forget about it. It's in the past. Just get your foot down and get out there. It's happened to me. I've had to do that myself. It's not easy to forget it, but it's the only option you can have. And look at this. They're now closing in to Lennart Fricke in the Schuber Motorsports LMP2 now, because he's being held up by some lap traffic here. And I also do want to point out how when you said it that, like, when you made your comment, it was like, oh yeah, look at us, we can have a three-wide scrap for, or like a three-way scrap for our lead too. Yeah, like of course that's obviously what they were saying. Unfortunately, they weren't necessarily as respectful about it as their big brothers were.
It didn't work out the best. No, it didn't. I mean, and you know what? They've spaced each other out. I have a feeling plenty of time in the race. I have a feeling that's not the last that we've seen in the lead battle for for LMP2. So GTE, meanwhile, because let's take a look at their super close battle, because they're having one right now. It's the Core Sim Racing GTE number 88 with a. Let me see here. Let me get it. I almost had it. I really wish the scroll wheel worked. So they have a substantial gap over the Army Racing team. Oh, there we go. What is that? It looks to me like a 30-some-odd second gap, maybe 15 seconds. Yeah, it looks like they're about 30 seconds ahead. I would say, no.
Yeah, so we've got eyes on now the battle 7th and 8th. Redface Racing trying to defend Simitok Esports Pierre Lassant. So to the inside goes Redface Racing. Unfortunately, that becomes the outside to the next corner. Becomes the inside to turn 3, which is Curva de Sol. So a great 2-wide passage through turns 1, 2, and then 3. And Redface Racing just hold on to that one, but they're going to be giving the slipstream all the way down this straight to turn 4, where Simitok dive to the inside. It's Ferrari versus Ferrari, but Simitok are too late on the brakes, and Redface Racing grab back again. So 4 corners in a row, they go side by side, and Redface Racing still hold on to it.
Yeah, and so good racing there between the Simitok and them, as well as the UI1 Positive Sim Racing teammates are back at it again. We've seen this battle a couple of times now. Somebody spun out.
Triton Racing are around from 3rd place in GTE, so they were battling very closely with MSI Esports. So we'll get a replay of what happened to that one. That's a LMP2 car coming through. Yeah. MSI come from a long way back against the Triton Racing car that had to slow down for the LMP2 in front. And that's just sent them around. That's a rather interesting one, indeed. MSI car very deep under brakes.
Yeah, he flashed the headlights as if that was going to mean anything. Oh, you know what? I don't think he flashed the headlights. I think that was just the reflection of the lights. Excuse me. That was way too far back. At least in my opinion. You know, maybe Larson could have figured. You know, he's going to go for it. I don't want to go for it. And I will say, Adria Perez, give him the hand. He did give the position back. I mean, I'm thinking that he did it intentionally. Yeah, he did. He intentionally held up going down to corner number 4, and he gave that position back. So good on him for doing that. I will say. I don't know how that's going to work out as far as the marshals are concerned, but you never know, David. But meanwhile, we still got Other fights on the old banner here. We've still got to the two teammate LMP1 machines. You can't separate them apart because they look exactly the same, but also they're fighting for position.
And then further in the back as well, you can see there's Team 84 that tried to make a move on the inside of Zenith Esport. Didn't quite manage to make that work out entirely. And they've had a good fight as well. Zenith Esport, of course, just dropped back. Zenith Esport, of course, just dropped back one spot after being overtaken by the Odax Motorsport IRSAP racing team on the front straightaway, or I guess you could call it front straightaway, down to the turn number 1. And now this field is, of course, being separated because of the LMP2s and LMP1s that constantly come through and split these guys up a bit.
Yeah, and so if you're just tuning in, wondering, hello, welcome. It's the Neo Endurance Series, round number 3. The 6 hours of Interlagos. This is the first time we've had a Neo race where the clock is ticking in game, and as such, we're still the crowd's still out as we're watching Triton versus MSI Esports. The crowd's still, or the jury's still out on whether or not we're going to be finishing this in the dark or not. It is currently in game. What is it, 5:58, I think? Yes, so it's 5:58 in game. So it's almost 6 o'clock in Brazilian time. And Hugo has pointed out the light is just about right the last time he checked out the windows. So, first of all, good job, iRacing people. But second off, as we're watching, continuing this Porsche battle, it is one of those situations where you got a lot to plan for. As I'm splitting here, can somebody just check out the number 3 Movano machine? That is perfectly healthy, right?
It's Frederick Evers, and the car that was leading is now currently in 3rd place, 7 seconds off the lead. Nolan, what do you see about it?
It looks all fine to me on my end. I don't see any damage, if that's what you were hinting at, Cam.
Yes, that is, because the car is completely destroyed on my screen. But, yeah, there you go. He's popped into it. Okay, all right, that's why I wanted to... I didn't want to get excited and start yelling about things that didn't actually happen, which is what I normally do. So, we now have, after it will have been 4 hours and 30 minutes of racing, we are going to go and do our top 8s. I think we're going to go do some fan immersion. As thankfully the battles have mostly simmered down, though we've still got this great battle for the final spot on the podium in GTE that we'll follow along with. I'm going to do our top 8. What it is, of course, the number 18 Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport. After 4 hours and 26 minutes, they've gotten past Movano. They've gotten position number 1. They are currently leading after starting in 5th position. SimRC.de Emerald currently running in 2nd position. They're looking strong. Haven't really been taking too many tires. Will that be coming back and gambling on it? Well, it seems to be paying off. Thrustmaster Movano Racing's number 3 machine, currently in 3rd. Then you've got Race Clutch. Then you've got the Thrustmaster Movano number 4. The MSI Esports LMP1 machine. The Werther Racing LMP1. Then the Torrent Motorsports have moved themselves up into 8th position after starting in 15th. David, you can take it away with the LMP2 machines.
Well, we did just have a great battle for the top 3 in our LMP2 field, and this is how they've settled out. Talk Freak Racing were victorious, now with a gap of 2 seconds over Schubert Motorsports, who've pulled some gap on UI1 Positive Sim Racing in 3rd. Might come under pressure from 4th place World of Sim Racing team, who've really snuck up on our radar a little bit there. 5th place Apex Racing UK, led some laps, race not going quite how they wanted, but they're still in it and still in our top 8. 6th place is IRDK Endurance, 7th is TNT Racing, and 8th is Team Hoisingfeld. Nolan has GTE positions.
Well, starting us off for GTE is, of course, the Core Sim Racing team, and they've been holding the lead strong. They are still running at 45 seconds ahead of everybody else, and they've been absolutely dominant so far. Army Racing team still holding back in 2nd place. Triton Racing and MSI Esports, they've tangled a couple times in the past little while, and they are actually fighting it out for third place right now on your screen. So they are running third and fourth. You're right on board with, of course, Adrian Perez in for the MSI Esports car. Then right back in fifth, about 8 seconds behind them, is Thrustmaster Movano Racing, and right behind him we have another Ferrari for the Williams GIM Junior. That is an overtake that we completely missed, because that is a Ford that used to be behind that Ferrari. Then in 7th place we've got Red Face Racing, and then finally in 8th place, also a lap down, is Simatech Esports.
And there you go. That's your top 8 in all 3 class divisions. Now, we have gone on board with a couple of GTE cars, but you know what? We're going to do it again because this is a fantastic battle that we are going to go Respect TV fan immersion with. So you are currently riding on board with that MSI Esports machine. And we're going to see if that MSI car is going to be able to catch and pass for position at final spot on the podium. You are watching Race Spot TV, the Neo Endurance 6 hours of Interlagos. Don't go anywhere, the sun's only getting lower. And going by the ticker one more time is that MSI Esports machine. As we were following along that lovely Porsche sound, we have quite a couple of things to talk about. First off, the lead in LMP2 is kicking off, and whilst we watch that going into turn 1 for the 191st time around this Interlagos circuit, the lead LMP1 machine has come into pit as well, the Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport machine. That gives the lead to the SimRC.de Emerald car, thus putting Thrustmaster Movano and LMP1 in at second. Now, as we watch this great battle in LMP2, David, it's interesting to see Porsche Basel come on in and get their pits. I feel like they were reaching the end of their stint length, but does this open things up?
Yeah, well, they had to take a pit stop earlier the last time around just to really quickly fix up some damage. So they are a little bit off cycle from those other two teams, Thrustmaster Movano and SimRC.de, that are our battles for the lead in P1. But in P2, well, Dirk Van Tolden was rather lucky to avoid some of the chaos that befell Positive Sim Racing and Schubert Motorsports. But Lennart Fricker has not given up, not in the slightest. Gap half a second, sometimes less, to the lead. Got to put Logitech G Altus Esports a lap down. Meanwhile, there's a Positive Sim Racing LMP1 behind who wants to get through. And I feel like Schubert Motorsports are as close as they've ever been. He's right in the slipstream. Torque Freaks stay all the way to the concrete wall at the left. So too wide, they shall go into turn 1. The outside for Schubert becomes the inside of turn 2. And that is job done. They have grabbed the lead. Unless Torque Freak can do something crazy through Curva de Sol. No, I think that is a change for the lead in LMP2.
Expertly done, I will say. And I think... I just squinted my eyes. I think everybody's headlights just turned on. So, yeah, it's cool. That's the first time we've seen that. So, thumbs up. A lot of thumbs up today. I don't, you can't see me thumbs upping the microphone. I don't think that's how that works. I don't know. So, either way, for Lennart Fricker, I mean, that's a textbook pass at Interlagos. A fantastic job. Get the overspeed on the draft, drift out wide, and then you can slow down in the middle section of the Senna S's because you have the entry into the next corner. Nolan, I don't think that could have been done any sweeter.
Well, absolutely not. He chose his point. He chose his apex point perfectly throughout all that. And Dirk Van Tolden for Torque Freak Racing in their LMP2 machine, there was nothing he could have done as Lennart Frick from Schubert Motorsport just cruised right by, and he is running away with it so far, like really getting a big lead over Torque Freak Racing. Do you think that Dirk Van Tolden will be able to reel him back in, or do you think that Frick is going to hang on to the lead for a good while?
It's difficult because you got to start looking at the big picture too. When did these guys all come into pit? And the stint lengths are wildly different. There is about the Torque Freak car came in on 19 laps ago, whereas Schubert came in 24 laps ago. So technically, Torque Freak should have the newer tires if they took them, which I would imagine they did. Or maybe people have started to skip tires. The temperature is going down. It's 76 degrees Fahrenheit in the air, 83 degrees on the track temperature. David comes in where he says the crazy language.
28.3 degrees Celsius.
28.3 Celsius, because we need fractional points because our temperature system doesn't make sense. But, whatever. It's...
Chat, tell him he's wrong.
No. Chat's gone away. There's no more drama to be had. For them, it's interesting, I guess, then to say that on an older stint, the Schubert Motorsport car was able to pass fourth position confidently the Dirk Van Tolden piloted Torque Freak Racing machine. So great to see. And I think what's even cooler is that this stint, Lennart Fricker has run the fastest lap of this car's race as they go around the MSI Esports number 75, whom we were Race Spot TV side by side with. And I have no idea where the car they were chasing went. I'm presuming in the pit lane. They're going side by side, heading down towards corner number 4, Mr. David Hines.
Yep, Schubert has the high ground, but it's not over for Torque Freak. They're going to come back through turn 5, up the hill. They think about the inside, but we've seen people dive for that inside and it not work out. I'm thinking about in the GTEs with Thrustmaster, Movano, and Williams Jim. So these guys are a little bit smarter than that this time.
And I think the LMP1 second place has come into pit lane. So Frederick Evers, can we get the little check back thingy up? Frederick Evers has come into pit lane. Where is Porsche Basel going to be coming out? They came in earlier. And this is going to be a driver change. Marcus Hamilton, the dominant Marcus Hamilton, is going to be getting back into the car. As you get a beautiful picture of the building. Oh, there we go. As you can see, the car with its headlights on, by the way. So perhaps we are going to be drifting into the dark times. Where is that number 18 machine just coming off of that last kink? As they are going past the entry to pit lane, and here we go. Dominic Harbour, whom we had that great interview with, is now coming down the pit lane run. And where has the car gone of Marcus Hamilton, just leaving pit lane, well in the back, and he's got quite a long distance. And David, I guess I can say I'm not really that surprised because of how fast that Porsche Basel car has been going.
Yeah, and full service for Thrustmaster Movano Racing as well. A car went up on the jacks, took a tyre change, which is what you would expect if you were also doing a driver change. So Frederick Evers did a good job. Now Marcus Hamilton is back in, and I'm seeing him 3 or so seconds behind Porsche Basel. LMP2 battle continues though, because I think it's actually really evenly matched as it stands right now between Lennart Fricker and Dirk van Tolden. Schubert Motorsports and Lennart Fricker made a very good move to get into the lead, but has not been able to shake Dirk van Tolden, who's looked strong as well. And now looking further down the LMP1 battle though, Nolan, because VRT iRacing trying to hold off F4H Motorsports.
Absolutely, and Jason DeVries driving in the VRT Racing. He's struggling here to stay ahead of him, manages to get a bit of a gap on Sam Rosamond here, and that is, of course, thanks to the help of that Inertia Sim Racing Corsac LMP2 machine, but he's going to get him here. If he can get the draft, he swung really wide and just lost the entire draft. Does he go to the pits? No. So that was just, I'd almost call it poor judgment, but the LMP2 of the GTE closes the door, and that just seals him off from any hopes of getting up to his other combatant up front there in that VRT racing machine for, I'd say, another lap or two at least.
Yeah, and Sam Rosamond having slid back just a bit. I will say, I think Jason DeVries really let down on the hybrid, which is something that you certainly can do. Now, this is a mostly automated system that you can have, but you can also basically just hit a button that says, let's punch it chewy. As such, that's what happened, yeah?
A little bit of door banging between I believe it was the Logitech G Ultras Esports NEO machine, which is a GTE, and the UI1 Positive Sim Racing LMP1 while they were being lapped. A little bit of door banging going on, but not a spin. But I thought one of them was going to go around. It got a little out of shape, but so far, so good.
And no love lost between those two teams, because it was one of the Positive Sim Racing LMP1 cars that took out Logitech G Altus Esports from round 1 of this championship. Something that I know Altus Esports were not very happy about. So a little bit of history between those two teams and those cars in this series.
They're best friends, really. I mean, and I almost saw, as Simone Maria Marciano almost took a nip from that race center LMP2, which we saw on the screens. Meanwhile, we got a battle for the 10th position here in GTE. That is going to be like Triton, Scimitar, one of those guys. Here we go. It's the Australian Motorsports versus Odax Motorsport. Corey Davis versus Xavi Estela. We'll keep that on the screen. It's been decent battles, David, between the different manufacturers. We've seen Fords racing Porsches, we've seen Porsches racing Ferraris, and we've seen some pretty good and decent racing throughout this entire thing. I will have to say that all three of these machines are performing way better than the Corvette GTE is because it's not existent. Chevy.
Yeah, you could definitely say it like that. Pratt and Miller. Yeah, indeed. I think when it comes to the aerodynamics, the tyre life, all of those things between the GTEs, they're very evenly matched. The only thing I've heard is that around some really high-speed circuits, like for example Spa and Le Mans, where we're going later in the season, the way the gear ratios are for the Porsche GTE just give it a little bit less of an advantage at the super high speeds. I can't say if that's true right now, but certainly it seems like it's the strategy and the driver talent that's making a difference in the GTE field. Whether you've got a Ferrari or a Ford or a Porsche, that doesn't seem to matter as much as the quality of your drivers behind the wheel.
Yeah, and quality drivers also in the commentary booth. Hey, that's us. So anyways, as we watch this battle, hello if you're just joining us, as they almost took a bite out of the back of that Ferrari. I'm Cameron Walsh, that's David Haynes, and that's Nolan Rempel. And of course, with the ever-watchful eye of Hugo Louis, whom has not given us a window update, as RaceSpot window needs to be looked at. So, the sun is setting. We've determined that, because we're geniuses. We have an hour and 20 minutes left of this race here at Interlagos. The question is, how dark does it get outside? None of us knows. Overspeed from Odox Motorsport. Coming down to the outside now, around that Ferrari. The Ferrari almost hitting the Armco barrier on the entry to pit lane. Will Corey Davis go super wide to defend? How bad does he want it? He leans the brakes in, way overshoots the apex, but that's okay because you can slide into the entry, the proper entry for the turn after that. And Nolan doesn't look like it's going to matter very much. That Porsche with the rear-mounted engine just manages to get that car turned a little bit easier. And here comes an MSI Esports LMP1 prototype, but it's not going to matter. The Odox Motorsport car has the position.
That was an excellent recovery from the Odox Motorsport driver right there. To get on the inside, he really cut in for the apex and then went around the outside of Curvo Grande on the exit there, and that will mean that this puts Corey Davis in a bit of a bad spot because he's got to move aside here for two different cars that are going to be lapping him, and that will allow Xavier Stella in Odox Motorsports to run away with that position up there unless he can close back in but somehow fend off the LMP2 that's literally right behind him.
Yeah, and so meanwhile, update on the battle for LMP1 lead. It's the Porsche Basel Sword Rennsport Esports 1 machine, about 0.5 of a second ahead of the Thrustmaster Movano Marcus Hamilton piloted machine. Whereas the SimRC.de Emerald, obviously they came into pit, they're now 7 seconds back. So I will say, as we kind of shift our view over to the LMP1 battle, as trying to go on the outside is Marcus Hamilton. David, we'll lean it to you. Marcus Hamilton is an extraordinarily fast driver. He's been the hot foot today. Well, he now has a target, and that target is Dominic Farber, whom we had the interview with, where he was pretty confident that their car was faster than the Movano car. So, interesting battle that we have unfolding before us as they head their way down the start-finish line for the 214th time.
Yeah, exactly. We got this great graphic here showing how much Marcus Hamilton has pulled out of Dominic Farber over the last 3 laps. You see it's 4/10, 7/10, 1.5 tenths. If he pulled any more out of that gap, he'd be our race leader. So I'm sure he's thinking where and how he can strike. If you're Dominic Farber, you might want to save some electrical power to defend with. Maybe use it out of Zhongshao, which is effectively the final corner. It's the last braking zone of the lap. Core Sim Racing GTE they just passed there is our GTE leader. So P1 leader's putting another lap on the GTE cars. Marcus Hamilton's not gotten right underneath the rear bumper lately. From 1 car length back, but they've got all kinds of traffic now to get through. It's an LMP2 car, stays well out of the way, and this downhill corner rather difficult, so they make the sensible decision to go underneath. Dominic Faber's going to have to punch it out of this corner. Marcus Hamilton gets a pretty good exit, though. This will be one to watch into turn 1.
It will be, as here comes the overspeed from Marcus Hamilton. How much juice you want to use for this lap, as they now have the battery's power. The battery gets reset as they go side by side into corner number 1. They set themselves up easily for corner number 2, but just as we saw in that GTE, is the Porsche going to get the overpower of that? No. As they both hit the hybrid power assists, they can only use up to 100% of the battery per lap. So that means that you have to be a bit conservative about when and where. You can't just throw the juice down. And once you do hit that 100%, you can't use any more until you pass the start-finish line. As they go around the Team Busch Pink GTE machine, they're continuing their battle here as we are at the twilight of the day here at Interlagos, otherwise known as Autodromo Jose Carlos Pace, as somebody has gone around. It is a solo car spin from the Odox Motorsports. Looks like he got into the marbles trying to get around the Ferrari, and once he got in those marbles, he just touched the grass and went around. So unfortunate for him, but looks to me like this battle, Nolan, is still going on strong, as they have both cleared the traffic and they've got a long straightaway to go.
Yeah, still a long way to go for them, of course, and it's one of the battles we're going to keep an eye on. I also make sure to keep one eye on our LMP2 gap, because that gap is for sure less than a second now. And we've seen Torque Freak Racing trying to work his way back up to Schubert Motorsport, but just hasn't been too terribly lucky here. Of course, Dominic Farber driving for Porsche Basel by Sword Rennsport Esports. Still working his way up to Marcus Hamilton, who, as you said, been extraordinarily fast. Half a second and definitely closing, and gets held up a little bit, Hamilton, by a GTE Porsche, but not quite, and it'll actually come back to bite Dominic Farber, the GTE Porsche there.
Yeah, he does get around him there. It slots in, and I was going to say it's very lucky that he did that, because this is a very slow section. It is one lane. You can only really take that one way. As here comes Dominic Farber through the last section of the inner cloister, and then you take that long left downhill section. You really can track out here. You almost have to in these hybrid machines. As Marcus Hamilton now on the throttle, they go around to Corey Davis at SRN Motorsports Orange Machine. They're running their way down here again, and David, this is just a continual duel, and it's a good duel at that, and they will be having some issues up ahead, because as they go following each other single wide into the first corner, you have Ilka Kettle Rapids, as apparently we're supposed to call him. In the Inertia Sim Racing Korzak machine, he's only maybe about a second ahead of the Road Bastards Alpha machine. That's a race for position. If those two cars get close together to where they're going to start battling, that's going to be an issue for these guys, David, simply because it's their right to battle, it's their race to battle, and if they catch up the leaders and they hold them up, I mean, oh well, they're fighting for position.
Yeah, absolutely agree. So that's something these guys are going to have to look out for as Faber tries to hold off Hamilton. We've got a nice little bit of clear track ahead of them right now, but that just means that all of the traffic is bunched up somewhere else, which they are, as the fastest class of car, going to catch sooner rather than later. Now, last time Marcus Hamilton didn't get quite as good of a run out of the final corner. This time, he's much, much closer. Porsche Basel and Dominic Faber might need to defend once again into turn 1. Indeed, he stays all the way to the left-hand side, but the overspeed is much more significant for Thrustmaster Movano this time, and Marcus Hamilton gets to the lead, chops it back across.
Yeah, that was, I seriously thought that Dominic Farber was going to try to hold him to the inside line. I mean, my goodness me. So they will get around Ronald Gross in that Road Bastards machine, as well as Dominic Farber will. So that means they both have cleared, so no advantage one way or the other. They've got the Army Racing team, who is doing very well in that second position to get past. Now this is where the traffic starts to split things up, as this is exactly what Marcus Hamilton wants. As Kettle Rapids is going to take the apex away from Dominic Farber, and Farber I have a feeling he's not going to be happy about that one, but he does have a competitor behind him, like Fiala does. So I guess I can understand. He'll obviously give him enough space here, which he will, and he will let him cycle through. But if you're Marcus Hamilton, I mean, Nolan, you can basically just take the limiter off. You don't have to worry about anything. Just run the fastest laps you can. And well, the track temperature is down to 81 degrees Fahrenheit, otherwise known as
27.2 degrees Celsius.
27 point whatever degrees, and nobody cares.
Whoa! I think you'll find I drummed up 5 or 6 people who care.
They were wrong, okay? So, anyways, Nolan, anyway, the point that I'm making, I guess, is Marcus, we know, is the fastest car on track, and the temperatures are in his favor. The car track is in his favor. So, I gotta say, I mean, is this kind of the stroke that is going to be the winning strategy for Thrustmaster Movano?
I'm not sure. We do still have an hour left in this race. We need to keep an eye on that. Another driver that just went down into the pits, I'm going to just quickly mention, is Sam Rosamond, who worked his way up to 9th place in the past 2 laps. And how he did this was by going on the outside of both turn 8 and turn 10. One lap was 8 and one lap was turn 10. And that is such a difficult thing to do, and he made it stick with 2 different LMP1 cars, working his way from 11th to 9th. He's, of course, down on the lane now, and Romeo Grinnell taking over for Sam Rosamond for what is no doubt going to be their last driver change of the day.
A bunch of jerks in the chat, I tell you. See, when you say I care about C, it means I care about Cam. That's what you're saying. So anyways, I'm right. That's all I'm saying. Hugo agrees with me, right, Hugo? No? That's a no in chat. Have you checked out that window yet? No. See? There you go. So, anyways, sorry. I'm not sorry. So, either way, I was going to say that we have a battle between the number 28 car and the other Positive Sim Racing Orange Machine, but they're 2 different classes of cars, but they're still really close to each other, so
Oh! It's a huge crash, my goodness. UOI1 Positive Sim Racing's Ricardo Orozco gets thrown through the air into the wall.
Boy.
I think that's absolutely going to need a replay because that was a massive, massive shunt. So I think that's VRT Esports. Go to the right-hand side, and I want to say there was just a tiny bit of overlap, and Positive Sim Racing would come back across, but I don't want to assign any blame because that's the job of the stewards, and we're definitely going to get a couple more replay angles before I can say anything with any certainty. But what I will say, with no prejudice whatsoever, is what a huge, huge accident. Upside down, thrown into the inside wall.
Yeah, one catch fence to the other, absolutely torn apart. That car is going to be as far as the damage taken. I mean, very unfortunate for them. They were racing for 10th position, and I can tell you right now what happened is that both of them wanted to minimize the gap between both of the cars, so when they enter the curve, they could, as you can see in the distance, the incident, you can tell because it's lime green, and the sun, which is setting by the way, reflects off of the green paint. It's just, as we'll get a wild onboard view here of Robert Tinsley in the TNT Racing Machine, you can see it coming across. He's on the brake, he'll go to the inside. Okay, good decision. I think, and maybe Nolan, you can kind of agree with me on this one or disagree. I feel like they wanted to enter the corner without any distance between the two of them, so they couldn't turn in, but they both did it at the same time, so they literally both took the exact same track for the exact same reason.
Yeah, I can kind of understand where you're coming for that. Of course, that lime green LMP, it was a very aggressive defensive maneuver that unfortunately didn't work out nearly as the way they thought it was. That was a really big accident, to say the least. And he actually did manage to get the car rolling again, but spun in the S-curves. No surprise there. And he ended up towing it from there. Didn't want to cause another accident. But that was so huge, and I would be shocked if there was not some kind of penalty applied to one of those drivers from those stewards.
Yeah, that is just a massive incident. I mean, it reminds me of Mark Webber's accident in a way, though that was a self-accident that involved the Ferrari. I know we all like to blame the Ferrari, but really it was Mark Webber on his own. But I will say that is probably outside of the Talladega Nights incident that we had earlier, a massive incident. So very surprised. We have to kind of gather it all back up here, and very unfortunate for both the Sim Racing Green positive machine and the VRT machine, because the VRT did have to come into pit lane. They had to get their car fixed. Though obviously they came out of this one much better. They were able to continue. So with that, we'll see if we can kind of look at our leader once again, because the gap is now 2.2 seconds, which means that Marcus Hamilton is doing a fantastic job working his way through traffic, and you can tell Dominic Farber is not going to happy with it. He takes a bite out of Alex Simpson's right side pod, and he dives to the inside of Romeo Grinnell in that F4H Motorsport machine. So Dominic Farber is getting very aggressive, and it shows, because the lap times, David, were exactly the same between Marcus Hamilton and Dominic Farber.
Yeah, I think 2 laps in a row almost, where the Thrustmaster Movano leading car and Porsche Basel by Saab Rennsport Esports have basically matched each other to the 100th of a second. It might just be how the conditions are, where the traffic's fallen for them. Maybe they've had pretty clean laps up until this point. You can see that gap on the screen. It's just 2 seconds. So whatever Marcus Hamilton does, Dominic Farber can see it. If Marcus Hamilton locks up, he has to go around the outside of a lap car. Dominic Farber will know. There's just one car between them right now. We have just crossed under 1 hour to go as well.
1 hour remaining. So anyways, that's great. How close are we to pit stops here? I just want to see. So, we're 15 more laps, I would say, for Dominic Farber before he's going to have to come into pit lane, and about maybe 20 laps for the Thrustmaster Movano machine. That will set us up, and obviously when they do come into pit, they will not need a full tank of fuel. So that's what's going to be very interesting here. And I will say also that the last pit stop for Porsche Basel was 1 minute and 9, whereas Thrustmaster Movano, they took tires, right? They took tires and they put in Marcus Hamilton. They only did a 37-second stop, which is insanely fast. Whereas Porsche Basel did over 1 minute and 9, maybe perhaps to fix a couple of things. But I will say, Nolan, it is looking like things are going to shape up in Movano's favor as we enter the final hour of this very exciting race.
Well, absolutely, and I don't think we'll be seeing another driver change for Thrustmaster Movano, because Marcus Hamilton has clearly been shown to be their dominant driver, and that's probably why he's in the car for the last last hour of this auto race. And of course, you got Dominic Farber in the back trying to work up the time he needs to get up there, but he's only really been dropping back since we started talking about this group up here, and that's one of the unfortunate things for Farber, but that's probably great news for Marcus Hamilton, because I think if it keeps up like the way it is now, Marcus Hamilton will come out on top as winner of round 3 for the NEO Endurance Series.
Yeah, and I mean, I will say this has been an absolutely fantastic race. I mean, the lap times keep trickling down. We're at a track temperature of 80 degrees, and I mean, that is 80 degrees Fahrenheit, and that is
26.7 degrees Celsius, or maybe
26
say around
whatever,
27.
and nobody cares. 27, nobody cares. So basically, the track started at what 100. I seriously think it was like 128. I think when we took the green flag, which was what in Celsius?
Or a big number.
A big number. So it was a big number, and now it's not that big of a number, because Celsius makes no sense. It was invented by Frank Celsius, he was a jerk. Don't listen to that guy. Listen to me, because I'm the one that's talking on the radio microphone. So 125. Yes. So I don't know what that is in Celsius, but let me put it this way. The temperature swing has been about 40 degrees, and also of note, the entry to turn 1 is now completely in the shade under braking. That also changes that temperature of that particular corner. That's what's exciting about this last update. That's what's making this race so exciting, not just for us in the booth, but for everybody that's been watching it for the last 6 hours. Of course, we appreciate it so very much here on the iRacing Esports Network. Thank you so much. But David, it has been a very transitional race in a way. It's been exciting, and almost the entire intersection is now covered in shade outside of the last that last dip right before you go into the inner cloister. The sections are all changing. The track is really coming alive with these updates that iRacing has done between the track surface, the laying down rubber, and now this whole temperature thing. The track is basically a living, breathing thing now.
Yeah, definitely some places where you see a lovely orange glow from the sun that's rather low in the sky. Look at that P1 flyby. That's just a fantastic demonstration of the difference of closing speeds that we can get. As we watch on board from Ronnie Fantini, who's trying to close down Iker Estefania for 5th place in LMP2, and as one of those P1 cars just cuts off Iker a tiny bit, it has been to the advantage of Ronnie Fantini, who just lap after lap has clawed a couple tenths out to make this a much closer battle for 5th place.
Yeah, apparently we did have a pit stop. I believe that was... I'm not sure whom was the one that actually did the pit stop. Nolan, do you have who it was?
Nolan knows, he can do it.
I'm not sure of the exact driver, but it was the Schubert Motorsport LMP2 team. They were leading the LMP2 field. They came in for their pit stop. They dropped back down to 3rd place, which allowed Apex Racing UK to take 2nd place. And, of course, Torque Freak Racing to take 1st place in your LMP2 field. So that is just a quick update on how things are looking for the LMP2 field. So we are getting into what should be either our second to last or our last pit stop runs for your LMP2 field.
I mean, in
for
David,
LMP2s and GTEs, both of them, if they pit within this final hour, which they have now, pit service for either of them will take them to the end from here, as we see Team Hoisingfeld do exactly that, robbing us temporarily of the little battle we were watching, but it's still not within the final pit window for LMP1s yet. They do 45 to 50 minutes, so soon we'll see them be able to stop and make it to the end. And GTEs, like the ones we're watching here, Simitok Esports trying to defend from Redface Racing, they are within the window to pit and get to the end.
So, also Josh Shinwell. So, I will say, you know, it is very early in this last hour. It's 55 minutes to go. The fuel tank should be more than enough, right, David, for these LMP2 cars? I know for GTE it will be, because some people can do a little bit longer than an hour long stint. For these LMP2 cars, it should be enough, right? For 55 minutes to go, anyone that pits, this should be their last pit stop?
Yep, exactly. So within the pit window to get to the end for LMP2 for GTE, but not yet for LMP1.
Yeah, because they're the 45 to 50 minutes. Okay, just because for Schubert, that's going to mean really that they are going to be the lightest car out there, because they only had to just do a straightforward pit stop, just throw fuel in it and go. Whereas the other teams are going to have to start doing this weird thing called math. I haven't heard much about it. But apparently what you're able to do, you have to calculate how much fuel is going to take you to the end of the race instead of just filling it with fuel and sending it down the road. So that is going to make things pretty difficult for some of these teams, especially the smaller teams, to have to try and do this math, you know, on the fly in a way, to try to figure out if they can put enough gas in it. You don't want to overfuel it, you don't want to overweigh the car, and that can make or break a team when you're really splitting hairs like we're seeing in this LMP2 battle.
It certainly can. Like, you misjudge it by even like half a lap, but that's it. You're gone. Looking back to this battle for 7th place now in your GTE field, look at this. Nose to tail all the way through turns 1 and 2, and down on the inside through turn 4. Gets the pass done. However, can Simato K Esport get the jump on him and get a run coming here into turn 5? Oh, he's going to back out of it. Not quite. He's going to have to wait until the next lap.
we saw Red Face Racing were closing that gap up at faster than a second a lap until they got there. So not surprising to see that once the move was done, Red Face and Simitalk Esports weren't really going to come back at it. But always good to see two Ferraris fighting at it. And they've got a lot more of a twinkle in their headlights now.
Chat's turning into a bunch of jerks. I'm angrily staring at them, by the way. Angrily glare. So anyways, right. I will say, for Red Face Racing, we have to remember, when they started this race, they got spun really, really early on, right? It was either them or Zenith, I think it was. One of those two. I think it was Red Face, who was turned around in the very beginning of this race. The very start of I think the first lap it was, where they had to drive through that little infield section. Look at how much they've recovered. They're in 7th position, and they were in dead last in GTE towards the right end of this. And Nolan, I mean, that really says something. Yeah, of course, nobody's really excited about who finishes in 7th position, except for that team. But you got to really talk about how good of a recovery drive that is for Red Face Racing.
Oh, absolutely. Like, with all the complications that they had earlier on in the race, like, you know, like, there was a big incident that we had, what was it, like 20 laps in, or not 20 laps, 20 minutes in, I believe, is when we had a really huge crash. And over the course of the next several hours, they've really worked their way up through the field, and now the Red Face is right back up there to 7th place, and that's where they want to be. And I feel like, considering all the complications that have happened with these guys over the course of this race, even 7th place, it's not where you'd want to be for sure. I'd still count it a win, though.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of those situations where this can really help you in the future. And David, we have to remember, of course, you helped us out with Circuit of the Americas, and so you know how this builds race after race after race. I mean, you talk about Race Clutch's LMP2 effort, how disastrous that has been, despite the fact that they are routinely qualifying their car up front. It is one of those situations where, I mean, some of these teams, like Team Chimera was stating out, Josh Chin, when he interviewed us and said they could still take the car out and then decided not to, Josh, where the points will matter as time goes on, because they do have to qualify for the next season. That has to be in the back of your head. This isn't like other series where you just sign up for it and you're just in. This really is a process to get into the Neo Endurance Series, to get into such a historic endurance series on the iRacing platform, to be the best endurance platform on iRacing. So it is an important thing for all these little teams to make sure that they're getting good points, and I guess that's kind of another thing I'd like to point out. And other teams, World of Sim Racing is doing really good. I think as far as the LMP1s go, I mean, Race Clutch is doing pretty all right. MSI Esports is doing good. And Torrent Motorsports, I mean, they're doing fantastic. They started in 15th place, David, and now they're up to 7th in LMP1. So you talk about these smaller teams, they're having very, very good races. And we haven't really had a chance to talk about them just because the battling has been so intense everywhere else on the track.
Yeah, consistency pays off, doesn't it? We saw how quick Race Clutch were, and they've just not managed to get a race result together yet. There's some smaller teams that just chip away at it, get race results, score points, and that might just be enough. And I'm sure they have a good time of racing it too. But that just shows that endurance racing, speed is necessary to win, but endurance and survivability is required to just score points.
Speed is necessary to win. You hear that, Hugo?
Print that on a shirt.
Print that on a shirt. You hear that, Hugo? Speed is necessary to win. I can see why you left the World Championship Series. So anyways, now that I'm departing Race Spot forever, apparently. Sorry. I'm nice. I'm a nice person, really. I will say, as refocus from me being mean, Thrustmaster Murano Racing NES number 3. They're in the lead of this race by 9 seconds. The Porsche car doesn't seem, Nolan, to be able to really challenge Marcus Hamilton. I'm not really sure who can. I mean, it is Marcus Hamilton. But I will say this is the closest battle that they've had basically all season. Not obviously today, but just going over the last 5 some odd hours. They really had to work for this victory here at Interlagos if things were to finish the way that they are now.
Well, of course, like, things can still change. We still got 45 minutes left. And speak of the devil, Dominic Farber, second place, down for pit road. He's not stopping, though. He's just going right through. Maybe he had a drive-through penalty? If he did, that has just destroyed any chance he once had of winning this race.
Which car is that?
That was the Porsche Basel, the number 18 of Dominic Farber. I'm looking. I don't see
one. Wait, no, I see it now.
Now we have it. Drive through for car number 18, Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esports, overtaking outside track limits. That's a very interesting one.
You want to know what? I believe that's when we were really closely watching the battle, when they left the track to go on that blue tarmac, going around one of the lap cars as I think the Movano car dove to the inside of that lap car. Do you remember that?
That's well and truly sunk their chances of taking the race win, unfortunately. That's gone and cost them about 15 seconds and put them right back with SimRC DE Emerald. In fact, you can see both of them in one shot there. There's Porsche Basel leading SimRC and Claudius Wied behind the wheel. 0.3 of a second in it, and they've got plenty of traffic to work their way through.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a really big shift, and that was actually for a overtake off track in turn 3, so one that we haven't even seen. This is turn 3 right here, this left-hander, so apparently they probably left the track surface right around where that SimRC car is to go around a car and come back on the track. Yes, I've done that before, not in LMP1, but I will say that it's surprising as the SimRC car takes a lovely bite out of that red-faced racing machine. My goodness me. As Claudius Wied needed to get on in, and you're just joining us. So Dominic Farber had to take that number 18 Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport down pit lane for a drive-through for overtaking off track, which is a punishable offense, which they have now done. So, well, that kind of refocuses the lens here, and the battle then becomes, if you're SimRC, I mean, you've got a last pit stop. Do you take tires at this point? Because they haven't they didn't the last pit stop, so would they this time, Nolan? Do you think you have to take tires, I imagine, right?
I don't see why not. You've still got almost an hour left. Like, yeah, we're not in the triple digits now, in a sense, for time, but, you know, you still have a long race. And right now, we're just underneath the length of what iRacing's IMSA series runs. But I believe we see guys doing pit stops even in that series, and correct me if I'm wrong on that one, which I wouldn't be surprised if I was, but of course, like, I wouldn't be surprised if these guys did come in to make tires yet, because, you know, the average pit stop time is still 45 minutes, so he still has one stop to make. I'd say get tires, then push hard to the end, and I don't know, the only hope really that for Dominic Farber is that the only hope that he can have to catch up to Marcus Hamilton now is if Hamilton received a penalty of his own. I'd be surprised if that happened, though, because Hamilton has been controlling this race all up front.
Yeah, and so, all right, well, we'll actually see if we can get a replay of it. Nolan will get it off of the live protest sheet. But I will say, interesting enough, how the sun has been going down. I would presume, I also think that in the IMSA series that they are fuel limited. Oh, look at that. Look at that camera pan. You can see Brazil. It's there. So, for
there's
the rest
like
of things,
Brazilian people in that city.
I mean, wow. Whew, Brazil.
Okay, get out.
A Brazilian. Oh, I got it now in my brain. I got Brazilian. Okay. So, anyways, in more intelligent things to say, Fahrenheit's still better than Celsius. So, I mean, if you're a Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport, yeah, it is a bit of a blow, David. But at the same time, you were kind of losing some space anyways. I'm just not sure if SimRC is, even with tires, going to be able to catch unless Claudius Weed will maybe get out. Maybe Mittner's going to get back in for the last 40 minutes. Would you even do that? I mean, pretty interesting here how the strategy is opened up. And honestly, I would just come in now. We've hit that limit where you can fill and change tires and do the driver change. Do it with 40 minutes and voila. I mean, that to me seems pretty straightforward of an idea, David. I mean, I'm in the booth and not like a same as SimRC.de has had a hand in spinning the number 69 machine, which is your 5th place. Ford, as I'm not sure if they lost that on their own. Nope, that is a big old boop. That is a Bucarino here on the replay here. As you can see, the LMP1 machine trying to get as much speed as possible, and even Ronaldo Lorena even saw him coming and tried to pull to the inside. And man, that's a pretty hefty hit for that Ford. The damage is going to be there on the rear of the machine. The diffuser is going to be pretty damaged, but it looks at least decently all right. So looking at the live pictures now we get a replay. This is that off-track thingy-majigger, and David, why don't you take us through the overtaking thing?
Yeah, so we're going to get a replay of the incident that got a drive-through penalty for Porsche Basel overtaking off the track, and I think that was it. On the exit of Turn 3, Curva de Sol there, they've just gone around the outside of the Red Face Racing LMP2 and potentially received a penalty for that if that was the incident in question.
Yes,
so a 15-second penalty effectively, just a drive-through penalty for that incident. It's a pretty big penalty for what was a small gain, but they can't go just shortcutting the track to get past every piece of traffic. There must be order of some kind. Now, I guess there's different perspectives on that. What we do have here is a race at 7th and 8th place, LMP2 category, the Prototype 2 field. And Marcel Ty for Team Hoisenfeld has been closing down this gap to Robert Tinsey and TNT Racing. Gap was, if I'm seeing this what I think I'm seeing it, Marcel Ty pulled in tenths of a second on the previous lap, and now he's right there looking at those tail lights, the brake lights that glow quite a lot more than they did earlier. Definitely getting dark outside, and you can see it in the brake lights of TNT Racing and Robert Tinsey.
Yeah, I almost think you can almost make out the headlights starting to maybe shine off of the front racing surface. I could be wrong there, I don't know, but I think this is pretty exciting. We're not going to be racing in the night. We've made it to that point. We're not going to be racing in the dark. We've got 40 minutes to go. But it is just getting darker and darker. The track's cooling off. It's 76 degrees in the air, 79 degrees in Fahrenheit on the track surface, which is
26 degrees Celsius.
26 degrees Celsius, chat. And I will say, for Marcel Ty, this is kind of getting to that point where I'm starting to wonder, perhaps whose car is going to start coming into effect, because we did see the SimRC LMP1 machine, Nolan, kind of come into its own once the track started cooling off. And really, obviously, it really hasn't worked out great since then. But still, the point remains, it's only going to get cooler, 40 degrees, as everyone's piling into corner number 1. Okay, they straighten themselves up before the entry to it. But as I thought the Heisenberg car was still going to go, there's a car parked on the outside of the track. What has happened? Why is he parked there? As the Odox Motorsport car is sitting politely on the exit of the corner.
Possible mechanical failure, like a hardware failure, because it came to a nice dead stop, no abrupt movements or anything.
There we go. He's got it plugged back in, but the steering wheel's not moving. So the pedals are working, but the steering wheel is not. Because you can see it's just locked dead stick. You see how it just snapped like that? So it locked dead stick. So he's trying to get the wheel to work. Personally, I would take the tow. I would get my teammate in the car because something is not working correctly. Oh, you know what? Xavi Estela is out of the server as teammate, so this is it. I wonder what you do now with a car stuck on the outside of the track. How long, David, do you think before they tell him to clear it or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we can't have him just sitting there, just off the racing line all the way to the end. I mean, fair enough, give the drivers some time to try and sort their issues out, try and get their car going. You can't eliminate them from the race just for coming to a stop, but we can't have Odox Motorsports sit there forever. And in fact, have not been able to get that car back under control and have had to have it towed.
I mean, I would have just take the tow anyways. He was safely out of the tracksway. I will say, that was a good thing. That's a very good thing. He was well out of the tracksway, and I know that if he was in the tracksway, obviously he would have towed much earlier. So I'm not trying to say that he's somehow wrong. What I'm trying to point out, I guess, is that you hop out of the car and you hop out of your chair and you try to get the steering wheel, just completely unplug it from the computer, give it 10 seconds, plug it right back in. And he might have done that, but man, trying to troubleshoot hardware issues, and for the hardware to fail so late in the race, Nolan, I mean, it happens, and it's very disappointing when it does.
Absolutely. I haven't had it happen to myself, but I've seen it happen at least once in just about every race I've broadcasted, or at least the race that I've been on the team with RaceSpot TV. Just about every race, it's happened to somebody, and it's just such a shame when it has to happen because whoa, little brush for an LMP1 and a GTE. That was a bit of a close one. Little wiggle as well. That was from Thrustmaster Movano Racing, so your 6th place driver. Little bit of contact with the Logitech G Altus Esports. Oh boy, that was a bit close for my opinion, or from my liking.
And I think that was going through the apex there.
Yes, it certainly seemed to be that way.
Get a replay on screen right now of that Logitech Altus G car and that move. Might have been a bit earlier than what we're seeing. I'm not 100% sure on that one. What I can
I see it. It was in the inner cloister. That's where it was. It was in the inner cloister. That's all. Yeah, so they were following. Yeah, here we go. So the Schubert goes to the inside, and Ashley Owen, that number 4. This is not the leader LMP1 car. This is the teammate too. They come across and they do make a big old loop, and that is a massive save for Ashley Owen. And Glenn Key got a lovely view of that. If you want to do like an onboard with Glenn Key, because he got a great view of them touching, and they both saved the car. That's the big thing. They both worked on saving the car, and David, that was almost a big one.
Yeah, and at that point, Glenn Key, as you do indeed get that camera angle, was the LMP2 race leader. He's since come down onto pit road, as have quite a few others. With 30 minutes remaining, it's about time. So Schubert Motorsports stay out. Talk Freak Racing still out. Apex Racing still out, but it's Positive Sim Racing and Glen Key taking an earlier pit stop than everyone else.
Yeah, we've had another massive save. Robert Tinsey ended up clipping the inner apron, which is so easy to do. Because it's getting so dark out, the shaders, as it were, I guess, are starting to kind of come into play, where it is starting to convert it into a night map, or whatever. And Alex Simpson almost ate, quite literally, that's our 3rd place car, almost ate that TNT Racing machine. So that was at corner 1. And that's so easy to do, Nolan. You're trying to get the inside line. The cars are flat bottoms, and you bobble over that apex, and it spits you right on out.
Yep, it's definitely very easy to do. It's happened to a lot of people. It's happened to myself several times. It's very easy to catch the curving like that and maybe jump over it a bit, and I think that's exactly what happened with the LMP2. Great car control, by the way, for him to be able to get that under control. I don't even think he lost a whole lot of time anyway. He maybe lost maybe a second or 2, so he didn't even lose all that much. Kept the car going at speed, so just brilliant car control.
Yeah, so also, to point out, I don't know what else was really, really difficult, David Haynes.
Go ahead.
A, using salsa, and B, being as good as me at commentating, because I am the gooderist.
Yeah,
See?
Without doubt.
Speechless. I will say, David, that what I kind of wanted to say, the track is getting darker and darker, which I know, yes, we've amped it up for the last 6 hours. It's getting to be that really noticeable point where I think at this point it might almost be affecting the drivers in a way. You almost have to adjust kind of how your lines are going simply because the eyesight is different, if that makes sense.
Oh, it definitely makes sense. Where you're looking for some of your braking markers, for your turn-in points, with how the cars you're racing against stand out from the background, from the track surface as well. All of that has changed massively since the start of this race. It's changed gradually, so we haven't completely noticed it. And when we started this race, the sun was high in the sky, beaming straight down on the circuit. And now, you notice the headlights, you notice the orange glow of the sunset. All of these things are definitely very different from the start of the race. But because it's taken the 5.5 hours, very gradually, we've adjusted to it.
Very much so. Marcus Hamilton on lap 244 pulled on into pit lane. And he stopped that machine, and I want to see if he took tires. I don't know if he did, because he jumped ahead, so I was looking at the replay. So,
looking like no to me.
All right, so Marcus Hamilton did not. Just fuel. So, and that's not a bad decision. I think that's a better decision, especially with the temperature being cooled off. The air temperature and the track temperature are almost exactly the same. So I will say, we do have the new leader, which is the SimRC.D Emerald, but they have to come down pit lane in about 1 to 2 more laps. Nolan Rempel.
Yeah, I had a little bit of issues on my end here. My headset came unplugged, so I missed a good portion of what you just said. Could you mind quickly filling me in?
It was nothing of that. Claudius Weed, they've taken the lead. They will have to come on down to pit lane in the next lap or two, and that's just going to really kind of set things up. They're going to obviously cycle back. Movano, they're only 4 seconds back, and that's after their pit stop, so I guess that goes to show you how controlling Movano is on this race. But the big battle, as it were, is going to be between Claudius Weed and Dominic Farber in that Porsche Basel Sword Rennsport machine. They're going to probably be coming in this lap, maybe next lap. I think if you're SimRC, do you want to come in earlier or stay out as long as the fuel tank will last?
I would say come in early, because that means you can get more fuel in, and that way if you end up dropping back spots, you have a lot more time to make it up. That of course can come down to personal preference, but I don't think it's a good idea to wait until the fuel tank is about empty, because it might be 10 laps to go, and then you have to come into a pit and you're on bad tires, so the people behind you have been able to put some ground on you, so you might lose out on your spots, and then you won't be able to have any way to make them up because you just won't have enough time. So I would come in within the next 5 minutes or so, as it seems like that's what Claudius Weed is doing. And so your leader down onto pit road now, flashing the brake lights on those little tail fins in the back there, as he looks for his pit stall for what will certainly be his final pit stop of the night.
Certainly will, as Claudius Weed hits on the binders, and this is where Hugo, because he knew exactly what I was going to lead into, brings up the track map with the exact positioning of where the number 7 machine is compared to where the number 18 machine is, and I pan my head to the left slowly, and it is not there. So anyways, that is just a very quick splash and dash. Where is the Porsche Bag Sword Ren? Oh, actually, this is going to be very close here, because here comes the 18. Oh, thank you. I was just so the 18 machine might not be able to pass the SimRC machine. No, he's out ahead. Claudius Weed has come out ahead, I think, of the Dominic Farber piloted machine, and that, I will have to say, that is very impressive question marks. Now I've lost him. I think, David, I'm right in that he came out ahead, right?
Yeah, exactly. That drive-through penalty that Dominic Ferber picked up has cost him dearly. It's cost him a chance at the lead, but it's also cost him a chance at the lead. So third place is quite some seconds behind. I'll bring up my time. Oh, there it is, 8 seconds. So with 25 minutes left to go, that's not an unreasonable amount that Dominic Ferber could pull back in, especially we know that SimRC.de didn't take tyres at that stop just then. But that 15-second penalty is effectively how much they lost in real terms. That's cost them so dearly when they were fighting so close for the lead.
And 28 seconds is the definitive gap now between your overall race leader of Thrustmaster Movado and SimRC.de Emerald. 37.9 seconds between Porsche Basel by Sword Rennsport, LMP1, and your leader. So it was a 15-second plus acceleration, deceleration. Let's just say it cost about 25 seconds. That would still put them 15-20 seconds back of Thrustmaster Movado, but they would at least be there. Now Claudius Weed is driving through the middle of 3 cars. You'll see he gets that cleared, and you can almost see the glow of the headlights as we get to go, which to me, if you can see the glow of the headlights, probably are going to start seeing some brake rotors glowing, which is always exciting for me. So I go, so we only have 24 minutes to go, and Nolan, as we set ourselves up for this final stint from these LMP1 cars, it's going to be, or at least what we're paying attention to, that 10-second gap between position number 2 and position number 3.
Yep, that's going to be about the position. That's going to be kind of where things are going to end up. And I think it's pretty safe to say that Marcus Hamilton has got this race completely locked out. He's most likely going to win this race. It'd be unlikely if he didn't win this race, in fact. And I'd even say that our entire podium is kind of locked up as it is. You know, you got Marcus Hamilton up in first. You've got Claudius Weed in second place, and he's 10 seconds ahead of Dominic Ferber, and the only cars behind them are all a lap down. So your podium drivers right now are the only 3 cars that are on the lead lap. So I don't know. I feel like our entire podium is going to be completely locked out by now.
It certainly could, or we could have an incident. We've seen how easy they can happen, and we've seen how quick it can change the entire tempo of the race. So let's go take a look for the last time today, the top 8. This is normally the part where we would go, race spot, TV fan immersion, and blah, 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 but there's only 23 minutes to go, and so therefore I think, David, what do you think, a 22-minute and 30-second break would be good?
No, I reckon jump right into this top 8.
Okay, all right. Well, that's what we are going to do. So, it is going to be the Thrustmaster Movado Racing Neo Endurance Series number 3 LMP1 machine for 5 hours and 36 minutes. They started in first, they're leaving first. That has not been the simple tale of today. They have been challenged up and down by a couple of different cars, mainly SimRC.de Emerald and the Porsche Basel by Sword Rennsport LMP1 machine. SimRC Emerald is in 2nd position. Porsche Basel Sword Rennsport is in 3rd position after starting in 5th. Race Clutches in 4th position. MSI Esports having a decent day. They're in 5th. Thrustmaster Movado's number 4 machine is back in 6th position. We've got Torrent Motorsports, who started in 15th up to 7th. UI Positive Sim Racing Black, 16th position is where they started, and 8th position is where they currently run. So with that, we now go to your Law Prototype Class 2 machines with Mr. David Haynes.
Well, there's a couple cars in this top 8 that still owe us pit stops, and some that are fielded to the end, but as they are on track right now, should Motorsports lead from Torque Freak Racing. I believe those 2 still owe us a pit stop, as does Apex Racing UK. IRDK Endurance in 4th. 5th is UI1 Positive Sim Racing, who are fueled to get to the end. 6th is World of Sim Racing Team. 7th, Team Hoisingfeld, who only recently overtook now 8th place TNT Racing.
And for our final top 8 look at our GTE machines, we have Nolan Rempel.
And so far, still carrying away the lead. Strong is Core Sim Racing with their 50-second lead. That has not changed at all since the last, 5 times we've checked in on that team. We've got Army Racing Team still holding strong in 2nd place. MSI Esports down in 3rd. And Triton Racing dropping back to 1 minute and 13 behind MSI Esports. Thrashmaster Mavard Racing fluctuated a bit, but it appears to be 1 minute 25 behind. And then, of course, we've now got 3 different teams that are a lap down. Redface Racing, Williams Jim Jr., and Simonotech Esports.
Yeah, and that's a 49-second gap. It's been a couple hours ago. It was 45 seconds. So, I mean, that Core Sim Racing, we have not talked about it. We haven't even really looked at it that much. Guy Soimanen is currently driving it. It really hasn't needed to be looked at much. That sounds not polite, but really, I mean, David, it's been a strong powered car. It's obviously a Ford, so, hey, that's great. But it's just kept out of trouble. It's kept the gap, and they've been doing such a great job that it's almost like it's a hidden performance.
Yeah, we've not had a whole lot to say about Kimmo Soimanen and Kenny Rusin because there's not been a whole lot bad to say whatsoever. The whole race, they've just led and led consistently. What is it now? A 40-some second gap that they have over 2nd place. It's never looked in doubt. All the panels are absolutely straight on that car. They qualified it on pole, and they've led near every lap since. I can't think of a time they haven't. So a commanding performance so far, touch wood, from Core Sim Racing GTE. It's sort of deeper behind them in the GTE field, where the racing has been a lot closer because it hasn't been troubled for Kimmo Soimanen.
No, and I mean, obviously outstanding performance for Kimmo Soimanen and Kenny Rusin, the 2 truck pilots for that machine, as we are closing up 19 minutes to go. Right now, just looking at the lap times, Claudius Weed has been doing great laps, 117, 117. Last 2 laps, Porsche Basel, 117, 118. So the machine of Sorg Rennsport just doesn't seem to be able to be closing in, Nolan. And I mean, just as you were saying, it looks fairly locked. Well, it's looking more and more like that's going to be the logical step, I think.
With every second closer, the more assured that the positioning for these guys, the more assured that that's where they're going to finish with every single second. We're at 18 minutes left in the race now, so we're definitely in the final stages of the race as we drive into the setting of the sun on this race and on this broadcast indeed. And yeah, they're not all catching too much. The gaps aren't fluctuating a whole lot anymore, and that's just because they've pulled so far ahead that they almost don't matter. Like there you can see our delta right there, a 30-second gap. It's ridiculous. And unless Marcus Hamilton has an incident or spins out somewhere, there's absolutely no way that Claudius Weed will be able to catch up to him, unless of course, he somehow manages to pick up like 2 seconds a lap.
Yeah, and it's just been good racing all along. We've had I think it was about about an hour and a half now ago, where we had the top 3 in LMP1 racing each other for position, all on the same pit strategy. And we had that exact same thing in LMP2. I mean, it was a fantastic, it's going to look fantastic on the rewatch, but I will say, as the time continues to tick on, the night continues to come, and you know what? Can we take a look at out of the rear? One of these machines. How about Leonard Fricke, the number 33? I want to take a look out of the rear of this LMP machine, because you can see the headlights beaming now from that Team Mad car of Chris Wood into the mirrors there. That's for the fact that this to be happening, we've been doing not only just race spot but iRacing for a very long time. David and Hugo and Nolan. And, back in 2012, if you told me this is what we were going to be having, I don't know if I'd believe you. But it's here.
We didn't even have team racing then.
Nope, no team racing, no driver swaps, no variable track. static temperature. We didn't even have variable weather back then. I mean, it really, well, we did, but I mean, variable weather during a race. It really is just been something that's developed years and years, and obviously now we have dirt racing, and we have that truck thing coming, so it is really neat. It's really good, David, and I have to say everything seems to have really gone off without a hitch, to be honest, because normally at least something catches on fire when they do updates like this, and I haven't really seen it.
Yeah, it's there's some minor problems I would suggest with Tsukuba circuit and its day-night transitions, but everywhere else I've seen, it's beautiful to behold. The way it affects the racing, the amount of grip available on the circuit, really keeps you on your toes and really benefits drivers who are adaptable over drivers who have the time to put in 10,000 practice laps in very static conditions and be, you know, single-line programmed robots. It benefits true racing drivers adaptable to changing
Don't talk
conditions.
about the finish like that.
Well, obviously it's the same track for everyone, so we'll see how it goes, etc. But yeah, I'm very happy with some of these updates that iRacing have made. What it adds, both from a regular driver's perspective, it's prettier, but also what we get here in these top flight series, like this invitation-only Neo series, like we get in what we're going to have in the World Championship series next year. It all adds to the spectacle. It adds to the quality. Goodness, that was close in that onboard there. It adds to the quality of the professional racing we've got, and all around, it's good stuff.
It's good stuff. They're good dogs, Brent. I mean, and obviously the technology, it's brand spanking new. They had to do a lot of tweaks and a lot of little changes and fixes to the track. We remember when they first started with the rubber being laid down, there would be a literal black streak on the track, which, I mean, there is still now, but it looks a lot better. It feels a lot better. That's obviously going to be happening with day to night. But the fact that we have that built up, Nolan, it's fantastic to see, and I'm really happy. I mean, heck, we're talking about, look at what it did just for qualifying. It made qualifying absolutely essential. No one could just run out and post a fast lap time and park the car in the garage and, you know, sip a mochaccino latte whilst the timer ticks down. Because after all racing car drivers does that, I'm presuming. I don't know. But to have the different temperatures, just like we do in real life, affect the qualifying so much, just like it does in real life, is something that, is so unique now to
and
this
we're watching second, third here, and Apex Racing UK's Alex Simpson's going to try to go around the outside of turn 4. Look at how bright those headlights have got. Ronnie Nunez, Talk Freak Racing, holds on maybe through the inside. He's going to have the outside for turn 7. He's going to just lose that overlap, and Alex Simpson is doing everything to hold on to that position, diving hard across to defend the inside line of that next corner, and by Jove, he's done it.
Look at the shadow of the car, of the Apex Racing car in the headlights, the car behind him. That's like the coolest thing, I'm sorry. We're just three giddy children. This is new for us. That's fantastic. You can see the shadow effect of the headlights on the car. That's really cool. Here's an LMP1 car.
Ronnie Nunez isn't done. He got a much better run out of the final corner, though. He seems to be missing something in a straight line, maybe running a little bit more rear wing than Apex Racing UK, because he was so close out of the final corner, and now he's lost it in a straight line, even with the advantage of a slipstream. So maybe some damage on it as well. But
I will say, I have a feeling that maybe Alex Simpson, if I know Alex Simpson, that car probably isn't running as much downforce. Nolan has disappeared. So I think it's one of those situations where I would presume Alex Simpson, he's been on this service for many years, runs Apex Racing UK, a lot of high downforce open wheel cars, which this is near. I would presume that he's probably running it a bit trimmed out. Plus, we also have to remember that car was a bit damaged earlier on.
Yeah, so that gap is starting to open up a little bit. So second place as they stand. I'm trying to work out, does Alex Simpson have enough fuel to get to the end, or is he going to need a splash and dash? Because Glenn Key was right up with these guys for first, second and third. He's now in fifth, and I can say with confidence that he's got enough fuel to the end. It's these second and third place guys I'm just not sure about.
Yeah, and in this battle continuing, as you're watching it right now, chat getting in very enthusiastic about the upcoming, just recently announced thing involving Porsche and the replacement, which it is outright, of the World Championship Series. We could maybe talk about it for a second. No. All right. So we'll let them deal with that dumpster fire of a chat. Meanwhile, us civilized people, such as myself and David Haynes and Noah Rimble, who's be joining us. Hello. I will say this is a good fight for the podium. If I were Ronnie Nunez, maybe perhaps what David is doing is saving the car. I mean, why push it? Why risk it when you've got another 10 minutes? I mean, can you hold off Alex Simpson for 10 minutes if you make the pass?
Yeah, I guess hard to say exactly, but we'll see. It's a straight line pace for Ronnie Nunez. Just doesn't seem enough. Just doesn't seem enough.
No, it does. I'm surprised. I figured that at least with the draft there'd be something in it, but really there isn't. So we'll let that simmer. We'll put that on that burner as we've got 9 some odd minutes to go. David Haynes looking at the GTE battle, which is 5th and 6th. That's what, Triton and Redface?
Yeah, exactly. So a little bit of damage still on that Triton Racing car, and Redface Racing have been coming back up the order. They pulled 4 tenths out on the last lap. We'll see what it is this lap. You see, that's a 1:29.2 for Triton Racing, a 29 dead for Redface. So another 2 tenths out. They've got just 8 minutes left. That'll be maybe 6 or 7 laps for these GTE cars. Benjamin Gonzalez has a chance of catching up to Peter Jagodzinski at some point, maybe grabbing a top 5 for that team.
Yeah, and I mean, fantastic for them if they do. I mean, talk about a recovery drive. Now, we do have to remember that Piotr Jagodzinski for Triton is currently running with a damaged rear wing. So that does mean that Ferrari of Redface Racing does have the opportunity. And Nolan, you've rejoined us after your internet decided you had too much fun for one day, but you defeated it and are back, which is great, because we've got this good battle going on here in GTE.
Yes, indeed. It's certainly one to watch, to say the least. And I'm not sure what to think about this. I think if Redface Racing can get just a little closer to Triton, they might be able to go for the move, but at this point in time, with all the LMP1s that they're constantly having to make way for, and the LMP2s and such, and speaking of which, here comes another right around the outside here, I don't think he's got what he needs to make up those spots within 7 minutes. I feel like he's just run out of time.
Yeah, and I mean, 7 minutes, that's what, another 4 laps at best? For these GTE cars, that's maybe 3 laps to go. David, the smart one, can probably figure that out. I mean, these LMP1 cars, the leader has crashed into the wall. The leader is in the wall. Marcus Hamilton has crashed on the exit of the intersection here. What has happened? As he has now pushed into that wall, he almost hit the Logitech G Altus machine of Simone Marzano, and he got launched into the air. That is going to be obvious suspension damage. He flashed the headlights and everything. My goodness me. This is going to change everything, and you can see the onboard. He gets in the air, crashes into the outside wall. Nothing he could do. So now it's Marcus Hamilton with a 34-second gap. What can he do? You're seeing the replay now. Just not enough room for him to try that outside line. Why risk it? Why bother risking it when you have a 30-plus second gap with 6 minutes to go? Look at how high in the air that thing gets shunted out, and the suspension is going to get damaged from that, as well as the under tray, and then the outside wall. David, this is massive.
Yeah, absolutely huge. That last lap from Marcus Hamilton, a 1:23. I'm guessing he's just going to stay out there, keep circulating. But that was not only a huge, spectacular amount of airtime, then had no control to stop it hitting that outside wall. And you can see several of the panels very dented. With 5 laps to go, a 27-second gap, and losing 6 seconds per lap, he's not going to hold on. He's going to lose 30 seconds before the checkered flag with a 27-second gap.
He's doing 150 down the front stretch.
This is honestly, Marcus Hamilton's doing exactly what he needs to do right now. Just stay out there. Big gap. 4.5 minutes left of the race. But we see on that graphic there, Claudius Veed took 4.7 seconds out on lap 264. He's coming up to the start-finish line in a couple seconds' time. We'll get an update to that graphic, but this is going to come right down to the wire for the win in LMP1.
Down the straight, Mark Perez and the MSI Esports had to hit the brakes so he wouldn't rear-end the LMP1 machine of Marcus Hamilton. He was running 123s, and that was at max speed of what they can do. Now, I think mathematically speaking, catching up 26 seconds in 2 laps isn't going to happen. But, my goodness me, if Marcus spins out or something, it looks to me like the suspension, if it's collapsed, both of them collapsed, or none of them collapsed. I'm surprised that with that damage, there isn't some kind of steering damage on that right front. I will say, chat very enthusiastic about how eloquent the car flew through the air, which appreciative, I suppose. But for Marcus Hamilton, as he comes across Nolan, this is a massive change. He's going to pass the start-finish line, and that'll really help us get the math going.
Well, Cam,
yeah, exactly.
remember...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go for Nolan.
Oh, that's totally fine, David. But remember how earlier on I said that... I said that earlier on, how Claudius Weed, he would not be able to catch Marcus Hamilton unless he could take out like 2 or 3 seconds a lap. He can do that now. So he can actually catch him with those 2 to 3 seconds. The question is there enough time? This is now a time race. The question is, does Claudius Weed have the time he needs to work his way out there? Because he's going to get there. I worry, though, that it's just not going to be enough. I feel like it was too little and just too late.
Yeah, I mean, boy, oh boy. I mean, talk about last-second dramas. Really last-second dramas as the sun sets on Interlagos. The sun almost set on this race until Marcus Hamilton trying to maneuver around the Logitech G Altis. Porsche has opened this wide open, almost 8 seconds a lap, David. But it's not going to be enough time. We have got, 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Marcus Hamilton is going to be taking what should be the penultimate lap this time by, as he's still running 123, still limiting out at 158, 123.2 even.
Yeah, so when it was losing 3-4 seconds a lap, he could hold on to the lead with that much, but then he went and lost 5.5 seconds on the lap before that. He's got to hold on for just about 1.5 more laps now. That gap backwards has come down from 27 seconds to 14 seconds. Look at that, another 5.5 seconds on that lap. As this goes, Marcus Hamilton will just hold on, but it's not how he would have wanted to have done it.
Yeah, if I was that SimRC car, I would be on the headlights. I'd do everything I can as he splits a couple of cars. Everything I can to try to get up there. And if you're the spotter for that, something has happened to Sam Rosemont. That's the F4H machine. They were running strong. Apparently this happened a while ago because they're many laps down now, which is unfortunate for them. But talking about right now, we've got 50 seconds to go, which means that if you're Marcus Hamilton, who's now stuck behind Marcel Tighe and the Team Heisenfeld, he finally gets past Marcus Hamilton. No, he's not going to be able to. He's going to get stuck under braking behind the Team Heisenfeld car, and it's not like you can blame him for that. And here comes the SimRC machine in the distance. You can't see him just yet, but he's getting there. A 118.9. Oh, that's not going to be good enough. That's not going to be able to do it. The white flag is in the air as Marcus Hamilton is going to be trying to keep this one from getting dumped into the grave as he is trying to keep the car as straight and narrow as he can. Here comes the SimRC.de Emerald machine. There's only 2 LMP1s between him and Marcus Hamilton. If there was an additional lap, I would say easy peasy to the SimRC.de Emerald. It would be their first victory, and he gets stuck again behind Marcel Tighe in that Team Heisenfeld car. As Marcus Hamilton has got nowhere to go, he has to sit off back. The only time he really has speed is when he has whatever downforce left. Is you can just see Marcus Hamilton on board now. As here we go down the last significant corner. This is where it all came apart after 260 some odd laps, and it's not going to be enough time. Claudius Weed can see him now in the distance. He can see his headlights, but it's not going to matter. Marcus Hamilton is on the throttle. That's severely damaged and broken. Dressmaster Movano Racing NES number 3 is going to take round number 3 in what can only be described as a rambunctious couple of 15 minutes in Claudius Weed. 4.7 seconds. And that is that. Schubert Motorsport is looking to get past the start-finish line as they are running right now, and they're onward to the inner cloister. Core Sim Racing is just ahead of them, actually, so that's going to work out for us because what that means is that Carl Modig in that SRN Motorsports Orange machine is going to head its way towards the start-finish line. There's going to be no no significant battles for position. You'll see a couple of cars going side by side during different laps. As here comes Akimu Soyman in the number 88 machine, the Ford GTE. It takes victory here at Interlagos in the twilight of it, and I have to say he's going to be very, very happy with that one. And here comes your race winner, the Schubert Motorsport, Leonard Quickay, takes victory in the 33A. Very hard fought and a very well-deserved victory for Schubert Motorsport. Congratulations to them as well. Army Racing Team and MSI Esports finished second and third in LMP. Apex Racing Torque Freak finishes second and third in LMP2. And my goodness me, what could have been? I have to say, David, first we'll go to you. First off, what a dramatic finish to this race. It didn't have to be if the Marcus Hamilton pilot machine was just a little bit more patient or a little bit more conservative. Maybe there wouldn't have been an issue, but I gotta say, if you're that SimRC.de Emerald team, are you kicking yourself for maybe not pushing it as hard as you could have in the last hour or so?
Well, I'm sure SimRC.de will be pretty happy with their result there, but it was one more lap and Thrustmaster Movano would not have held on to that lead. So I'll throw back to you, Cam.
Yeah, so with that, we will look at the finishing results here at Interlagos. The 6 hours of Interlagos, 6 hours and 43 seconds, and not 1 second more, or else Movano would maybe not have won this one. So, Thrustmaster Movano, after wrecking the car with about 5 laps to go, will pull it off. They will get on by. So, SimRC.de Emerald will finish in the second position. Porsche Basel by Sword Rennsport will finish in third. Race Clutch LMP1 will finish in fourth position. Thrustmaster Movano Racing, the number 4 machine, will finish in fifth. MSI Esports will finish in the sixth position. Torrent Motorsports in seventh. UI1 Positive Sim Racing Black in eighth. Wyvern Racing in ninth. VRTE Racing in the 10th position. Simitaki Sports Ombre Machine in 11th position, Ava Vervanik in 12th, Odax Motorsport in 13th. And then many laps down, you've got F4H Motorsport finishing in 28th, and then you've got Retirements UI1 Positive Green, Virtual Motorsport, and Team Chimera. And for our LMP2 machines, we have, of course, David Haynes.
Our winner by 7 seconds in the LMP2 class is Schubert Motorsport, who weren't necessarily the fastest all race, but I think they worked their strategy to perfection. Second place is Apex Racing UK, who stole that position from Talk Freak Racing in the final stint. Fourth goes to IRDK Endurance. Fifth is UI1 Positive Sim Racing. Sixth is World of Sim Racing Team. And then seventh, Team Hoisingfeld. Eighth is TNT Racing. 9th, Racing Centre Vibe Sports, and 10th is Lux Sim 24, my opinion and therefore fact, podcast racing. 11th goes to Inertia Sim Racing Unlucky Foxes. 12th is Road Bastards. 13th is iRacing Today Motorsports. 14th is Ava Vavatic, and then several laps down is Team Mad and SRN Motorsports, and our unlucky retirement, 17th place, is Race Clutch.
And we had a fantastic battling throughout the top 10, really, of the GTE, but it was only going to be come down to one race winner, and Nolan Rempel has the results in GTE.
Well, with a dominating performance today, leading most of the laps for your GTE field was, of course, Core Sim Racing, and following up behind him was Army Racing Team that held second place for a majority of the race, and then in place number 3 was, of course, MSI Esports. Fourth place was carried up by Thrustmaster Movano Racing, and then in fifth place we had Redface Racing. Sixth place followed up by Trenton Racing, followed by Williams Jim Jr., SRM Motorsports and their GTE Ferrari in 8th place with Team 84 in 9th, and Euphoria Drivix Racing down in 10th place. Then of course we have below that in 11th place, the Porsche Basel by Sword Rennsport Esports in 11th place. And then Team Bushfink Racing in 12th place, Zenith Esport in 13th, followed by Logitech G Altus Esport. Brilliant fighting between those two the entire race. Somatic Esport in 15th with Simrace.de in 16th. Torque Freak Racing in 17th. Odox Motorsport in 18th with Team 85 in 19th place, followed in last place by Williams Jim Jr.
Yeah, and obviously it is that Torrent Motorsports also, that GTE effort did not come across the line either. Fantastic racing pretty much all day long. There was always action on the track. Congratulations to Thrustmaster Movano Racing, congratulations to Schubert Motorsport LMP2, and congratulations to Core Sim Racing GTE, the Ford. So, with that, this is what's going to happen. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to let the drivers get out of the cars. We're going to let them get into the interview box, and then we're going to interview them for you on here, which is the iRacing Esports Network on Race Spot TV. Don't go anywhere. No, I mean it. Seriously. You just watch the race for 6 hours. At least listen to the drivers who raced in it. And we'll be right back here on the iRacing Esports Network. So, keep tuned, and we'll be right back with our race driver winning interviews in a minute. our 6 full hours of racing here in the Brazilian sun, the sun has now set. As Sao Paulo has given us a fantastic event here. Absolutely outstanding. We have had a great race, and if you're just joining us, tough luck. But what we do have is some of the drivers for interview. We only have 2 at the moment, which is a bit interesting after a 6-hour race, but so with that, we will hop right first into David Haynes, just for a quick word. I mean, David, just the last 6 hours, fantastic race. A lot of issues in some aspects, but outside of that, a really well done and for the most part, clean race.
Yeah, we saw some great racing, we saw lots of battles, but we also had a great display of what the new iRacing dynamic time of day does. We started with qualifying and the start of the race when the sun was right out, the track temps were huge, and then slowly over the 6 hours of the race, the track temperatures dropped away, some of the pace increased, and we saw how the drivers and the teams struggled with how the balance of the car changed with such huge swings in the track temperature.
Yeah, I mean, it currently right now is 75 degrees in the air, 75 degrees on the track. And when we started, it was 77, 78, 79 even in the air, and it was some 130 on the track. So a massive shift. As you can see, beautiful pictures here of the sun setting here on the iRacing circuit at Interlagos. And Nolan, it's been a fantastic race. We had high dramas in the last couple of seconds there. Just 4 seconds was all there was between first and second after that.
Well, absolutely. Like, if that second LMP1 car had managed to put together an extra 4 seconds, that would have been it. And one more lap, and that would have been it. It was actually, 4 seconds doesn't sound like a lot, but when you actually put it into perspective how fast he was losing time, it really was almost by a hair that he managed to win that. So no doubt he is so happy to have won that race after all of the hard work put in over the weekend.
Absolutely. So let's get to the interviews. We've got 2 cars. We've got, first off, we'll get Alex Simpson. He was in the second place positioning LMP2 car, and then we'll have David Haynes with Kenny Rusins, the number 88 Corsim Racing Machine. So, Alex, you didn't win.
No, I didn't.
But you guys finished second. That's actually a really good result here at Interlagos. Extremely changing conditions. You guys recovered from damage with the car. The temperature's going all over the place. Cloud cover. Take me through it.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say that obviously first real experience of driving like a 6-hour race with the changing conditions is amazing. They're absolutely phenomenal. Just the way the sun comes down, the lighting changes on the track and everything else like that just brings immersion to another level. So I want to say right now to iRacing, amazing job on that. It is really good. And you know, when there was a lot of talk about that, I was like, do you know what? I don't really care about that feature. You know, sort the tires out. That was my usual thing. But I'm so glad they did it. It was awesome. So
yeah,
coming home P2, I'm super stoked with that as well. So's Ferenz. After we spoke to you last, we didn't know whether the car was going to get repaired. Obviously, 27 seconds we had to wait in the pit to get the repair done, and that time lost. So take that into consideration, we would have had a really good shot today. So we're so glad to have come back. Just nicked Torque right at the end, and with Ava having a bad day, I think our calculations are right. I think we moved to the top of the championship. So actually, it's an awesome job, awesome day for us.
Yeah, and you talk about, I mean, Ava, they had basically just been running away with it all season. They'd just leagues ahead in Sebring, very far ahead in Circuit of the Americas. Between Race Clutch, who is constantly qualifying up front and yet has still yet to score a single point, which just hurts. It hurts me. Ava Vervanek, who's had this stumbling block now. This LMP2 championship's completely wide open. So is my last question. I mean, Suzuka, Spa, and then the 24 Hours of Le Mans. I mean, are we looking at maybe at Suzuka? You can be one position further ahead.
Well, I promised my teammate Ferenz that I would ramp up the testing for the last 3 races of the season and give us a proper crack. So, yep, let's see what we can do. That's got to be the target, you know. So, yeah, head down and do some serious
No.
Serious work on the data and go for it.
No, don't put the head down. You need to look out the windshield, Alex. Well, you don't have a windshield.
True.
So, well, I guess you win in that one. But yes, who do you want to thank before we let you go?
Well, you guys, the admins, once again. Yeah, Ferenz, he did a great stint once the car got repaired. And yeah, wouldn't have been able to have caught back up without that one. And yeah, all the team sponsors, all of the drivers at Apex Racing UK. And yeah, iRacing, like I said, for that very, very impressive dynamic weather and night to day to night feature that they've brought. This is great.
All right, thank you so much for hopping in the booth. We wish you the best, and we'll see you in a month.
Thanks.
Happy holidays, Happy New Year.
Oh
all
yeah,
that other stuff
yeah,
like
to you guys and everyone else as well. Yeah, have a good one and a New Year. Thanks.
All right, so that's Alex Simpson from Apex Racing UK, and we will bring on Leonard Fricke of the Schubert Motorsports. We're going to then clear out the rest of the LMP2 cars with David Barraclough and Nolan Rempel in a moment. But first, we got David Haynes. He's standing alongside Leonard Fricke, your winners in the LMP2 machines.
Well, first of all, congratulations on a big win. 20 points to your team when you went into this round with only 8. No, we don't have him in the room yet.
Where did he go? What have you done? Why is he... There we
got him now. Hey, Leonard Fricke. So I was
the door
just
in his
saying,
face there.
I'll repeat myself very quickly. Congratulations on winning. 20 points go to your team when you had 8 going into this round. Is that very good for your championship?
Actually, we really never thought about the championship positions. We were always like first season new, first big series, and now we have a win. That's something we never imagined. So it's really awesome.
Right, now we had, I guess, the first Neo race run under the new dynamic time of day, which we've spent lots of time talking about, but it really has made a huge difference from when we started at midday under a blazing sun, hot track temperatures, to finishing almost in the darkness. What's that like from the driver's perspective?
It was quite difficult because we didn't really know if our setup plays out in the end. We knew that we have a good and stable car on all temperatures, but we really didn't know if we are going to be fast all the race. And I think we were not the quickest guys, but it was pretty consistent, and we're really looking forward to Suzuka.
Yep, exactly. So with this race done, we are halfway through the season, and you've really stepped it up each race up until this point. So what can you achieve in the second half of the season?
We are not really planning for the championship right now because it's more we just want to have fun, and that we get good results in the end as well. It was pretty unfortunate, but we take that. We have high hopes. Maybe we can score another or more good points, and we will see. But for the championship, we just want to finish good and have a lot of fun, of course.
We saw lots of people come unstuck at passing traffic, getting passed by traffic. What was your secret to avoiding some of those kind of troubles?
I actually don't know. It was before the race. We all thought, "Oh, this is going to be a remake of Kota, and we will have a lot of crashes, and we don't get through the traffic good, and of course with a good car." And I don't know. It was just the flow of the track was actually better than expected, and we got through traffic quite well. GTE's cars mostly done very well and avoiding us. P1s were not that aggressive in my opinion this time. It was really good this race.
Right, so I guess congratulations on your team's first win in the Neo Endurance Series. Who do you have to thank while we have you on air?
I don't know. Maybe, of course, my brother and all the team who support us and watch the race and keep fingers crossed for us, and that really helps. We weren't expecting such a result, but just awesome, and we have so much support from the team. Everyone is watching our races, and that's what keeps us going. we have really to thank you for all Schubert team. That is all we need.
Right, fantastic. Lennart Fricker there, the winner of our P2 category in this race today, Cam. And who else are we going to find to have a word with?
Well, next up we have David Barraclough of the Torque Freak Racing organization. We're going to get him in here, and congratulations again to the Schubert Motorsport for taking the victory in LMP2. They did a fantastic job here at Interlagos handling the traffic. I hope to see them again up here soon. So, David Barraclough, we can start getting him in here because he is going to be alongside Nolan Rempel, who is going to do the interviews for not just the LMP2 car, but the GTE car as well. So, Nolan, take it away.
Thank you, Cam. Now, David, it was a great day in LMP2 with your LMP2 cars. It was not such a good day for your GTE cars.
Yeah, that is correct. First of all, big congratulations to our LMP2 team for bringing it home in podium position. Third place. They did a great job all in all. A couple of little mistakes along the way. They'll be the first to admit, but at the end of the day, you can't really kind of be disappointed with the podium. So yeah, big congrats to them. Unfortunately, our GT car had just one of those races where nothing quite goes right. On the first lap, they had a little trip over the curb and just caught the back of another car, and the car behind tripped up as well, and the contact was really light, but basically knocked the wing, and the car was pretty hard to drive from there. And then there was a big pile up. We talked about it earlier in the race and got involved with that. So after that, there wasn't really no way back.
It is unfortunate for your GTE car that things didn't go exactly as planned. Still, though, with your LMP2 car, you did make up a total of 7 spots over the course of the entire race, and that is definitely one of the bigger moving positions that we've seen throughout the entire race. Did the fact that the temperatures, as they got cooler in the later stages of the race, did that have a little hand in that result?
So that's not quite the full story. I don't think it was picked up on by you guys, so I'm letting you know now. But we had an issue with our second pit stop. We only took on 10 kilos of fuel. I'm not quite sure how it happened because we did double check it before, and as we entered the lane, it looked like it was full, and then we were just sitting in the stall and nothing was happening. So we had to drive out and then come back in 6 or 7 laps later, and effectively doing a whole extra pit stop. Which put us back a good 40 seconds or so. At least with that, there wasn't any fuel saving required to the end. So basically, I told the boys just to go out as hard as they possibly could, and they did. And they brought it back, and they even led at one stage, but it just fell away a little bit in the last stint. The pace of Apex and Schubert, congratulations to both of them for second place and for the win for Schubert, respectively. There was just a little bit too much in the end, but from where they started, the boys are really happy with third place. So it's a good result.
And looking back to your GTE car as well, despite all the troubles you had and being caught up in the massive pile-up 20 minutes or so into the race, you still only dropped 3 positions from where you originally qualified, which all things considered, depending on how some people dropped up to 34 or even 40 spots. How would you say it was put together over the course of the run, despite all of the hiccups along the way?
I'm not quite sure if that's accurate. I mean, we finished in 19th position and we qualified in 11th. And with points only going to the top 15, it's not really so good for us. Well, no, maybe not 19th. 20. I think it was 17th. We finished it up in the end, but still not quite enough for the point. But at the end of the day, yeah, it was a bit of a race to forget, really. The pace would have been was about there or thereabouts, and it was with the damage, it was impossible to overcome.
Well, despite all of the problems you had along the way, still a very decent finish from your LMP2 car. Looking forward to Suzuka, do you expect that your team will be able to put on an even stronger performance there than they did here today at Interlagos?
With a bit of luck, hopefully. The track definitely suits at least one of our drivers' style quite nicely. So hopefully the team can put on as good or even better a showing there, and roll it on. I mean, with the transitions that iRacing have put in the day-night, it's really changed the game a little bit. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how both teams get on the next round.
And before we let you go, do you have anybody you'd like to shout out here today?
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to shout out to all the drivers for today's race. So Dirk and Ronnie for the LMP2, and Chris and Tim for the GTE. All four of them really gave it their all. Couldn't ask for anything more for that. I'd like to thank the team for providing such a great place to go iRacing. Fun, but also pretty serious when it comes down to this kind of level of competition. And then finally, I'd like to thank yourselves for putting on the broadcast. You do a fantastic job as always. Watch every minute of it, and it really does make the event. And I can't forget to thank Neo for putting the whole thing on either. So big thanks to them.
Congratulations on your third place in your LMP2 class, ladies and gentlemen, David Barrowclaw.
Yes, and congratulations to the TFR guys, and we'll see him in Suzuka, but right now we're going to quickly go on over to our race winner in the Core Sim Racing GTE machine. It is Kenny Rusens. For some reason, chat really loves it when he's here, so Mr. Kenny Rusin, congratulations. You and your teammate, Kimu Soimanen, have taken victory fairly easily in the Ford. I had forgotten that you guys were even in the Ford, and yet here you are taking the victory, so congratulations first off, and second off, how was your day?
First of all, thank you. And yeah, it was a very good day. I mean, Kimo did a very, very good job. He did 80% of the job to bring the win. He did a super quali lap, and the first in was very good. Like, he managed to pull away and make a big gap for me when I go in the car. And I just extend the gap a bit. Then Kimo goes in the car again and pull away again. And yeah, I mean, Kimo did more job than me today, and he deserves more the win than me. But yeah, we happy.
Well, you share the podium together, so. I mean, the car is clean, which can't be said for a lot of other GTE cars out there. How'd you guys keep the car clean?
I mean, I don't know. We were just very carefully, and yeah, we got a bit lucky, I guess, with the traffic. We avoid every incident, and yeah, I think we got lucky, and yeah, we were very carefully during the race.
Now, you guys, you took the victory in Sebring, which I'm presuming, seeing as I don't remember it, you did it in very much the exact same way, where you guys really had a gap. You had about a 45-second gap over that Army Racing team here at Interlagos, but it's getting to that point where the cars do seem to be getting a little bit closer as time goes on. We're going to Suzuka, then Spa, then Le Mans. I mean, you guys got to be starting to think, looking at it, there's a pretty good possibility that you guys are really going to have a very strong challenge, especially, if some of the other teams get their things sorted out, the Logitech G Altus, who took the victory at Coda, and all that stuff like that. It's going to be pretty big challenge coming up for the rest of the season. We're already halfway through the Neo season, if it's crazy to think about.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to keep like that. I mean, there is some good team in the championship who are very fast, and yeah, it's gonna be hard to racing against them. But we will do our best to try to win, and yeah, win the championship, and do like Yanni and Kimo did at Sebring, and like me and Kimo and I did this today. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. Final kind of question here. The day to night thing has happened. The temperature changes were all over the place. I mean, we had 120 something degrees Fahrenheit down to 75 degree Fahrenheit track temperature over the course of the day. With the night going down, the headlights getting on, everything like that. Does this really change how you guys philosophically or mentally attack the GTE car, the setup and everything like that when the day starts?
Yeah, of course it's a bit different than before, but not really. But it was more fun for me to drive like that because I had it was very funny for me to drive in this condition, and I enjoyed it more than before the last one of the SCO. I prefer to drive in this condition. It's way better. And no, we don't really change the preparation for the race. Was still the same, building a setup in hot and cold weather, and then doing a lap, and that's it.
Well, we wish you the very best going forward. Anyone you'd like to give a shout out to or thanks before we let you go?
I would like to thank Siane for the good work he did on the setup, and Kimo, of course, and all the car sim racing stuff for the opportunity they give me to join their team, and so Mike, Thomas, and
Well, chat seems to love you, so anything you'd like to say in your native language to them that it's not going to get me in trouble?
No.
Okay, all right. All right, that's all right. So, Kenny Rosens, thank you so much for hopping in the booth with us. We really appreciate it. Best of luck at Suzuka, and we'll probably talk to you then.
Yeah, see you.
Yep, happy holidays. See you in 2019.
See you. Have a good next year, I mean.
Yeah, let's hope. So, last but not least, we have David Hines quickly with the VRT. We're just going to quickly go have Joseph Ringrose on. And David, you're standing along for a very brief interview with him.
Well, from your perspective, how did that race go?
It was a pretty interesting race. Pace is really there at the start for the boys, and Jason Ismail and Dylan did a fantastic job putting in the pace and getting through traffic, but a couple incidents, kind of forced us a bit down the order and just wasn't meant to be today.
And I've been asking just about everyone, but your thoughts on the massive changes in the track temperature and in the dynamic time of day?
I mean, so it's pretty fresh to us, and we're still trying to get used to it for sure. It's a welcome addition, and we're going to have to get used to it because it's not going to go away. It's not going to change, and it's going to maybe bring slight changes to the setup. But I mean, the drivers will be used to it by the next round, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem for us.
And half of the season in the bag, half to go. One sentence to sum up your first half and one sentence to sum up your hopes for the second half.
Well, that's a tough one, actually. One sentence, we have been unlucky, and hopefully some top 10s for the second half.
That sounds like a good, solid, achievable goal, a top 10 in either at Suzuka, Spa or Le Mans. And I've been told to make sure this one's super quick, so before we let you go, your quick shout-outs and thanks.
Obviously, Dylan, Ismail and Jason for driving today. And our sponsors, Next Gen and Boss Boxes. And finally, Neo Endurance, and obviously you guys put on a great broadcast as always.
Right, well, I'll throw back to you now, Cam, because that just about wraps up everyone we need to have a word with.
That's right, very deep voice, David Haynes. Thank you so much. So, with that, Hugo, well, he's been ready, so I don't need to ask him. Cue the music. This has been, of course, a RaceBot TV production here on the iRacing Esports Network. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that has been the 6 hours and 43 seconds of Interlagos. Absolutely sensational. We are here in the next chapter of iRacing. The day-to-night cycle is here, and it is amazing. Congratulations to Thrustmaster Ivana Racing for pulling it out of the fire in the last minutes to clinch their third victory, and we will see you all in Suzuka in 1 month's time. Happy holidays, everybody. We will catch catch you next time. Thank you so very much, David Haynes. Thank you so very much, Nolan Ruppel. Thank you very so much, Hugo Louis. We'll catch you all later. See ya later, alligator.